Unfortunately, Boo won't be joining us this evening. I forgot to mention that before, but he has no internet. So because hurricanes, woo, they cause so many problems. It's
Yeah.
great. um. Okay. Hello, Draco Kraken. I see you there. I
What's
see
up, Draco?
both are in there too. Very good. Very good. Okay. Oh, let me also give you the link to the watch together for when we start doing that. That would be a good idea. That way you're not high and dry for that. Cool. All right. We'll just let people filter in while we get to technically starting time. Oh, how's everybody's day been? How's your day?
My day's been pretty decent.
That's good.
Woke up to the sound of fire engine sirens modulating in volume,
Mm-hmm.
and I thought, wow, that sounds really close. Then my next thought was, that's not moving. Uh oh. So I get outside and immediately smell smoke, and I'm like, "Oh no,
Dear God.
I'm going to have to bail on the podcast." Unironically, I was considering shooting a message out to you guys,
Yeah.
as I was going to check on the street.
Yeah.
And before I found out, it is the apartment building next to mine. Everyone is fine.
That's good.
Reportedly. I don't know. I had one person say everything was fine, and I took it as gospel truth.
That's fair. Hey, there you go.
So yeah, I will be potentially. I'll probably just generally mute myself. If I don't have anything to say.
Sure.
Just because there is the occasional siren noise. Things have calmed down, but there's the occasional ones.
Yeah, if it so happens, that's fine. No worries.
I usually just use push to talk all the time myself because I'm a fidgety sitter, and you don't want to hear my chair creaking and my old bones rattling.
Yeah, I always have mine active, but I just set the Discord so that it just usually blocks out the background noise from fans and stuff, because it's just easier that way for me. Because I can't be bothered to remember that I'm not able to be heard. That's silly.
Yeah, you don't have your hand on the push to talk button, and you keep talking and think we're ignoring you.
That's right. Yeah, I'll get real sad real easy.
Really quick, I see Draco Kraken. First off, Peter, Timothy says, welcome to the show, Peter. And Draco Kraken says, this 2 weeks has been nothing but the Magic the Gathering community catching fire.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's apparently
thanks, Teardrop, Timothy.
I don't know.
This is the first I've heard of it.
Yeah, I actually know a fair bit about that situation.
Ooh, please.
Ooh, please.
Well,
Sure.
hold one second. Let me just at least officially introduce you, because people might not know. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to TableTalk Discussion and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, a.k.a. Grado95.
I, as usually, am your second host, Captain Chiral.
And we are joined today by Peter, who is the developer of Tales from Elsewhere. Hello, Peter.
Hello. Thanks for having me on.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. But yes, please tell us about Magic the Gathering.
Sure. So, okay, here's what happened. Are you familiar with the mode of play called Commander?
Yes.
Okay. So
touchingly.
Okay, so very briefly, Commander is arguably the most popular mode right now.
Okay.
It is up to 4 players. You have a 100 card deck in which there are no duplicates, and you pick one legendary creature to be your commander. It's a special card, and everything in your deck has to match their magic color identity. So it's a very fun mode. It can be very expensive, though, because you need 100 cards. And it also has a large legacy of legality, as in you can go back many, many sets back to the beginning even, and most of the cards are legal. And so people can spend quite a bit of money on their Commander decks.
Okay.
Now, Commander is not the what is legal and what is not in Commander had been handled by a community appointed by Wizards of the Coast. So not actually Hasbro moderating that. It was a group of people in the community, and recently they botched the handling of some new bans on cards.
Okay.
Now, is the game going to be better for it with these bans? Probably. I'm not rich enough to buy these really expensive cards that they're using. You know, they were cards that were very valuable and, you know, real world dollar wise, very high cost. And they had been put in a lot of Commander related products recently. Really, they're out there a lot, very popular cards. But again, we're talking very high dollar value. And they were just recently banned, several of them at once.
Great.
So people were saying, hey, I just spent a couple $100, maybe even more than that, buying sets of these cards, and they got banned. Kind of out of nowhere is what the community thought.
Sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead. You have a question?
Yeah. Has WotC provided a justification as to why the bans occurred?
Well, okay, these cards primarily run away with the game. They're a little overpowered, long story short. I mean, that's a whole discussion maybe about are they worth banning or not.
Right.
But they are the kind of cards that if you get them in your opening hand, you can sometimes run away with a game very fast. And that's not super fun.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm sure people either in the chat now or watching this later are going to start commenting like, oh, they weren't that powerful. But don't worry about it. It's almost besides the point. Cards get banned all the time. Right?
Yeah,
This is fairly normal in games like Magic the Gathering. So the problem is that this communication wasn't handled very well, and leading very recently up to that, these cards were like advertised in packs and in products. Right? So the timing wasn't great on that, and there wasn't much warning on that. Now, of course, at your home game, you can use whatever cards you like, but, you know, for any officially sanctioned event, you wouldn't be able to use them. So here's where it got kind of on fire.
Okay.
Sometimes people in hobby communities take things like this too seriously.
Right.
The committee responsible for handling the bans received death threats, basically. Credible ones. Yeah, like the uproar against them as people was extreme.
Okay.
And Draco Kraken, you're absolutely right. Yep, the fast mana play style of that is quite intense and kind of isn't fun if you run into it. But so what happened was, so this committee was getting death threats. It was really bad. One of them, I believe, resigned. And then just, I think last week, I forget the timing of this, Wizards of the Coast announced that committee would no longer be handling the format of Commander, and Wizards of the Coast will be handling it in-house so that civilians, as it were, are not caught in the line of fire.
Okay.
Now, the problem is that Wizards of the Coast, who prints the cards, and now controls also that format and what is legal within it. So it didn't necessarily help the situation for the community, just like top to bottom handled poorly.
Yeah.
Now, for me and my cheap decks at home that I occasionally play with my friends, it doesn't really have much impact on me. I don't even bother. None of the bans have ever affected me.
Exactly.
But there's a lot of people that this is a hobby in which they've invested quite a bit of time and money. So I understand being upset, but obviously the intensity of that reaction was unwarranted.
Exactly. It's always unfortunate when something like that happens, because it's just like, oh, you've ruined it for everybody. You realize,
absolutely.
Why did you do that? There's it's like I understand the passion behind it, right? It's definitely a thing that you can get passionate about, but when it leads to something like that, it's just unacceptable. Really.
Yeah, absolutely. And the result is one of the worst results. Now, we'll talk about Dungeons and Dragons later on in this episode. I wager. Hey, but I've been playing D&D for over 20 years now. I generally like the game. Generally speaking, but that doesn't mean I necessarily like Hasbro.
Exactly. Yeah.
So and so putting more of Magic the Gathering's community control in Hasbro's hands is not the best result we would have wanted from that.
I was gonna say that's probably the worst outcome, especially for them to.
So rather than passionate community members, right?
Yeah, Hasbro. It's gonna be probably a lot more focused on what they can get away with having people buy, really. At least from my perspective of just, if they're in control, they're going to ban things that don't necessarily, like, they can't get a profit off of anymore, you know? Like, they'll probably make it so that it's more, the newer stuff that we are printing right now that you can go buy. Whoa. It's just like, okay, great.
Yeah, Draco Kraken. Yeah, exactly. It was in the hands of the community, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
He says, my concern has been that the format is now out of the hands of the community. Yes, they say the community will be involved, but it is Wizards.
Exactly. They've not got a great track record right now.
Yeah.
So, who knows? It'll be great.
Yeah. But having been there for many of a new edition in D&D,
yeah,
I will provide some historical context.
Oh
boy.
Very good, very good. Timothy, I think, well, so it depends, right? Because having the fans in charge of things makes it so that they're more in tune with how the game really is a lot of the time. That's why we were talking about it a long time ago, back when Warhammer was more on our minds, where they just kind of balanced things due to what they were doing instead of going and finding people who were actually like high in the tournament circuit who really knew about balance in the game because they had played so much and they do it so much that, you know, they have that kind of knowledge to actually like balance things better. But
well, and it was composed of people who were, you know, we're talking champion level players.
Exactly. So
and who are pretty connected with community. Like Olivia Gobert Hicks she's the partner, I believe I don't know their actual relationship, of Brian Kibler, who, if people know about things like Hearthstone and some of the older development at Blizzard, he's a top tier Magic the Gathering champions. Like, these folks aren't like just some randos.
Yeah.
Like, they're highly connected in the community and content creators and all that kind of stuff. So
it makes sense.
My only concern with balancing things around high level play in an environment is like, Peter, I don't know about you, but Alejo and I used to play League of Legends.
Yeah.
And one of the main things was that Riot would balance around events that were happening at World Championships.
Yeah.
Like I remember when fucking what was the cloak that you wore? It wasn't Sunfire Cape.
It's been too many years, man.
It wasn't even a cloak. It was the Ardent Sensor meta.
Oh, yes.
Like 2017 or 18, and Ardent Sensor got a hard nerf after that Worlds event, and people are like, hey, yo, Ardent Sensor wasn't being as problematic in typical play for most people. It was only like the 0.0001% of the population. Why are you making changes that affect 100%?
Yeah, I think the changes that I see that are in there for, well, and obviously this could vary depending on people and their agendas, right? What they want, but for what the people, at least in the Warhammer side, were doing, like, they were really hoping to make the game more fun for everybody, with a lot of their proposed changes that they were arguing for, as far as I remember. So, and with the stuff that Riot was doing, they were just looking at results from, you know, those few games that they saw, really, which is unfortunate, right? It wasn't just, hey, you team that's been playing a lot, what do you think are the changes? No, they just went, oh, you guys won, and a lot of these games, they had, you know, this Ardent Sensor that they were using so much. We gotta nerf that, you know? So
that being said, in defense of Riot, which is a sentence I'll utter very few times,
I was gonna say,
I played support, and Ardent Sensor was indeed busted.
Oh yeah,
I abused the hell out of that item.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna level with you. The last time I played League of Legends, it was in beta.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. Those good old days. Those halcyon days.
Yeah. I played it in beta and realized, this is a little intense for me.
Fair enough.
My heart can't take it.
It's hey, you got out early, and that's good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you got out
I don't need
early.
that kind
We
of
should all be so
negativity.
lucky.
Yeah, it was bad.
I don't need somebody half my age kicking my ass in League of Legends and telling me I'm terrible, you know?
Mm.
Yeah, I'll never go back now. But yeah, let's see. I do love they said in the stream, this is Draco Kraken, that a point system for Commander would never work like it does for Warhammer, but here's the bracket system where one card determines the power of the whole deck. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they're kicking around this idea that they will actually assign like a tier to your deck based on which cards you have in it, and because there's some outlier cards. And so if you're at an event, you could say, okay, I have a tier 2 deck, so I will play against other tier 2 players, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So the people who have spent $1,200 on their commander deck aren't facing somebody who picked up a pre-constructed deck for $30 off Amazon and having no fun. That's the intention, at least.
Hopefully that works.
I sort of like that.
Yeah,
they're taking influence from what Smogon does in Pokemon battles, where you'll be like, "Oh, this is my OU team. Oh, this is my Ubers team." And like it works pretty well for Pokemon, so hopefully it should work similarly well here.
Okay.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, I think probably 90% of the players out there playing Magic the Gathering just with their buddies at home are probably going to be not affected by any of these tiers because they're just going to play what's fun and at hand.
Exactly.
In their local pod. But we'll see how it pans out.
I saw Shin Entropy and Viridia out there. Hello, good to see you.
Hello, everyone.
But yeah, it's oh, that's a new face. Lacrimal Quietus. Hello. People will learn to take advantage of those tiers eventually. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Oh, easily. Yeah. It's just.
Hey, Lacrimal. Lacrimal's I believe Lacrimal. I've seen you all up in my comments.
Oi!
As well.
There you
so
go.
Welcome. Good to see you again.
Hello. All right.
But yeah, people try to abuse it being at the very top end of a tier at competitive play in all likelihood. But I ain't got a horse in that race.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just, I mean, that's just the way the balancing works. If you focus on, it's purely competitive stuff, it will bleed down and affect the casuals in a way that they might not have as much fun with, and vice versa. Like it's just it's a balancing act always, obviously. Balancing
when you have
the fucking name.
500,000 cards out there.
Yeah.
I don't know how many cards that Magic the Gathering has these days, but I mean, what a balancing nightmare.
Right, exactly. Anyway, now that we've talked about Magic a little bit, why don't we talk about some TTRPGs, hey? Obviously we'll go on many a diatribe as we talk. It's no worries at all. But well, Aiden, sorry, did I cut you off?
Oh, I just said when you were talking about, let's talk about like TTRPGs. I said, I'm amenable.
Good. A thing that we have talked about many a time, I would think. Yeah, I was gonna say, we were talking a little bit before we started the stream and everything. We were talking about looking into your content there, Peter, and I want to say, first off, that the system that you have created for your game, I like it. I looked into how the wounds and such are, in terms of how they take them and all that kind of stuff, and the fact that they give conditions. Well, are they called conditions? I can't remember now.
Complications.
Complications. Yes. So they give complications and they stack, and how it makes that feel of even if you're just punching somebody, you could eventually take them out and everything. It makes it so that everything is a little more weighty, as opposed to in your other video that I took a look at of and Aiden did as well, I believe, of the hit points and how they feel more, I guess, anemic as you get later levels, because in the beginning you're, like 2 hits away from death a lot of the time, and it really makes that atmosphere more tense and makes it feel like battles are taking place, and they have a lot more weight to them in the beginning, and then as you go into the higher stuff, it just peters off because everything becomes a bit of a slog. And I was wondering if in D&D, if something like, let me think. We've talked about different ways to kind of utilize hit points as basically like what 4th edition, as you mentioned actually in that video, like what 4th edition did with Bloodied, having it so that, oh goodness, I got a notification from my computer. My apologies. It was very loud. As you go through like basically chunks or blocks of hit points, it might affect the fight in some way. Of like, oh, the enemy, loses a 4th of their hit points, they get into a different phase, or 3rd, or whatever you want it to do, however you want it to feel. And I wanted to ask if something like that would help with how you feel about hit points, perhaps at, higher levels and all of that.
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm glad you liked what you saw. It would make this meeting a lot different if you really hated all my designs.
Oh
right?
yeah, I would just be here saying, God, I hate all of your shit. Why are you even here?
Yeah.
That's crazy. No.
Yeah, for sure.
We brought you on specifically to lambaste you.
Yeah, just to shame me publicly
Exactly.
in front of not only your community but mine.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
Yeah,
very nice.
Yeah. We're handing out tomatoes to the crowd.
I will say, one of my first bosses I had out of college told me, said, Peter, you can take a yelling really good.
Oh.
It was the only compliment he ever gave me. I am actually good at taking constructive criticism.
I'm glad. That is good.
Anyway,
Not many
so
people
to the question at hand. Yeah, so
that is a talent.
Yeah. Okay, so before I dig into too much detail, all hit points and wound systems and all that, these aren't necessarily binary structures in rules. They exist as a spectrum.
Yes.
Right. So you have pure hit points. You sometimes have hit points plus wounds. Sometimes hit points plus some other riders to them, like being bloodied. So I think that adding those kinds of additional conditions or breakpoints along your total health definitely can help, right? It's adding a little bit more.
Yeah.
And if you want to stay within D&D's overall conceit, like how it plays, but you want to spice it up a little, that's one of the easiest ways to do so. And you'll sometimes see D&D Heartbreakers. Is that a term we're all familiar with here?
I have no idea what that is.
I've never heard of it.
Okay, so it's I'm not trying to be derogatory with it. Some people use it derogatorily. So a D&D Heartbreaker is somebody attempting to unseat Dungeons and Dragons as the main heroic fantasy game, and it's usually a adaptation of D&D or an offshoot of it. These are things like what's some big ones? DC-20.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Draw Steel, Draw Steel, Nimble 5e. Well, not called Nimble 5e, just Nimble RPG. And these are like quality products, don't get me wrong.
Oh, yeah.
They're often referred to as Heartbreakers because they're attempting to pull people away from D&D into that space. And a lot of them start to play with hit points and attack rolls, and they're tweaking things along that path, all trying to mix up that moment-to-moment engagement in D&D. Because like I was saying in those videos, sometimes it's just not that exciting to swing and do 11 points of damage, right?
Sure, yeah, I get that.
And that's the end of the story. So I think that definitely helps. But how to put this? Why I like the system I designed, and systems like it, because there's a lot of other shades of that sort of wound or injury system, is that when you've inflicted some sort of hurt on the enemy, when you've hit them with your sword or shot them with your revolver, that the mechanics of the game tell you narratively what that is, rather than you having to describe it yourself as the game master. In D&D you do this all the time. Oh, you dealt 8 damage to him, you lopped the goblin's head off, right? You are adding that in and adding that spice, and that's great. But I've been at tables where you say the damage, and then you move on to the next person's turn, and there's no real narrative oomph to it, because it does require the table to add that themselves in the moment. And that's the drawback. So adding even those breakpoints where maybe you get a stacking -1 to attack rolls
Yeah.
and saves or something, right? That isn't actually helping you create more interesting narrative moments there. It's simply helping with the mechanical flow of the fight.
Right.
So it's not a bad solution. I just think it's not going to move the needle as far as the engagement goes for the game. It's going to ostensibly be the same gameplay experience you had before, just maybe a little bit more balanced, like a little bit better, a little bit better. That's my take on that.
Interesting. Yeah. So, something I have been playing around with, is I've stayed within the confines of the hit point system, but something that I'm typically a big fan of is I like giving players abilities that allows them to, like, say, to sacrifice one resource and in return they get access to a really cool, like, I don't know, say a circle slash. That they say you do a circle slash as a fighter, and your movement speed is reduced by X amount until the start of your next turn. Um, Fighters in 5e don't typically get access to, like, circle slashes or like big overhead slashes or like attacks with any sort of like verticality to them. So one of the things that I like doing as DM is I say, hey, let's give you cool ass like anime attacks. However, I get to say, hey, like, because you did that attack, like that attack costs X amount of HP or X amount of movement speed, because and it's one of the things I was really happy about in the crunchy combat without hit points is you call HP a currency.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's one of the currencies that I love making deals with players in, of like, oh, you can do this, but it will cost you this. Yeah, sure, the cleric may bring you back at 7 HP, but you need 10 in order to do this really cool attack. So, like, you still feel like you're in a really rough position when you're brought up. What is and I was just curious, what are your thoughts about that as a game creator yourself?
Yeah, I am a huge fan of giving players interesting decisions to make on their turn. So, and this is one of my big criticisms of Dungeons and Dragons in third 3.5, 5, and 5.5
Okay.
is that some classes, some gameplay paths are presented with very few interesting decisions on their turn. For example, I play a lot of D&D still, even though I'm a big critic of it. And I'm playing a barbarian in a game, in a 5.5 game. We played with a playtest 5.5 materials and then used the official ones as soon as they came out. And my character is effective numerically, and I like the role play of the character. But a fight goes like this: I rage. I then attack with my sword until the fight is over. There's not a whole lot of decisions I get to make apart from, maybe descriptive decisions, which enemy I attack, sure, but there's really not a lot I get to do that is actually worth doing. Yeah, I can like shove somebody over, maybe try to trip them, I could try to use the environment. But because I need to kill something with 50 hit points, doing some fun, flavorful activity may not actually be very helpful. And my job is to tank the enemies. And so the barbarian, mechanically speaking, doesn't get a lot of interesting decision trees on their turn. Not until they're, I think it's around level 13 in 5.5, they start getting some actual decisions they can make on their turn, like how to use reckless attack, and they get some bonus damage, or they can do some status effects. But interesting decisions like the ones you were describing, Captain, are fun, right? I can push myself to do this. I can sacrifice some amount of hit points or some amount of mobility to do something cool. Now, here's a question for the two of you and for your listeners. Are you all familiar with one of the last books in 3.5 edition called Tome of Battle, Book of Nine Swords?
I do know of it. I have not read it myself.
I'm in the exact same position.
Okay, so I highly recommend everybody Google that when they get a chance. You can probably find a PDF somewhere of it. It's ancient. Nobody really cares about it anymore.
Oh, yeah.
It was Wizards of the Coast experimenting with structures that would eventually become 4th edition D&D.
Oh.
It was a group of martial classes, full classes, that had power cards that they would get that gave them awesome anime Wuxia style abilities, like, say, leap into the air and come down with your greatsword and make a big like earthquake when you hit the ground. And all of the classes, there was like a paladin like one called the Zealot or the Crusader or something. All of them had big badass moments and abilities that would make them as interesting to play as a spellcaster. And so they did get to do big area of effect things, like the Sword Sage was kind of it's kind of like a wizardy wizard's the bad parallel, but they would use like a rapier or a single longsword, and they had things where like they could dash between 5 enemies and hit each of them once.
Oh,
Right?
yeah.
Really cool stuff like that. Really neat. That was all using a power system not unlike what 4th edition used for all character classes.
Interesting. I
Yeah,
wasn't
it was
aware.
it. Yeah,
That's super cool. From how you describe these attacks, that sounds exactly like the system that I like to run in my game.
yeah. It's got some weirdness to it as well. Like it's almost deck building. You
Yeah.
pick a deck of powers, and then I believe the Crusader would get random ones every turn
Oh, that's
that they
weird.
get to pick from because it's their flashes of divine inspiration. And
Okay.
yeah, it was really weird. And some of them could only be used once per day. Some of them you
Oh.
had to rest to get back, so that it was the precursor to at will, encounter power, and daily power, which were used in
Interesting.
4th.
Okay.
And 4th edition had every class having the same amount
Yeah.
of interesting decisions that they could make on their turn.
Yeah, that's the thing, because we're proponents of 4E just because it's more of just a pushback against the meme, right?
Sure.
Because everybody's like, oh, 4E's the worst, 4E's, and like most of them haven't played it, you know?
Yeah, I get it.
We haven't played it either. I think actually no, I'm sorry, Boo has, but unfortunately he's not here to speak about it. Yeah, it's just more the fact that I look at it as this is its own edition. It's not necessarily like the same way to play D&D as it was before, but that doesn't mean that it's a bad system. It still works. It still has the role-playing aspect, and because it has all of those powers and such for each of the classes, it does seem like it tries to put everything on par in the sense of effectiveness in a way.
Yeah, and it mostly succeeded, really.
I
And
bet.
I think if they had launched it as an offshoot of mainline Dungeons and Dragons and called it D&D Tactics or something,
Yes.
right?
Yeah,
Just something different.
that's the thing that a lot of people say, D&D Tactics, yeah, which I can
Yeah,
understand.
and it might have been considered a resounding success because we're actually seeing now people have come back and realized, wait, a lot of that design, mechanically speaking,
Right.
was very sound. And you get games like Lancer, which is you guys heard of Lancer?
I've heard of
Yeah.
Lancer, yes.
So it is a Gundam mech warrior
Ah,
kind
yes,
of
that one. Yep.
role-playing game that's very cool, and it bases its entire combat system on 4th edition.
Oh.
And you get the new powers, the new attacks you get as you level up are because the company you're working for gives you access to more mechs and more parts. And it's
Oh.
super cool. And it's a great use of a tactical positioning based structure that 4th edition had. Perfect for, getting your mechs and fighting other robots and stuff.
Very cool. I didn't actually know that. That's sick.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Fernando Lofranco. I see you. You are new. Always so happy that these past years, 4E's reputation have kind of rebalanced, and a lot more people are rediscovering what it is trying to do. Yes. Yeah, that is the thing. Like I was saying, there's been a few videos out there that are just like, oh, 4E's just bad. And it's like, okay, yeah, we'll just make that a blanket statement, because most of the arguments that we see are, it's bad for role-playing. And it's like, no. I don't, how, what?
All right,
It makes
to
no
say
sense.
something controversial, most editions of D&D, 4E, 5E3, whatever, actually have not placed a significant emphasis on role playing.
Well, so
from a mechanics standpoint,
from mechanics standpoint, sure, I understand that, but from my point of view, at least, it seems that for each of the books, you don't need a lot. for a role play system. Like it's the skills and such are there. You've got your skill tests and such. But really, role play to me doesn't require too many dice rolls, at least from what I've experienced and what seems to be necessary for how things play out. You know, you have your, oh, I'm making my argument, so persuasion check, or oh, I need to, intimidate this person, intimidation check. But like besides that, I don't know, it like each of the in-depth mechanical aspect of the combat system makes sense to me, whereas the role-playing stuff has like one or two chapters to it, which you can then translate a lot of the mechanical aspects into roleplay if you just work at it a little bit and you look at it in certain ways, because every spell has its own effects that you can then utilize in different ways roleplay wise. But I don't know, it just doesn't ever seem to be a problem to me, at least just from the looking at it.
Oh
So
yeah, I definitely agree.
Something I wanted to mention earlier was one of the biggest criticisms I see about 4E is the fact that it plays like a video game. And I'm like, well, have you played a video game? Video games are cool.
They are kind of cool sometimes, yeah.
Kind of cool, yeah.
and secondly, we see Baldur's Gate 3 exists.
Yeah, now,
which near perfectly copies what 5e is like.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, is this not a video game?
Yeah. There were a number of small decisions like that in 4E where they used squares instead of feet.
Yep.
That one thing upset a lot of people.
Exactly.
They measured things in squares, which are translatable into feet.
Exactly.
But it's the fact that they didn't do it the other way first was communicating something to them they felt, right, about how it's supposed to be played.
Yeah.
The big difference with 4E was that before, if I'm a fighter and I pick up my sword and I go swing at somebody, I can describe that however I want. When I'm using a 4E power, it tells me how I'm doing that.
Sure.
And to some people, that felt more like a video game. And I get that perspective, but really, it's the same way spells work.
Yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
Pretty much the same.
I agree. Yeah, 100%.
I see a good question from Lacrimal in there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, have any other systems tried to rework the skill challenge rules from 4E? Great idea, sort of poorly executed. Specifically, I don't know. But I mean, like we're playing Vampire right now, and successes on your die for your die pools are kind of how you determine how you succeed in that game, right? And it's sort of like skill challenges every time because you just have to meet a certain DC for them. But it's not everybody. Like, you can make skill challenges of like, oh, everybody can contribute however they want to do, however many successes and all this to it, to make it so that everybody's working on something together quite easily. You can put it into a lot of things, but I don't like, it's not something that I've seen anywhere else that's called something similar, I guess, specifically.
I've got something.
Please.
Lacrimal, are you familiar with Blades in the Dark?
Oh!
The answer is always clocks. Clocks are the answer to everything. This is a running joke in one of the design discords I'm in. Like, oh, I thought I made a new system, and turns out I'm just reinventing clocks again that John Harper made 10 years ago.
I see.
So clocks are cool, and really it's a very similar structure to a skill challenge in that you are going for a number of successes before failures, but they are a visual representation of progress that can be used for any number of resolutions. So you could have a clock, and clocks are like a little pizza pie chart that you fill in slices for, right?
Yeah.
Like, okay, we need to successfully break into this building before the guards are alerted. And as you're playing, you're filling in pizza slices for breaking in, and then you do something bad, and the GM marks one pizza slice, and the guards are alerted. progress clock.
Mm-hmm.
And that visual aspect of that progress is a small change that John Harper made, but it's really big for player psychology because they could be sitting there arguing about what to do next, and you just reach across the table, fill in one more pizza pie on the guards.
True.
They're taking too long, and the player's like, "Oh shit!"
True. It is true.
Yeah, so that's I think the most interesting evolution that I've seen of like what fourth edition's successes before failures skill challenge system was.
So I'm also seeing a new face in the chat,
Yeah.
Mr. Danderscoff, if
Hello.
I'm getting that correct. Hello. A major sticking point, at least for me, is that you can work things into the narrative pretty easily, but that's not standardized across tables, which creates problems with expectations. Which I wholeheartedly agree with. I know a lot of so I teach a lot of new players D&D. And bringing new people into the hobby is something that I love to do. And also I tend to do I do my best with informing new players of, hey, this is something that I do for my table. This is not like rules as written.
Exactly.
Like for instance, I borrow the I believe it's just called dying. Yeah, dying 1, 2, 3, and 4
Yes.
from Pathfinder 2.
Pathfinder.
Of if you is it in Pathfinder 1 as well?
No, sorry. It is Pathfinder 2. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. If the fighter dies and they're dying and then they get brought up by the cleric healing them one hit point, they are considered dying 1. And the dying condition does nothing of itself except for the fact that if you like go down again and you get brought up, you are then dying 2, and a long rest must happen for you to go from dying 2 to dying 1, and then another long rest from dying 1 to not at all. But if you ever hit dying 4, you are instantly dead.
Yes.
And that's something that I like to borrow into my 5e games because it prevents people like just face tanking damage. It's a problem that Peter brought up with people
points.
are just as effective at like 3 hit points as they are at 300.
Yes.
Yeah.
And where I'm going with this is that a lot of players that I've had dealings with in the past are like, oh, I like how I like how 5e plays. I like this, I like that, and then they mention something that I uniquely do. And I say, hey, and I correct them, but it brings up the issues of people will accredit the successes or failures of their table to the system as a whole.
It is true.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. And Danderscoff, so cool that you're in here. He's a designer and moderator of a Discord I'm in.
Oh, sick.
Cool.
Wow.
Yeah,
Hey.
he's awesome.
Whoa.
Yeah, his quote reminded me of something Brendan Lee Mulligan, hallowed be his name, said.
Our Lord and Savior.
He said something like, I'm going to badly paraphrase here. He said, I don't need rules to tell me how to role play with my friends and how to create a fun scene.
Yes.
I need rules to tell me how to run a combat situation because I don't know how to do that otherwise.
Yes, agreed.
Right? So, and so games like D&D, it gives you a lot of structure for that combat, and it gives an attempt at balance to that combat, and then it lets you kind of run wild with the narrative part, and that's fine. But it, like you were saying, Captain, that results in wildly different experiences table to table.
Yes.
I play with some guys who have been playing Dungeons and Dragons since it was released in the 70s, and they're awesome. And we will sometimes play, like when one of them runs the game, we'll be playing 5th edition or 5.5, but it'll be run like it's AD&D. Like it will be a grind through the dungeon of just harrowing fight after fight. We're getting run down over time. What's the story behind this room? Doesn't matter. There are zombies in it. We need to clear it, to get to the next level. Yeah. And so you can do a lot with that legacy knowledge of D&D, but that creates a different table experience because this is going to be a controversial thing I'm going to say here.
Oh.
Nobody really plays Dungeons and Dragons as the rules are written in any given book.
Oh yeah. Oh, 100%.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Right? They're
Right.
playing the previous edition's version mixed with the current one for people like me
Mhm.
who've been playing it since I came in at 3rd edition when it was new.
Mhm.
You know, the changes along the way, they get messier. So none of the designs of D&D on their own really exist outside of that zeitgeist, outside of that cultural knowledge of how it works.
Mm.
It's like people say, oh, you know, about hit points, for example, oh, they work so well.
Mhm.
But I'd argue that if somebody came to you pitching hit points and they didn't exist previously, they would say it's not all that interesting, right? But they have this cultural legacy and familiarity to it that really helps.
Yeah, it's
And like with the roleplay
oh,
aspect, yeah.
I was gonna say it's very much a very easy to digest system that you can just implement onto something. Hit points, so
Yeah.
it makes sense why it's endured for so long. But something that I do want to say about the having expectations at different tables is varied and all of that. It's something that we stress a lot when we talk on the show here, is that communication is very important. It's something that can really set people straight with their expectations, because what you should I honestly hope that people are doing, but should be doing, is making sure that these expectations are put forth before you've started playing, whether it be in a session 0, whether it be just to the players in general when you're talking to them, when you want to create a game together. You go, hey, I'm going to be running this. This is what I'm going to be doing a little bit here. This might be a bit different than what's in the rules, or I might add this in. Or while you're still playing and everything, a few sessions in, you might go, hey guys, what do you think about adding this in? I think it might be cool, but what do you guys all think? Like, we really want there to be more of this communication. That way everybody understands what's going on and what's different, and that it's not necessarily going to be the same at every table, as Aiden was saying. It is a unique experience here. Sometimes, I mean, it might be similar to other things, you never know, but it's just something that you really want to say. Make sure that you've got it in their heads.
Proactive communication. Who would have thought? It solves so many problems in life.
Exactly. Which is
communication has also been a big focus on our show.
Yeah, which it's why I think that the mechanical situation of narrative is not as much of an issue. At least that's why I don't find it as much of an issue, because I set that expectation for myself that I'm going to roll with it, because it's not necessarily going to be the same. / somebody's probably going to say something, and if they don't, I'm going to ask questions.
Yeah.
Fernando LaFranco, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, forgive me if not, mentions similar experience. When I started playing D&D, I didn't know what editions were. I thought they were errata, so my first table was playing a bastard mix of 3.5 and 4e.
Hell yeah.
Piggybacking off of that, that's something that I've noticed in my own DMing style is I play 5e, but I will always and forever be a 3.5 kid.
Same.
And any edition that I play, like, even if I go out of my way to avoid like the rules of 3.5, the mentality of 3.5 has, I think, implanted itself as to like, oh, this is how to tackle RPGs as a DM. It should feel sort of like this. So I think any additions that I DM in the future will invariably have some of that 3.5 touch to them.
Yeah, 3.5 is great. Most of my collection was probably 3.5. All my money from working at Blockbuster Video, I'd use to go buy my D&D books back then.
Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I need to up my collection, because I only have, like 6 books in total, but I want them all.
I didn't realize it was amateur hour.
I know. I have more PDFs than books for this, but I do love the books themselves.
I remember when I first started like actively collecting D&D books at the local hobby shop. how pissed off I was that the 3.5 books were more expensive than the 5 ebooks.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Azure GM. You joined our Discord recently. Good to see you. I worked at a Blockbuster in Houston, one of the few that rented laser discs. Nice.
Oh, big money Blockbuster video out there then.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I I also I do want to say that I did look at your argument for physical versus digital products as well.
Yes.
Because I saw that as well when I was looking through your stuff, and I went, huh. Because I'm also of that opinion. I like the physical books. They feel good. I like moving the pages. I like looking through them. I put many bookmarks in my books, and it means something to me to have this, in front of me. And like you were saying before, there is that sentimental value because I still have my two books that are mine and Aiden's first DM gave me.
Oh, that's awesome.
Which are the special edition, the special edition books for the Player's Handbook and the Dungeon Master's Guide for 3.5. They're all nice and they're so good. And it just makes me remember when we started playing and everything, and it's always going to be like a nice thing, really.
Yeah, I have my 3rd edition copy from 24 years ago.
Yeah,
my first D&D book, and it's coming to pieces, which is funny. And some of the guys I play with, they actually still have their original box sets of D&D when it was new, when it came out. Like, that's just so cool. What a time capsule.
Yeah,
it's
really.
a lot of fun.
Oh, it's great stuff.
I mean, I have PDF copies of most books if I can as a backup and a way to search. But yeah, I bring a book. I bring my copy of the Player's Handbook to the game whenever I go to play D&D. You know, I like to have it there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like holding a tome. Yes.
Yeah.
Like I bring both my physical edition, but I also will make sure that I have a PDF on my laptop of in case someone else at the table is curious about a ruling or a facet of their class, I can say, "Oh, here's a book."
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely. And I'm very much a technology person. I'm a professional software developer in my day job. So
nice.
I'm very much, a technology person,
but
for me, the tabletop games are a way to get to escape that, right?
That is
fun. Exactly. It's a way to unplug.
Yeah,
that's
because otherwise I am just glued in front of one computer screen or another all day.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah. Don't worry, Alejo, your Steam collection can make up for your 3.5 collection. Yeah, if I sold my Steam account right now, I'd be able to buy all of the books for sure. It's too bad Boo's missing. Yes. I agree.
Muto2525, another face.
Hello, you're new.
Hello.
I always leave note cards in my books. I will often pull a book off the shelf and find old notes on old campaigns, and it sparks a memory or gives me new ideas.
Hell yeah.
Oh, that's great. I occasionally uncover cringe-worthy early things I've written from 15 years ago in those books. Muto, I just met Muto earlier today. Muto is also an indie designer.
Oh, cool.
Muto is super cool.
Hell yeah.
I'm not here to plug other designers necessarily, but Muto is working on a super cool game that he was just starting to show off called Peasantry.
Ooh.
It is hilarious. I'm a huge fan. I just found it today. I'm a huge fan of this.
Plug away. It's fine.
Peasantry. It's super cool.
More than free.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Muto's RPG. It's called Peasantry. It's in development right now. It's hilarious. It is a humorous RPG meant for more one shots rather than long form campaigns.
Okay.
Where the players are filthy peasants.
Love it.
Yeah. I'm super sold on this game.
Okay. Hell yeah.
Would you happen to know where I could access that? Because I'm curious about it.
Yeah, I think it's peasantryttrpg.com, I want to say. I'm doing this off memory here.
Is the currency turnips?
And
God, I hope so. That'd be so funny.
No, you have shillings, you'll have 2 shillings or something in your pocket or something hilarious. It's great.
That's great. That's really good.
Yeah. peasantryttrpg.com. I have found it.
All right.
Very
cool.
good. There you go. Chicken battering value. Nice. As a proponent of technology, I'll say digital assets can really aid the gameplay process. It's really hard to build accessibility features or helpful automation into printed text. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's the thing. Even in your video, you were talking about the fact that we have all these PDFs and such, and all these accessibility features for people that might need them, as well as just in general, they are incredibly useful. Like there's no understating that we are in a great age of accessibility. So I'm not saying, oh, only books. No, of course not. It's just the feel of a book, right? It's just, that's what I really like. I hope that we never run out of the ability to have these things printed. That's all. Because if they only went digital, it would raise their profit margins to the skies, obviously. But I like being able to flip through a book. It's nice.
Yeah. They can pry my collection from my cold dead hands.
Exactly.
But yeah, absolutely. Anybody who's using a digital tool to increase their ability to play the game and enjoy it, more power to them.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah. I enjoy seeing books on my shelf.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoy feeling smart when I see a packed bookshelf and knowing that people, when they come over to play D&D, will go, "Oh, he's got a lot of TTRPG books on his shelf. He must know what he's talking about." But I don't.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing.
Because even though I have all of the books up there as a red herring on my laptop, I'm hitting Control F.
That's great.
Exactly. Whenever we're playing Vampire, I'm flipping to the index so that I can look for a specific keyword if I need to find a specific rule. I'm just like, oh yeah. Hang on, give me a second. It's right here.
So many RPG books have an unusable index or glossary. It's so frustrating.
Oh yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, like I played a lengthy Modifius 2D20 game. It was the Octoon Cthulhu setting, which is super cool. It's World War II, and you're fighting Nazis, but also those Nazis have like Lovecraftian horrors that they're working with.
Yes.
Super fun game from a story standpoint, but the rule book was so hard to use. I could never find anything in it.
Oh.
It was so bad. Yeah.
What a shame, because that sounds like a really fun setting.
Yeah, it is a rad setting, and I think the setting would be better served maybe with a different system. I'm not trying to dunk on Modifius 2D20 games. There's a bunch of them. They have a Conan game. They've got a bunch. It's just not my jam. I think it's complicated in the wrong spots.
Okay.
Maybe is the way I'll put it.
Interesting. Control F has to be my favorite accessibility feature in the digital age. Yes, absolutely right, Hunter. Absolutely.
Right, Hunter. Hello, another mod, another designer in mod.
Hell yeah.
Hey.
All right. Well, I guess we should probably move into at least watching one of these videos at some point. Yeah.
Sure.
Obviously, we can talk about whatever as it comes up, / if you just get a random thought, right? As we've done. But today, for our videos tonight, we have two that are titled, the first one being this one in the watch together right now. We've got Dungeons and Dragons is Officially Dead by Clownfish TV. I don't know if you guys knew this, but apparently it's over. We did it. It's done. I guess. So I'm interested in what we have here. This came out a couple of weeks ago. And I have no idea what they're talking about, really.
So the timing of it makes me think it's related to 5.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that image is from 5.5. That's the gnomes in the rulebook.
Okay.
Oh, yes, it is.
I've got my copy right next to my desk.
Gotcha. Actually, I did want to ask you, since you have played a bit of 5.5, and we haven't, or at least I haven't. I don't know, actually, Aiden, have you?
I have not.
Okay. But would you agree with the assertion that the design of it seems to be focused more so towards teamwork and tactics rather than what it used to be.
I will say that it has not substantively changed 5th edition's relationship to tactics.
Really?
Not substantively.
Like, even with how rogues have their what is it called? It's the thing that you can do in place of some damage die of a sneak attack to create
Yeah,
conditions and
yeah,
such,
that's good.
as well as the weapon mastery things that allow you to do more things with your weapons that could potentially be helpful. And
So, yeah, there are definitely improvements to classes,
sure.
but the weapon masteries primarily,
Mm-hmm.
I will say, are a choose and forget sort of thing that you just now apply all the time. They're good,
Okay.
but for example, my barbarian has long sword mastery, which gives him the sap
Yeah.
ability, which makes the enemy's next attack have disadvantage. But it's just whenever I hit somebody with it. And that doesn't actually mean I'm making an interesting decision there. That's just the best thing I could grab from my available masteries.
Oh.
So, and the rogue can now apply a handful of status effects.
Yeah.
That's great. But because of the nature of the combat, that is still useful, but it still plays just like D&D plays. Fifth
Okay.
edition, that is.
Yeah. Yeah.
It and that's not saying that they didn't improve it. I do think it's an improvement to the core combat gameplay overall. Overall, this is an improvement.
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't feel like I'm playing a new edition. Just like going from 3rd edition to 3.5
Mm-hmm.
didn't feel like the core gameplay flow was substantively different.
Interesting. Okay.
That's my stance on that. Now, you know, the wizards and the spellcasters are still doing way more flashy things than the
Yeah.
marshals. The marshals are better now
Mm-hmm.
than they were before. It's an improvement.
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't, yeah, it didn't, I think, dramatically affect the core gameplay experience. It's just better, but not dramatically so.
Okay. All right. I mean, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
If I may ask,
Mm.
Paladin is a class that lies particularly close to my heart. It's like by far my favorite class. Um, have you noticed or had the chance to see any Paladin like changes and like how that affects their gameplay?
I've read the whole book at this point. I have not seen a paladin in play because I'm playing in a Dark Sun setting, and so there's no divine
Ooh.
magic,
Yeah. Yeah.
and it's
Yeah.
apocalyptic, and it's great.
Okay.
But okay, the paladin is an example of a character class becoming significantly more balanced
True.
and streamlined, but not necessarily becoming any more interesting.
Okay.
That's how I would phrase it. There's a number that it's my main actual criticism of 5.5 is that it is a more balanced overall experience, but they have also removed things that were interesting. So more
Yeah.
balanced, but less interesting in many corners of the
Mm,
game.
I think they have removed some stuff that was interesting, but they've added also some interesting stuff like in its place.
Yeah.
Like there was last week Alejo and I looked at the new spells
Yes.
and there was one cantrip in particular, elementalism I think it was
Mm-hmm.
called,
Mm-hmm.
that I was particularly impressed by and I thought would add a lot more flavor into the role play of how like say a druid might be played.
Mm-hmm.
Um uh I do definitely think there is like some of the like cheesier stuff is gone, like with the paladin's changes to smite being at the forefront, and it now requiring a bonus action. Um uh but yeah, no, it definitely seems to have been a change that was made of balance was a priority
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
over like anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's true.
and I can respect that decision, right? They're trying to make it more balanced. But you know, as I was kind of talking about earlier about having interesting decision trees,
Yeah.
Mm,
for example, sharpshooter and great weapon master, obviously kind of overpowered feats from fifth edition,
Yes.
right? They're
Yeah.
just so good. But at least what they offered was a little risk reward maybe.
Yeah,
You know,
it's
you
true.
get to it's a feat you can pick up that then you get to choose to utilize. It gives you a new thing
Yeah.
to do on your turn. And now Great Weapon Master, it just gives you a flat damage boost. You still get the extra
Oh.
attack like the cleave. So it's just your, like, I think it's proficiency bonus, extra damage when using a heavy weapon.
Oh.
It's more, that is more, much more mechanically balanced. Much more mechanically balanced than the -5 +10. It's just less interesting, you know? And I
Huh.
don't know if that's necessarily the right decision to make it less interesting to that degree, like so much less interesting. Same thing with sharpshooter. You no longer can take an accuracy penalty for additional damage.
Hmm.
It just provides no penalties on. Really, it actually just removes penalties. Cover, partial cover, concealment, range. They don't really affect you.
Oh.
So it didn't make you do anything more interesting. It just removes the baseline penalties for ranged combat.
Weird.
So more balanced. A little less interesting though.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
we're big fans of risk versus reward.
Yeah.
We're big fans of it. So
Yeah. So they've removed a lot of that. Now,
damn.
fully accepting that those two feats are very powerful,
Right,
right?
yeah.
Especially when you start stacking sharpshooter with archery fighting style to mitigate the
Sure.
penalty,
Yeah.
and then you get advantage, et cetera. But I mean, it's not like, I don't know, the fighters and rogues were asking their god to move a mountain for them like a
Yeah.
cleric can start doing at level 10, you know? Is it really that much that much of an issue that they were out damaging like a wizard or something? I don't know. Was it really that big a
Yeah.
deal? So there's a number of small decisions like that. But
Okay.
overall, I will brand this an improvement, I would say.
Okay.
But I haven't played very many sessions of it yet.
Okay. Well, it's more than us, so it's good to have somebody who's informed. We
Yeah,
just talk a lot about it, really.
yeah, I'm a big fan of, in general, like looking at what the book actually says, because kind of like we were saying earlier, like there's so much legacy and assumption and difference in tables, but at the end of the day, I like to read the verbiage of the exact rules and see what
Yeah.
the game system is attempting to do.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. All right. Well, then I guess it's time. Let's RIP Dungeons and Dragons. I guess
I got to throw my book out.
yeah.
Right?
Obviously
bad.
pause if you have anything to say. And we'll get started here.
R.I.P. 5e.
Okay.
You were mid while you lasted.
Mhm.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
And we're going to talk about Hasbro and Dungeons and Dragons, and we're going to talk about what hypocrites Hasbro are. Because remember last year there were multiple debacles around everything D&D these days, but there were multiple debacles around the use of AI in Magic the Gathering cards and marketing materials for it in the actual source books for Dungeons and Dragons. And they would always say, oh, no, guys, we didn't use any AI art. No, we believe in the power of art.
Oh, is this really what the whole... I hope this isn't the only point that we have so far, because it's just... Like, yeah, it was not a great look to utilize AI and then just completely deny it when it was obvious when you looked at it. For a lot of the things that were actually AI usage, when it made everybody so stir crazy that they started harassing actual artists who worked on things and who had to post actual line art and stuff that they had made just to defend themselves. That wasn't great. But I remember the Magic the Gathering had that AI art, what is it? It was like a display shelf of cards, and you could see as you looked at the background and such, it was bleeding into itself, and like the AI didn't understand where knobs were, and the whole like backdrop just seemed weird and off. So that was a clear AI usage. And then I think it was the Giants, I think they had art that was AI used only, and then they just kind of traced it or something. And then they denied it for a long time until it was proven. And then they were like, yep, all right. So that was a whole thing, but I wouldn't count that towards anything about D&D being dead. Just people being lazy, I guess.
Mm-hmm. I will wait till I hear more of what they're saying here.
Yeah.
The power of feelings and magic and friendship, everybody, honest. And then they get busted. Be like, oh, I'm sorry, we won't do it again. Then they get busted again. Oh, no, that was a mistake. We didn't mean to do that. Well, now
won't happen again.
Won't happen again. Now the CEO of Hasbro, Mr. Cox, says that no, we're just, you know what? I'm tired.
Call him Dick.
What's
I
that?
just call him Dick. Anyway, go ahead.
That would be the most awesome name ever. I'm Dick Cox.
No, I'm just going to call him Dick instead of Cox. Go ahead, continue.
Balls is my middle name. So anyway, yeah, he's flat out saying, yeah, we're just going to use a bunch of AI and there's not a damn thing anybody can do about it, except not buy their books. But I'm going to be honest, I don't think they're going to be selling books for much longer. I think this is end stage Dungeons and Dragons. I think this is the end of it as a tabletop game and the beginning of it as an AI mobile app.
So, oh, sorry, I should probably let whoever paused it.
Yeah, I paused it. Go for it. You have a thought.
Yeah. So that is an interesting thought of books stopping being published. It's something I had never seriously considered before, but now that I'm thinking about it, if say if online PDF sales make up, I'm just going to make up an arbitrary number and say 50% of sales.
True.
Hasbro and WotC loses next to no, or they lose nothing for material costs.
Right.
For the PDF.
Exactly.
But they will lose material costs for the books. And if ever PDF sales rise above a certain critical percentage of sales, I could see WotC just transitioning over to fully PDF sales because books were no longer as profitable.
Yeah.
I don't think we're there yet.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I don't know. It's like if they're going to use AI art, it's the problem that I have with it is the utilization of things depending on how they are programmed, how they are fed images, and if those images are given the permission to be used for the actual algorithms and everything, right? Like it's a question of how, I guess, not necessarily ethical is the word, but the spirit of it. They're going to be utilizing that to make art. If that's how they want to do it, that's fine. I don't care too much, though we are gonna, hopefully just see better usages of it, I hope. But if we're going towards only PDFs, it's going to be only on D&D Beyond, right? Because they're making D&D Beyond be their be-all end-all for having the virtual tabletop, if I remember correctly. That's going to be integrated with it. It's the only place that you can get official PDFs and actually buy them, because they never put them anywhere else, because obviously they want to keep them there and keep you subscribed to D&D Beyond. So
they want recurring revenue.
Exactly.
So, I bought one copy of 3rd edition's Player's Handbook 24 years ago.
Right.
I have not bought another copy of that book.
Exactly.
Right? So they've made no secret in wanting to drive users to D&D Beyond, which is a subscription service, to have that revenue long term.
If I can equate it to the video game market and how every single company is trying their hardest to make a live service game that works, right?
Yeah, all of them are a success, right?
Exactly, right? The only one that's actually a success are the ones, I suppose, are what's it called? Warzone, Call of Duty Warzone, and Fortnite, and Apex, I think, is still pretty successful at this point.
I've not heard much rumbling from the Apex community. Like, I'm still in the Apex community.
Okay.
God help me, I don't play it. But I still keep tabs on it.
Right.
And I've not heard much recently.
So,
Path of Exile from Grinding
yes,
Gear Games,
that's the other
and
one.
Warframe from Digital Extremes
Yes.
are also live service that are massively successful.
But
I just want to say how delighted I am that no one has mentioned Destiny because of how hard Destiny
that crumbled so fast.
I mean, you want to talk
God.
about boring attrition combat? I found Destiny's gunplay.
Yes.
I don't want to shoot 3 clips into an enemy to kill it.
Yeah.
I just
you
don't
want to
find that
stand
exciting.
behind cover and plink at the boss.
Exactly.
It's not. If I'm gonna use a firearm in a game, I don't want it to feel like that. That's just so uninteresting. Like, I played WoW for years, and that's what WoW's like. You just smack the hitbox of the enemy endlessly. And sure, Destiny's pretty, right? You know, it's cool, but man, it doesn't even feel like I'm shooting a gun at that point. I'm just throwing numbers at the enemy.
Exactly. So they've been doing that for years now, is trying to get their live service game, all of the really good or really successful live service games out there, but they don't make them well. And the ones that have succeeded so far are like free to play at the base. You don't have to subscribe to play it, really. It's just the battle pass in the shops, really. But other things are trying to get there, subscribe and you can play this for whatever and do it. WoW has been hugely successful for that, for sure. So I can see Wizards of the Coast trying to do that for D&D Beyond and eventually getting to that point of actually having it work. But at this point, I don't know how feasible that is because of everything that they've done. Now it's been a hot minute, right, since we had our OGL versus Orc happening, but that made a big impact. But people seem to, after it was, pretty popular, it seemed to have quieted down, and it seems like people went, okay, let's just keep going again. And especially with how 5.5 has come out, it seems like people have completely forgotten about a lot of the stuff that's gone on with WotC and Hasbro. So yeah, I don't see it happening anytime soon, at least.
And on the subject of AI use, the headline there, Hasbro CEO says all his mates are using AI for their D&D games. I mean, if you're playing D&D with your friends, you can't go and commission excellent art for free from artists for your game to make 100 NPCs.
Exactly.
You can, I don't know, $10 for Midjourney or something and just whip out a bunch of generic AI generated portraits that are better than the stick figures you may otherwise draw.
Exactly.
Sure, that's totally fine. Selling that, though,
that's where the
a little
issue
bit weird.
is. Yeah,
exactly. I don't need Hasbro to sell me something that I could make for free effectively using one of these AI tools at home.
Also true. Yes, very true.
Yeah, because I have to work with AI. Like, I have to stay abreast of this for work.
Of course.
I have to fight against its integration into businesses because people get very excited about the promise of AI and don't realize really what it actually can do and cannot do. And, it's a battle.
It's being used as a catch-all when it's a specific tool, really.
And AI art, specifically AI art. AI art is highly homogeneous. Some people can tell it pretty quickly if it's unmodified.
Yes.
And the great thing about role-playing game books and all this is just the art. Like, I'm all about seeing cool, varied art. And it used to be in prior editions, specifically 3 and 3.5, that they actually brought in a wide variety of art styles into that one book.
Yes, they did.
Rather, right now, it's a more homogeneous and consistent art style, especially in 5.5. And sure, that makes it look more cohesive, but I kind of miss the hodgepodge and all the different styles and artists, and I think that was cool.
Yeah.
And I do have suspicions about some of the art in 5.5 as being partially AI generated. I have suspicions.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
There are some pieces that are beautiful and clearly drawn by a human. And then there are some that I'm not so sure about. And for those of you who have a copy at home, the backgrounds in the backgrounds chapter, the little environment art that they have for each background, some of that does not scream a human hand to me.
Interesting. Okay.
No proof. My tinfoil hat off here.
Yeah.
But,
It's just an assumption. It's not. We make no claims. Thank you.
Yeah. There was some artwork I noticed. I'll have to like parse through and see if I can find it. But it did strike me as sus too. But it was not in the background section. It was way after that. I'll see if I can find it.
Okay.
Yeah, it is a pretty book, right? And there is a lot. I definitely wouldn't say most of the art is AI generated. Maybe there's just a couple things that the artist used to create a background and then layered on top of it or
Right.
something.
Exactly.
But yeah, its lack of stylistic variety is a little dissatisfying to me, just like as a preference.
Yeah,
I like,
I get that.
it doesn't. It's safe. It's a very safe art.
Yes,
style.
it is. And it really fits. Unfortunately, it fits the vibe of 5. You know.
Yeah.
Which it's again nothing against it, because a lot of like we were looking at some art because Aiden was sending pictures and stuff the last time we were doing this, and I put them up and they look good. Like it looks good. But yeah, it's all very much similar. Because it's
it matches actually
style.
the Magic the Gathering art of late, maybe with the exception of the most recent set, Duskborn, because it's going for a 1980s horror movie vibe.
Yeah.
But as you can see by my icon, I like Westerns, and they released a Weird West kind of fantasy Western set a while ago, not that long ago, called Thunder Junction.
Cool.
And it actually had the same artistic aesthetic as any other set. They just kind of slapped a cowboy hat on stuff.
Oh.
And it's not to say that that's AI generated, though some of the backgrounds and some of them I was a little suspicious of. But it lacked individual character. I mean, it's a Western,
Yeah,
I lean into that maybe, rather than just these vignettes could be on any of the plains. If you just replace the cactus with trees and take off the cowboy hat, like that doesn't make a Western. Just big cacti and a cowboy hat. It's not what a Western is. Sure, you could put a train in it, but it's more than that.
Yeah, no, I get you 100%.
As I play with my model train or something here, it's more than this, okay?
But yeah, I don't know. It's AI art has always had this big issue attached to it in anything that it's put into, just because of the ethics of it and such, of how it's been created and everything. But it only the only times where I see that being a big problem is when it's sold, right?
100% agreed.
But
I've used AI art in my home D&D games because I can't draw.
Exactly. Like we this came up actually in our Discord a while back, and I talked about it there. It's just literally the creation of these tools, and then just selling that art is just not great sometimes because of how they get all of these things for no, like they just take all of this art that wasn't necessarily intended for them to be used that way, might be completely restricted because somebody had it, out there for somebody else to use only. Right. They license it for that person. Like our stuff that we have right now, I commissioned, and it was drawn for us. And if that was taken and just used, I'd be like, oh, well, I actually, like, I own the license to this stuff. What? No. Like that's not something that I want to be put out there right now.
100% agreed. Like I'll, generally speaking, never buy a tabletop game that's art is AI generated. That's just not what I pursue the hobby for. And for those who would buy my game when I'm actually going to ask people for money for it someday, I would never put any AI art in that myself, right? Though I've generated AI art at home for a home game, sure, but I'm just paying artists straight out of pocket right now because it's just worth it. It's worth every penny.
Yeah, 100%. It's plus that style that you can get, because the AI art doesn't necessarily evoke the same styles that you want, right?
Oh, absolutely. And I don't want to rant too much about how great artists are.
Oh, you should. You absolutely should. Yes.
I'll rant a little bit.
Please.
Okay, so I am working with an incredibly talented artist right now for a large percentage of the artwork that I'm commissioning, and he had a bunch of experience with horror art already, right? Which is great because my game is action horror.
Yes.
And so I reached out to him and I worked with him on a number of commissions. And what he's able to do as a real human artist with his own creative imagination is take a description I give him of a monster, let's say,
Yeah.
and then run with that and add interesting details that I wouldn't have thought of.
Yeah.
Or take a loose concept that I have, then I can talk to him and he can make something truly horrific from that, right?
Hell
he can
yeah.
run with it in a way that an AI really can't. There's just no way. It can just kind of shake it just kind of shakes a cocktail mixer of images
Yes.
and then spits it out several times. And sure, you can iterate on that and maybe get something decent, but it'll never think. What's a good example? There's a creature in my game. It's a big undead cybernetic monster called a blood oiler. Very cool stuff. I'll post the gruesome art for it in your chat later.
Okay.
In
Yeah.
Discord.
Absolutely.
But so it's this big thing. It's called a blood oiler. It's a big cybernetic zombie, let's just say for now.
Sure.
And the artist had the idea to make its armor plating look like oil drums.
Ooh.
And I thought, oh, what a cool idea.
Yeah.
Because it's dripping with all of this this oil, and so the plating on it looks like it's pieces of oil drums. And I thought that's why you go to an artist, right?
Can't hear anything.
What a genius detail.
Yeah. But this isn't to say that in the future, it's just like, again, it's a good tool and everything, but in the future it could get to the point where it's useful and we can do it in a way that isn't going to be stealing art from artists and such. Like, there are certainly some that have probably been made that have complete permission for all the art that it uses and everything, and then it's like, oh, okay, yeah, this is fine, like, it's just, we're in this weird Wild West of AI usage, which
Wild West, you say?
Yeah, yes, exactly. Yes, I didn't know you. Oh, maybe you would have caught on that. Whoa, but it is definitely something that we got to muddle through at this point, and something has to be done with it to make it so that it's definitely more of a accepted thing, I guess. It needs to. We just need work, really, with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I tossed concept art in your art appreciation in your Discord for your later enjoyment of the creature I was just describing.
Go join our Discord if you haven't yet. Everyone.
Yeah, plug in the Discord. Yeah.
But I'll put it on screen later.
Oh, cool.
Oh, that looks so fucking sick. What
right?
the fuck?
So sick.
Oh, that's so cool. Okay.
It's like the poster enemy of the game. Like, it's the one I'd want people to associate with that setting.
Hell yeah.
The Weird West setting. So it's so good.
I gotta get that up right now. It looks so sick.
Oh, okay, yeah. We'll get back to this video eventually about Dungeons and Dragons being dead.
Yeah, well, this is how I don't know if you've watched a couple
I've noticed
of our
y'all
things.
meander.
A little,
meander.
every now
I'm
and
here for
then.
it.
It's fine. Look at this.
It's a natural level of meandering.
Exactly. Nothing wrong with that. That's so sick. I
which
love
channel
that.
did you post it
Art
in?
appreciation. It's nearer to the bottom, which I should move it
I'm
up
looking
more.
to bot commands, running chat, video game chat, spot.
Creators Corner.
Yeah, there's a lot of
I mean,
channels in there.
community members. Okay.
Yeah. Creators Corner. Yep.
Poor things.
So yeah, that's a blood oiler, one of the more scary enemies that I create. I call them threats, not monsters per se, but one of the scarier threats in the game are the blood oilers.
So cool.
Yo!
Yeah.
That's exactly the reaction I want from people when they see that. Yo!
Yeah. No,
this is my main monster artist guy. He is incredible.
Yeah, no, that's great art. Absolutely.
So I just wrote like a paragraph description, and he made that basically with no other input from me.
Fuck yeah.
He absolutely ran with it.
Hell yeah. I love it.
Yeah, I'm trying to make original creatures,
Oh yeah.
I'm trying.
Absolutely.
It's hard.
I get you.
Sounds great.
I love the exhaust pipe sticking out of the back.
Right? Yeah, he had just tons of great detail, because I'm no artist. I'm not a visual person in that way. I can write all right. But so he was able to add all of these extra details to it that I just would never have been able to conjure myself.
Yeah. Very cool.
The oil dripping off the viscera. Ooh,
Right?
Ooh, good
It's so
art.
good.
It makes sense.
It's so
I
good.
like it. All right. Yeah, thank you for the link in general as well as your GM for the AI trained on its own output. That looks interesting. I'll look into that later. It's neat. People are also concerned with the environmental impact of generative AI via power consumption. That's fair as well.
Yep.
Power consumption is always going to be an issue until we figure out how to do our power better. But it's fine. Don't worry about it. All the coal that's in the air is okay, okay? It's making us all feel really good.
There should be more cool.
Anyway. All right, let's continue.
Without saying, yeah, we're just going to use a bunch of AI and there's not a damn thing anybody can do about it, except not buy their books. But I'm going to be honest, I don't think they're going to be selling books for much longer. I think this is end stage Dungeons and Dragons. I think this is the end of it as a tabletop game and the beginning of it as an AI mobile app for normies. And it's gonna be a thing. So let's talk about this before we get into it any further. Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. Guys, you get woohoo if you do.
Woohoo.
I have to give a hat tip to Graph Paper Architect who sent this over. I missed it. I've been kind of busy this week, but thank you very much. Check out his YouTube channel, by the way. Yeah, so this
weird thing to just talk about it, not link it, not put a little thing or anything, but sure. Yeah. Okay.
And I'm going to go ahead and say I take umbrage to calling people normies.
Yeah.
I think one of the greatest aspects of tabletop games are its inclusivity. Anybody can have fun playing a game of Dungeons and Dragons.
Exactly.
It's not like I've been playing Dungeons and Dragons longer than some of the people in the design discords have been alive, right, that I'm in. And that doesn't make me any more of a true fan or so, like, you know, there's not like some street cred you have to turn in to like to be able to call yourself a D&D player.
Show me your D&D license.
Right? Because really the only true fans are the ones that I get to play with every once in a while who were there from the very first game. Right,
exactly. It's
Yeah.
that
The rest of us are posers.
it's that subtle gatekeeping that we've got there. Like we've all used normies every now and then, you know, as just a term, just because it's a way to conceive an idea, right? But it used in this way, it's like, oh, it's going to be a mainstream mobile app for normies. Well, isn't D&D Beyond?
It was disparaging here.
I was going to say, isn't D&D Beyond meant to be there for anybody to get into? Isn't 5e itself meant to be there for anybody to get into from the ground up? Like. Yeah. Yes, it was.
It's not using it in good. It didn't seem like it was making that statement in good fun.
No, exactly. Right? The previous edition,
like it was be a bad thing if normies played the game. I don't know. That's a little. I mean, I get it. You know, they got to be sensationalist a little bit because you know it's YouTube, but I don't have to like it.
I was gonna say, but maybe don't do that though, and so that we don't have that be the thing, right? Yeah.
Like I don't know about these guys, but I am absolutely delighted that D&D has become more mainstream and a bit more of a normie thing. It means that when I share that I like to play it, people don't side-eye me of like, fucking weird.
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
People go, "Oh, cool. I've been curious about D&D because of Stranger Things." And I say, ugh.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
You know, anybody who's getting into D&D now isn't a true fan because there were kids like me with headgear and braces and just a real train wreck, and that's what a real D&D player should be. That was
right.
Me.
That's right.
Only people like me should have fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm reading too much into that line, but it did rub me the wrong way.
Well, it's just, it speaks to that general sentiment that D&D seems to still have these people, or at least TTRPGs in general seems to still have some of these people who are like seeing themselves as just the true believers of D&D and all of this kind of stuff, in a way of like, it's not that like all of these people that are coming into the hobby are not, they're gonna dilute the experience, and it's like, well, what? I don't. How does no? You what? How are they going to do that? Like, yes, we have a vocal minority sometimes about things, but it's okay. You know, it's not like the game has been totally ruined because it's become popular. Like, it just makes it so that we have a bunch of people who want to put in, you know, different aspects to it or improve it in such ways. And hell, the next great idea might come from these people who've never played before. Like, it's just the way that a creative work is, you know?
And and I got news for like everybody. There are a lot of alternatives to D&D out there.
Exactly. Well,
amazing games.
That's the other thing.
You can find. You don't have to play D&D either.
Yeah.
I've got lots of other books.
Yeah. The best part about D&D is that it's a gateway drug to every single TTRPG that's out there. 100%.
Absolutely.
We really like to say, you know, yeah, D&D is good and fun. We don't play it so much anymore ourselves. We did our 3.55e hybrid-ish thing campaign that we finished not too long ago, but now we've moved on to Vampire, and we've played Delta Green, and we've played Call of Cthulhu,
nice.
and we have so many other game systems out. I have the Star Trek game system that I'm excited to play at some point. I have
I have Wild Sea that I'm looking forward to.
That as well. I have Eat the Reich. That's another fun game that I want to play at some point. Like, there's so many out there that D&D, once you get to the point of, well, D&D is fun and everything, but maybe I want something different. Then you go, oh, well, there's everything that you can ever think of. It's out there, you know?
Yeah, there's thirsty sword lesbians.
Yes!
That's a tabletop role-playing game.
Yes, exactly!
By Evil Hat Productions.
Evil Hat Productions!
Right, there is a game out there for everybody.
Yes, very much so.
And that's great, right?
Yeah.
That's the best thing about it.
Exactly.
All right.
Something I just wanted to say about, like, Peter, you touched on, like, they need to be, like, sensationalist and, like, on YouTube, and of course, you know, covering D&D, because that's where, like, the zeitgeist is at for TTRPGs.
Yeah, for sure.
But, like, absolutely no one is, like, forcing anyone to play D&D. Like, if D&D is becoming this product that they don't enjoy, because it's appealing to the dreaded and feared normies, you can delve further and deeper into the recesses of TTRPGs and be like, oh, let me play literally any other TTRPG.
I'm going to say one more thing about how great, in quote, normies are for a moment.
Sure.
So if you're a player like me, who has been playing for a long time, and the guys I play with, we basically have the monster manual memorized at this point, right? I mean, we've been playing these games for thousands of hours. So if I run a game for them, I have to do a bunch of customization, right? Because they'll know everything.
Oh, yeah, true.
It requires a lot of homebrew. But when I run a game for brand new people who aren't even really connected to the greater nerd culture, right? Who just don't know what all this is, you can put otherwise forgettable monsters in front of them, and they're so memorable, and they have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, it's true.
And it's great. Like, the Roper has been in the game since the very first edition. Like, and D&D players know what the Roper is. Like, they're not caught off guard. New players, though, that is a horror scene. You can turn it into the scariest scene. So anyway, they're great. They come in fresh. They don't know the ending to the movie.
It's true.
They're caught off guard by the monsters. It's great.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Or oh, sorry. Hold on. I think I forgot what the Roper is. I was thinking Cave Leech.
No, the Roper is. I am like one of 5 people in the world whose favorite creature in the Monster Manual is the Roper.
Nice. Hell yeah.
Yes. Yeah, these guys.
Yeah.
When used right, it is the creepiest, coolest monster. But it doesn't work in a traditional D&D fight. It has to be constructed like a horror movie.
Yeah, true.
You know, they see a dead goblin in the cave, but then something drags it out of the shadows, and like, the heck was that? And then they see a glimpse of the creature, right, the Roper, go round a corner and outside of their torchlight, and they enter the giant cave trying to track it down, and it's full of stalactites and stalagmites.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the tentacles start coming out of nowhere and start grabbing people and pulling them off into the shadows.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's a creature right there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Roper's so cool for sure.
Yeah, so cool.
For sure.
Yeah, and new players have no idea what that is.
Yeah.
And they're totally surprised by it.
By the way, Peter, I wanted to mention this earlier, but you said like you took umbrage with people using the term normies. And I was like, that's really weird because as far as I knew, that word's only definition was like shadowy. Turns out that is the archaic definition.
Oh, you only know the archaic one. I see.
Yes, to take umbrage with something rather than umbrel, which would be
Yes.
referring to shadows,
Exactly.
or an umbra. Yeah. Mhm.
I
know
knew
what you're talking about.
umbrage. It's weird that I learned about the word umbrage when Harry Potter came around
Yeah.
with
The evil teacher.
yeah,
right?
her.
Yeah.
And then I looked like it was like I was looking up the name at one point, and then it just went, "Oh, do you mean this with the definition?" And I went, "Oh, weird." Anyway,
The characters in the Harry Potter books are their names are on the nose.
yes, yes,
Purposefully, it's ostensibly a kid's book.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why the story is a little at
Yeah,
times.
so we don't need to dig into
Yeah, we don't need to.
That's a whole thing. That's a whole thing.
I found it posted actually on Reddit, and do not go out to this subreddit. Do not harass these people. But
that's
it's
good, at
exactly what you would expect.
I mean, I'm looking
Socialist gamers.
I'm looking at this piece of art and I'm like, yeah.
I mean, this is the most. This whole juxtaposition is the most current year modern audience thing ever. Subreddit Socialist Gaming, a place for socialist gamers, a safe space for any and all anti-capitalists who want to discuss games in an environment free of toxic right-wing attitudes.
Right, because only people on the right believe in capitalism that they all use. Here's the thing too, that wait a second. So you're not allowed to be on there. Even if you don't identify those ways, they will self-identify. They'll identify you for you and then kick you out.
Well, there are an awful lot of anti-capitalist gamers here. There are 30,000 members.
But here's the thing, though. If that would imply that they're pro art. So is it like that button meme? Like, which one do you push? You push the button where you nuke all your socialist gamers with all because they don't want the AI art. But then you're making all your books written and the art directed towards them.
I'm
not sure what they're talking about.
I don't care about any of this.
Yeah, I'll just maybe point out that you are not engaging in capitalism if you hand money to an artist and then they give you art. That's actually not what capitalism is. But that is probably not in scope for tonight.
No, it doesn't. Like, none of this matters. We just talk about the D&D thing. I still don't understand why it's dead.
Maybe we'll get there in the remaining minutes.
How far into this video
this
are
is
we?
3 minutes into our 13-minute video.
So we're like 25% through.
Yeah.
We have seen so far 3 minutes of ad hominem.
Yup.
Yeah.
It's great. I love it.
That's the audience you claim you want, but the audience you claim you want doesn't want your shit.
They don't buy stuff, right? These are anti-capitalists.
They don't want the AI stuff.
They don't want the AI stuff, but they're also anti-capitalist. A lot of them don't have money, right? They're gonna steal shit. They're gonna torrent shit, right? So, like, this is the modern audience that all these corporations, these for-profit corporations, have been chasing.
What?
Are broke. They're not gonna.
They aren't specifically chasing broke socialists, okay?
Yeah,
like, you don't.
That's also, again, not what capitalism is.
Yeah.
A for-profit business exists outside of capitalism. It's not anyway. It has to do with the structure of that business, as in something like
socialism is no iPhone.
It goes back to the Dutch and like the East Indies Company, and that was one of the first examples of a capitalism. It involves having shareholders, etc.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's just
it is not currency exchange.
This is
that
just
is not capitalism.
Honestly, at this point, it's just let's just rant about this for a little bit because we need to get our video to over 10 minutes or something. And I don't know.
Well, and also, it does get an engagement, whether positive or negative is
true.
engagement. I get it.
It's just, I don't know. It's
Yeah,
so
I get it. I don't have to like it.
Yeah.
D&D is a very expensive hobby. Just, one source book's like 40, 50, 60 bucks. It's not cheap, but whatever. Just
thank you.
Keep chasing
Thank
that
God.
audience.
Get me to the article.
This is coming from PC Gamer. Hasbro CEO says all his mates are using AI for their D&D games, which is apparently a clear signal that we need to be embracing it.
They've tried, and then people call them out. Oh, we're not going to do it, I swear. Do it again. Get called out. We're not going to do it again, I swear. Now they're just like, fuck you. We're going to embrace it because it's cheaper.
Yep.
So far we've gotten that point twice or 3 times, I think. Good. Yes. That's 4 minutes that you've wasted of my time. Awesome. Love it.
They said that
capitalism. That Reddit subreddit's gonna lose their shit.
What happens? Well, this is why most of Reddit lost their shit, because capitalism. Because the people behind Reddit are like, hey, yeah, we can't pay our bills. We can't just give away the API anymore. So we're gonna have to start charging for that. It's like, how dare you, capitalist pigs? It's like, what the servers cost? What the bandwidth?
It's just constant.
Yeah, I'd like to engage with the Dungeons and Dragons part, please, Mr. You too. I mean, this may just be what the whole video is about.
God, no, please.
Peter, I do feel the need to apologize. Like, most videos are not
good.
like this. We typically have more thoughts to give. We don't just sit in silence.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Watch.
Yeah.
But, like, I've been watching this whole video with just a defeated look on my face.
Well,
like,
how about this?
Yeah,
how about we power
sure,
through? We'll power through. We'll see if they get to it. You
Yeah.
can set it to 1.25 speed or something.
No, I mean, well, yeah, we'll see. Here we go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
1.25 times speed might not be a bad call.
Yeah, honestly. Let's see. Playback speed. 1.25. It's a first, everybody. Here we go.
Place cost, jeez. Anyway, Wizards of the Coast. The folks who make Dungeons and Dragons and Magic have had a very public, very bumpy relationship with the use of AI and marketing materials and source books lately. We just went over that. They got busted like 3 or 4 different times in the span of like 6 months, and then they kept apologizing for it. And this is after they sent the Pinkertons to a guy's house, by the way. That hasn't stopped Hasbro CEO Chris Cox from getting very excited using AI in D&D. You can say that Chris Cox is standing at full attention when it comes to AI.
Yeah, let's just keep
Cox
going. The
casually
dick jokes.
mentioned
Love
at
it, love it, love
Goldman
it.
Sachs
It's a
conference
good look.
that inside of
Only
development
gets
we've
better the
already
more
been
you
using
use it.
AI. What? What? Before clarifying, it's mostly machine learning or proprietary stuff. Bullshit.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the thing. AI has been around for a very long time. Like, legitimately it has. It's just now that we have the AI art, that's when people are noticing it more. But machine learning has always been a thing. So it's...
And, Photoshop or any of these tools have long had AI. Well, and again, we're using AI very loosely, of course. But they've had, smart tools to help fill things in, smooth things over. I mean, that is not new.
Right, exactly. And so they're reading about the mentions that inside development we've already been using AI, and then, it's just like, well, yeah, it has been there. Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
And they're like, bullshit. It's like, no. You just need to understand that it is a broader scope than just the art. Come on.
Yeah.
It's okay. We're all right.
Bullshit. We will deploy it significantly and liberally internally as both a knowledge worker aid and as a development aid. Now, is there a...
Yeah, that seems to be what AI art would be for. Of like, hey, you print off a few like posters that were made with AI art to your employees and artists, and you say, hey, this is the sort of kind of feel we're going for.
Exactly.
Please, live artists, iterate on this.
Yes, which I would be fine with. That is okay. Yeah. As long as they aren't just tracing it, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, they're not selling the art. They're using it to assist, to allow the people who can't draw an ability to communicate an idea to an artist. Exactly. That's much more reasonable.
That's fine.
Yeah. There is a commission I'm probably going to have made when my next campaign starts up of, there's a few commissions of monsters that I've made, like a a tree spirit that's like it's a giant walking tree, but it looks kind of like a gorilla.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you showed me the thing.
Yeah, developed off of the tall boy, I think it was, in Back for Blood.
Yeah, I think so.
Or a giant golem that's made out of a really rich guy threw a ton of gold coins into a lava elemental until eventually the lava elemental was all molten gold. And I asked AI to generate images of both of those things, and I have them in a folder, and I'm like, cool, if ever I have a game, I can throw this to an artist and be like, hey, here's what I have designed, here is some art that I made with AI. I'm looking for something kind of like this. Can you do something with like actual skill?
Yeah, in your style.
Yeah, that AI can't emulate.
Yeah.
So I don't really have any issues with WotC or Hasbro doing this.
No, it's not. That's not the issue.
I'm using AI as a tool.
Yep.
Neon's image reminds me of Backyard Baseball. Not a dig, just an observation. It's a great game. True.
Yeah, there's something very Ed, and Eddie about the style. And
a little bit. I see what you're saying.
I kind of enjoy it.
Yeah, codename Kids Next Door a little bit.
Yeah.
A place for this, yes, but when you make such a big deal, and your audience makes such a big deal about how they don't want AI in their stuff, and you're going to go ahead and do it anyway, and they're basically just saying, hey, yeah, fuck you, we don't care. We don't care. We're going to use it. Now, everybody's going to be using it to some degree in business and in creative because it's embedded in everything. And it happened within like a year. Like every damn app that you use, every website that you use, it's got some form of AI. And sometimes it makes it better and sometimes it makes it significantly worse. Facebook Messenger. Oh my God, I hate the AI in Facebook Messenger. I'm actually thinking like we need to switch to something else because you look for something. It doesn't just bring you the results. Like, here's what we think you would like from the web and also shopping links. I'm like,
right, pretty much.
The bizarre line of thought, Cox, who apparently plays D&D with 30 or 40 people regularly, that is one hell of a group. People are always looking for a group, and he's
it's probably multiple different groups. So
he probably just plays at a local game store that has a lot of tables, and that's really what he's referring to. He's with a lot of people and talking.
Yeah,
to
exactly.
I mean, I go to my local game store, and there's 30 people there.
Yeah. So
I'm not like at their table, but you know, I'm around them. Yeah. The non-issue statement.
Yeah, it's just everything's gonna be highlighted at this point because they've already made their decision that this is bad. You know, true. Which is like, okay, cool.
Yeah, 30 or 40 people.
Well, that's because he's the head dick.
Yeah, he's big dick.
That's the
yeah. If
should have had a counter going.
I would have a little name tag that would say "Big Dick." Notes that there's not a single person who doesn't use AI somehow for either campaign development or character development or story ideas. That's a clear signal that we need to be embracing it because my friends are using it.
You've been. You're just trying to be like, oh look, now we have a reason. You're looking for a reason to clip onto or grab onto.
I guarantee you that the books that are coming out next year will probably generate.
In fairness, though, I could see that bit. That holds water for me.
What?
They were looking for an excuse to use AI all this.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Business people gonna business.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's absolutely a fair point.
Yeah. In credit to Clownfish TV, I absolutely do see that.
Yeah. That's I guess
I am unfamiliar maybe with YouTube in general because I actually have not been on social media much. But are they just reading this one article over 13 minutes that takes maybe 2.5 minutes to read?
I was gonna say, I mean, to be fair, we watch 10-minute videos and we take 3 hours. So
yeah. We watch 10-minute videos.
I feel like somebody who's watching this is buying into some long form discussion.
Actual analysis, maybe. I don't know.
Criticize every third word that the person says.
Yeah, that's right.
Rewatch them say the same sentence
just to make sure.
Times.
Yeah.
Like I don't feel I can complain over Clownfish TV's format too much.
What I can
it's essentially the same as ours.
Yeah, we're doing it right now.
What I can complain though is that their analysis is very surface level. Like incredibly surface level. They are not really taking into account what these statements are really saying or the the situations that they could be referring to. They're just saying, "Oh, AI was used in any way. Fuck you, man." It's like, okay, yeah, awesome.
They're not adding an interesting context or analysis of this so far, and I feel like we've been really digging in to things as we've been talking thus far in this episode.
Exactly. So like it's like it is a form of criticism, I guess, but it doesn't seem to be, again, very substantial that we've gotten so far.
In part by AI. I mean, it's so bad now that, like, in crowdfunding campaigns, I know Kickstarter, I think it's Kickstarter and BackerKit, you actually have to have an AI disclaimer. You have to specify whether or not you've used AI. Generative AI. Now, if you're just using it to, like, hey,
and which it should be the case, right? Because it is very prevalent.
Transparency is good.
Yeah, transparency is just what you should have in general, because people are more likely to trust what you're doing if you're transparent about it, right? That's just always the case, really.
Proactive communication.
Hey, but yeah, it's like, as we go on, as I've said, as we go on with this utilization of AI generated images and such, we're going to have more and more things put into place to counteract the abuse of these tools, right? Because that's when rules are put into place, is really when the abuse happens, so that we can actually have this ecosystem that benefits, and you can really call out these things that do, again, abuse it. So, not a problem.
Chat GPT, could you crunch some numbers for me? I think that's an acceptable use, because you're just crunching numbers like a calculator. But, like, trying to pass off the cover art for a source book as being hand-painted art, and it's clearly not, you need to disclaim that shit.
I agree, and also
I don't think they are, though.
They tried to the one time with the giant book, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am unfamiliar with that story.
Yeah, hang on. I'll get you. I'll find the actual thing.
Please.
Giants. Giants? There we go. 5e AI.
And while Gray's looking that up, I see Teardrop Timothy. I was going to say, I ain't here to tell people not to enjoy this kind of content. That's for sure.
Oh, of course.
Because I'm old. But, I think there is something to be said about generally approaching content positively rather than aggressively when presenting things on the internet.
I honestly, I would just say, approach things fairly only, really. It's not a question of being negative or positive, because you can say something that is still true in a negative way, and that's fine. Like, it doesn't necessarily matter to me if somebody tells me, "Oh, hey, your audio is super fucked up in this section, and it's the worst thing I've ever listened to." I'll be like, "Oh, okay," and then I'll listen to it, and it's still some valid criticism and such that I can then fix, right? But for videos and such like this, it's really just as long as you are, what's the best word? Not just fair, but not like real, but in the same sense, I guess. I can respect it if you are real to a degree about it,
Well, yeah, and it may come shocking to some listeners. Sure. The internet is full of a lot of negativity.
Yeah.
It is a very negative place.
Sure.
And I think it's great when, even if you're giving criticism, that you do so in a way that isn't negative. Like, I spend a lot of time in a big old design Discord with some of the people who are hanging out in here.
Yeah.
And they know that I provide a lot of feedback to people's designs, but I'm not in there to tell them how to make their game.
No,
I'm
of course.
Here to say, like, hey, this structure sounds like it might be a bit confusing, or you may find this will slow down initiative resolution, right? And here's maybe some other ways to consider it, right? It's actually talking to the other person like they're a human.
Yeah, it's that neutral tone, really. It's just you are talking to them and telling them some stuff, and the problem always comes into, for the internet specifically. Obviously, it's like, oh, anything that you put out there, unless you've actually said it out loud to give a tone, they'll take the tone however they're going to take it, right? You can mitigate it to a degree with the words that you use, but at the end of the day, somebody's going to take it a certain way, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
So it was Big B's Giants. That was the book itself. And they, in the first like release of the art and such, they had AI art that people could basically point out pretty easily. And then after the fact, they rolled it back and then just used different art because they were called out and people went, no, don't do that. And then they literally rolled it back. So that's as much as I got from just a cursory look. If you want to look into it deeper, Aiden, so that you're more informed about it, just look up the Big B's Giants AI art, and you'll find stuff.
Yeah, I think I'll like read a few articles. That's interesting. I hadn't known that had happened.
This was, I want to say, like 5. God, time has gone so fast this year. Like 6 or 7 months ago, maybe? I'm not sure, actually. I didn't look at the times that those were posted. I should have, but I've already closed it, and I don't care at the moment. All right.
So, this person, the writer, said, I'm not going to sit here on a throne of ethical superiority. I've never purposefully touched generative AI to run any of my groups. I've taken to Pinterest to grab 1 or 2 reference images for my games. It's the same thing. But they said the enthusiasm for AI runs countermand to the spirit of Wizards.
Wait, what's the same thing? Of taking a Pinterest image to run. No, the thing is, like, the guy's defending not using AI for any of his groups. It's like, well, you don't have to, because you aren't selling the experience, or you're not the experience. Sorry, the actual image. So that's fine. You're okay there. But what? Like, what are we? Okay.
AI art FAQ, released not too long after the above controversies, which reads, Magic and D&D have been built on the innovation, ingenuity, and hard work of talented people, middle-aged white men from the flyover states that you denigrated for the 50th anniversary of the game, who sculpt these beautiful creative games. As such, we require artists, writers, and creatives contributing to Magic and D&D to refrain from using AI generative tools to create final Magic or D&D.
Talked about before, yeah.
Yes. In fairness, this is specifically referring to AI art, but it's a far cry from Cox's seeming hunger for the stuff.
He's been trying. He's been trying to sneak it by. He just looked for a justification that he could use. So he found a really loose, stupid one. He's trying to clasp onto that.
So here is what's interesting about this, though, because you start going down this rabbit hole, and as far as the copyright with AI and all that, if anybody can generate their own game assets with AI, why do they have to buy any Hasbro products at all? Why can't they just use ChatGPT to just generate modules for them for free?
They could. The difference here is that they're not selling it.
Yeah, and it's they are lamenting at the fall, the perceived fall of a beloved franchise.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is. I think they're applying the slippery slope fallacy.
Exactly.
Because they're using generative AI now, nothing's preventing people from also using generative AI. Thus, in 5 years, the only possible sequence of events that can happen is that D&D is dead.
Yeah, exactly. Which is like, well, no, because the system is still there. It will still sell what it wants to sell for official, like, actually written things.
You can still buy 4E. No one's stopping you.
It's true. But yes, other people could go and make their own modules and stuff, but doesn't that mean that we've been doing that forever with homebrew stuff in general? It's just now we have another tool to realize that a little faster, and that hasn't brought down D&D entirely already, because if it did, the OGL would never like yes, it was put into place and people made their modules and stuff, and Pathfinder was created off of that and everything, right? We have the examples of things being iterated off of D&D, but it didn't kill it. It still hasn't, technically, but interest has severely been cut from it because they tried to get rid of it. It isn't because we can make other content. It's because of the decisions that they've been making with their own content and policing it and such.
Alejo, you're ignoring though the slippery slope fallacy says that like that argument that you just made, that we don't do that here.
Oh,
because AI art can't or AI can be used to generate 5e stuff.
Yeah.
Hasbro is now dead.
Oh, right. Sorry, I completely missed that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Never mind the fact that nothing is stopping Hasbro and WotC from developing stuff in the future still, which can be cool.
Yeah.
And would ostensibly sell pretty well.
Yeah.
Because AI exists.
Right. Yeah.
D&D is now dead.
Right. It's dead. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I'll just turn my brain off.
All of the previous editions are retroactively deleted.
Exactly. I'll just turn my brain off and just not pay attention, I guess, so that they can just say what they want and be right. Love it.
I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of what I've been doing this video. It's just like,
the moment
your shit.
The moment that they went, oh, socialism, I went, oh god.
Yeah.
And now
I heard you off.
Yeah, and now they're going, oh, 30 to 40-year-old white men in the flyover states, and I go, oh no, because it's, as I think Timothy said, buzzwords everywhere. Yes, because they need to really assert these politics into this. Instead of, I don't know, analyzing the thing for what it is, they just need to make it so that it goes to their political alignment for some reason. And it's like, dude, who cares? I get that you are trying to appeal to a certain crowd, but are we not bored yet, like, of trying to do this with everything? I don't care. I just want to play the game, you know?
I just wish this had been a video that promoted more discussion with our guest.
Yes, well.
Oh, it's okay. I do have things to say on the subject of the article.
Please.
Please.
But,
any moments that you want.
Yeah, well, so, okay. Because obviously at this point I've had a chance to like read the article
like
3 times, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it is very possible that D&D as a brand will move to a primarily or maybe even only digital service. Sure. That's certainly going to be a possibility. Yes. Sure, you can play the game in person, but you would do so with an app. Yeah. That's not what I want from the game, but there are a lot of designers and tabletop gamers who can only realistically play online because they don't have local groups.
Exactly.
And will that mean that I wouldn't buy their digital books, though, if that's the case, right? If they stop selling a physical book, I'll just simply not buy their digital ones. But there is a non-negligible design space out there for people who play by post, people who play over VTTs of some sort, whether that be Roll20 or what have you. And sure, that's good, right? That part of it. Yeah. Them wanting to have an app and their own VTT, sure. More power to them. I hope they still print books because they look nice on my shelf. It's just when they stop engaging with the creation of those books, whether digital or otherwise, that we have a problem when using AI. Yeah. If they're having AI write rules for them, if they're having AI make the art for them, now there's no real value to that product to me because it's not going to actually be producing anything interesting. AI creates very homogeneous, safe ideas most of the time. And so, I mean, that's the real bad part, is if they basically delegate some of the creative process to the AI. That's a problem. Sure. The digital side of it, though, I mean, I hope they print books, but I mean, it's also kind of the way of the world, right? Yeah. I mean, I can't be too much of a Luddite, I suppose, but I will complain.
Yeah. I think my only issue is the fact that their service gates off the content, because you have things like Paizo, who puts out regular PDF bundles and such that you can just put out there. They integrate it into these VTTs that are already out there. Fucking Modifius does the same thing with vampire stuff. It's all out there. They throw out all of their World of Darkness stuff. The current Humble Bundle has a bunch of World of Darkness stuff for like $40, and you get the Rivals card game if you want it as well physically. So like, which not to already promote it, but go get that bundle, fucking please, it's sick. But like, with D&D Beyond, it is all that stuff, but it's locked into that one place, really. Their integration, they have some for like Roll20 a little bit, and you can buy, I don't know if they're going to keep having that there, because they are trying to move everything to their VTT, and they're changing D&D Beyond to be 5.5 specific stuff, although I think they rolled that back.
Yeah, they walked it back a bit.
Yeah. So it just really depends on how if they try to quote unquote monopolize their content onto their own platform, right? That would be a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, it also might get less interesting of a product if they're leveraging AI in addition to this.
Exactly.
Right? Less interesting. Any other would-be designers out there, anybody who's designing a game, I'm gonna say this now: don't have ChatGPT help you write your rules. It will not. It's I know it's an easy thing to bounce ideas off of, but I think you become a better designer by struggling through it.
Yeah.
And if you're having writer's block, go pick up a copy of another book of a different TTRPG and read how they handled the problem.
Exactly.
You're actually going to get much better at design doing that, rather than letting ChatGPT help guide you. So
yeah,
I'm going to get off my soapbox on that subject right now, but that's what I say to other designers out there.
Absolutely. Well, like I was going to say, I'm currently writing just a story. I've gotten back into the habit of just writing when I feel the desire to, and it's helped by me listening to or reading actual other works, just because it's stuff in the same kind of vein that gets me to look at how that stuff was put together, and the character work and everything. Like, it really does help me try to realize what I'm trying to do. Whereas
I'm watching a lot of Westerns and I'm reading a lot of Western books right now.
Exactly, right? Like, what you want to put out is very much something that you want to just look for examples of, so that you can see what works, see what doesn't, see what you can iterate from, and all of that. Like, it's useful. And yeah, sure, ChatGPT and everything are useful, but I was seeing Quietus says, random tables still provide better results most of the time. ChatGPT usually hits the middle of the bell, which I would be like, oh yeah, it's really much, it's an aggregate kind of thing, right? It's not essentially that creative. It just kind of boils everything down to this one thing, really, a lot of the time, that's going to, yeah, it'll get you there, but the results may vary in the intention that you want behind it, I guess. Oh, Pinterest is full of AI images these days. Didn't used to, but there was a flood suddenly. Oh,
that doesn't surprise me.
Okay, gotcha. I didn't see that. Okay.
I believe Instagram is these days too.
Okay. Digital only without PDF as 5e also results in a Steam-like license, not ownership. That property can't be left in your will or sold off, for example. True, it is definitely the thing. Digital only stuff, you don't technically own it, and that it can be taken away from you on a whim. We've seen this many a time, and like, yeah, I have over 1,600 Steam games, but do I own them, really? I can download them all, and if I have it offline forever, they can't do anything to my account. So, you know,
Unplug the computer from the wall.
like that's
Turn off Wi-Fi.
I guess that's what I'll do. I don't know. But I will
So-
say some of the games that have been taken off Steam, I can still download and play because they're still there. So there is something to that. But if they were to take away all the keys, then I'd be fucked. There'd be no way that I could play anything. So,
Yeah, piggybacking off of your point, Alejo.
Yeah.
Did you see there was some new update to the Steam user agreement?
I saw it. I didn't read it.
Yeah, so the reason for that agreement is there is some class action lawsuit happening against Steam somewhere in the world. I forget where.
Okay.
But they have added a point into their end user license agreement where you cannot, in order to use Steam, you cannot be in any active litigation against Steam, even offline.
Wow.
So if people who agreed to that so they could play their games were instantly wiped off the class action lawsuit.
Oh, wow. Okay. Great.
Mm.
Okay, that's a little scummy. Nice.
Yeah,
Thanks,
it
Gabe.
really is.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, so like don't get me wrong, as far as in relation to other brands, Steam is still probably
One of the better ones.
one of the better ones. This knocked it down a few pegs in my
Yeah,
eyes.
a couple. I didn't know about that. Damn.
And there is nothing that forces you to accept it. You will just get the annoying pop-up every time you launch Steam, and I refuse to accept it.
Fair enough. I didn't even know, so I just accepted it.
Yeah.
Well, there goes me.
Well, yeah.
to be-
If you ever decide to litigate against Steam, you better torrent a lot of shit first.
Yeah, I was gonna say. To be fair, I own too many games to finish in my literal lifetime. So, I maybe it's a better thing for me to lose them all. I don't know.
Maybe the day is coming when you sue Steam and decide that your freedom begins now.
Exactly. Steam also removed the forced arbitration clause from their terms of agreement. Oh, did they? Oh. I also accepted it without reading it. I feel very smart. Yeah, well, I had faith in Steam. That's the thing. And you never should have faith in anything ever, I guess. No. But yeah, okay. Anyway, let's maybe there's something to the rest of this video. I don't know.
That's a good point.
They can generate stats for
Well, thank
monsters
you.
for free. Why do they need Hasbro?
Yeah, if you're going to do it, then why you can't tell anybody else they can't?
Right. And at that point, you basically put yourself out of business. Because you're like, here's the secret recipe to KFC. You can make it at home. And that was kind of the undoing, I think, of a lot of.
Okay, so the generating stats for monsters when homebrew exists is particularly egregious for me.
Yeah. It's like legitimately it's just like I don't know if they have thought this through that much.
Was the script written with ChatGPT?
Oh, they didn't have it. You think this is a script? Come on. But maybe.
Like restaurant chains, you could tell like a restaurant chain was hurting as soon as they started offering their stuff in the freezer at Walmart. Like, oh look, TGI Fridays and Chi-Chi's and they're selling all this stuff on the shelf, because if you can get it at home, why are you going to go to the restaurant and pay so much more for it? Why are you going to buy a $60 source book when you can just use the stuff that's out there and just add to it with ChatGPT, right?
Right.
You know what? Actually, that's fine. Pro consumer. If you don't want their fucking source book, make your own shit. That's fine. Do it. Like, you don't have to spend money on something that you don't want to. That's just fine. Do it.
Yeah, and they were losing me with that metaphor a bit.
Yeah.
I need to eat to live.
Yeah, I know. It's
why would I go to the illustrious TGI Fridays when I could get a frozen meal that's TGI Fridays branded, and there is no difference to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's odd. Like, yeah, I can make breakfast at home, but why would I go to have a lovely brunch with my wife this morning?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, when I could just make eggs at home
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
That's
Why
a
does
little
Denny's
weird.
exist when Walmart sells eggs and pancake mix?
That's what they're going to do. So how can they tell you can't do that when they're doing the same thing?
Yeah.
God.
But yeah, they're talking about how this is Harvey Randall here. I'll give him credit. But yeah, they said secondary tools like character creation or rules questions, that's fine, but it's unreliable. It hallucinates information. But the thing is, it's moving at such a pace that it's going to be able to generate modules whole cloth. And he's actually said before, he said in other interviews that they have 50 years worth of D&D stuff that they can strip mine.
I disagree.
What the hell is,
actually.
sorry, what is hallucinating information? What is that?
I can actually, I want to unpack a little bit about this.
Yeah,
here,
go.
And about AI's progress. So everybody's like, oh, AI's trajectory is astronomical. We're actually seeing some plateauing on that. It's actually how AI advancement works. It's in bursts, and then it plateaus for sometimes several years, and then it bursts again.
Okay.
By the way, it's not actually a linear or exponential growth. It's a step graph if you were to track AI's advancement over time.
Interesting.
So hallucination. This comes up a lot. Okay, so AI, which are really just language models. That's what they are, really, right? It's not actually artificially intelligent.
Yeah.
An AI model is not aware of what is real and what is not.
Yes.
It is predictive text on steroids. It is attempting to formulate a correct answer based on what is most likely to be that answer. Nowhere in that process is there something that says, is this true or real?
Yeah. Is that
because it's not Google search. It isn't actually going and reading a Wikipedia article and then going to the sources at the bottom to ensure something. It is aggregating information, often stale information, because most AI's models right now are not actually integrated into a search engine, though that is being chased currently. Like Google is obviously trying to do that. Like Google, you'll get like an AI summary answer when you Google something sometimes.
Yes, that's true.
What it's trying to do is it's scraping information off of like Reddit most of the time. Because that's where people have talked about this. So, but what a hallucination is, where AI gives you an answer and that is factually incorrect. It doesn't matter a whole lot when it comes to things like, hey, help me think of a description for a monster.
Right.
But for example, if you asked AI, I'll just think of a really simple question, what day is tomorrow? It doesn't know that tomorrow at the time of recording would be Sunday.
True.
It was going to give you an answer. And it's probably likely it'll give you the correct one, but it certainly might not. There was a famous example of this in the real world where an attorney, I don't remember this was maybe a year ago, 8 months ago. An attorney asked ChatGPT to provide it case law in support of an argument when writing up a brief. And that attorney, and it spat out, case law such and such versus such and such. Here's what it said. And it wrote a nice little blurb for the attorney. Sure. And he put that in a brief and sent it to a judge. Judge calls the attorney and says, hey, I've never heard of this case. Can you provide me with the reference number? Because all case law has a physical, like literally, there's like a binder in a building for every case.
Yeah.
Attorney couldn't find it. That's because ChatGPT hallucinated. It provided an answer to the question that it was given, because ChatGPT is not designed to say, I don't know, because that would make it sound useless. So it attempts to answer, but it doesn't know what's real. And so sometimes it will give you an answer that it says is true, but it is not. Okay. Because it doesn't know. But it's designed specifically, like, it is not a blank slate. It is programmatically set up to answer in certain ways. That's why that's why I know this script is not ChatGPT generated, because they make too many dick jokes. And it can't do that. It's like, it won't do that.
Yeah, true.
So hallucination is when it gives inaccurate data. And to be honest, it's actually a huge problem in AI. It is surprisingly frequent that this can happen with language models. So that's the very short version of the problem of hallucination in language models. Yeah, you ask it, hey, how do you charge somebody in D&D? You'd ask it, right?
Yeah.
And it would give you a rules description, but maybe it made it up.
Right.
It does that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'd heard of some lawyer incident occurring involving ChatGPT, and I was like, ha! But like I never really dug into it. But that is a really interesting story.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was fined, or there was a big fine that he got from the judge, because some people think ChatGPT is like a Google search or something, that it's going to
Right.
go find you information. It's not. Oftentimes, it's trained on a data set that is, by
Yeah.
the time you're using it, already stale.
Exactly.
Mhm.
That's why I remember one of the things that I remember hearing was like, oh yeah, you can ask ChatGPT like for information on forks, but it has no idea what a fork is. Like it just it will find out this information, but it doesn't understand what you are asking. It is just it doesn't know anything. It's just getting that information somehow from all of its
Yeah,
data
'cause
sets.
what it's not doing is, you can't say like, okay, tell me the charge rules.
Yeah.
What ChatGPT doesn't do is then go look up in the glossary
Yeah.
how you charge and then read you that. It's predicting what the next most likely word in the sentence will be.
That's so weird.
Right. So it's very weird. You can even try to, I haven't tested it in a bit. You can try to get it to quote something directly, and it can get confused even. Because again, it's not actually connected to the real world, right? It is
Yeah.
a box with a bunch of data jammed into it.
True. Yeah, that's just fascinating, really.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, like I used to be super interested in AI when it came out, because like we've all read sci-fi books.
Oh yeah.
We've all
Mhm.
seen like personal assistants
Yeah.
in sci-fi and that are powered by AI. And when we hear AI is here, we go, "Oh, cool, neat."
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
then the more we play with it, the more we find out, oh, this is actually really disappointing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was super excited for ChatGPT until I got the chance to like fuck around with it and figured out how weak it was.
Yeah, like they're
I
fun
used
toys, like to do
Yeah,
that kind of thing, and they are
exactly.
good if you give them an established data. Like you can say, "Here is a data set. Make me a graph from this data," or like aggregate that information. Now you're doing something that's just fine, right?
Yeah, I used to also be into generative AI art until I saw enough generative AI art, and I saw that it was all the same and all lacked.
Yeah,
I say that AI art lacks soul.
Yes.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
absolutely
Yeah.
does.
100%. Yeah.
I believe the human element in any process is an important part of that element, not necessarily the result.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because we're humans. And I'm going to put my tinfoil hat on here for a moment for you guys about AI. Okay, so here, okay, you know how much
Mm.
it costs to make these large language models? We're
No idea.
talking billions of dollars to
Oh.
make these things. Like, this is not easy, what
Right.
they have made. And you can use things like Midjourney and ChatGPT for, what is it going for now? $10 a month?
Okay.
That's not very much money.
Yeah.
It's because this is what the actual value is. The models themselves are the value. Every query you put into ChatGPT, every test you run with it, is training that model for them. They are harvesting terabytes upon terabytes of data. I don't even know, actually, it would probably be a larger, I don't even know what it is at this point. It's sort of like why Facebook is free. It's because the massive amount of marketing material they gain from the millions of users is the actual business that they are in.
Yeah, exactly.
The product is you.
The product is you.
Yes.
If the product is free, the product is you.
Yes.
OpenAI, the company that makes ChatGPT, it makes its money by having other people pay to use its model.
Yes.
Because they will pay millions of dollars to use a model that is run on ChatGPT. So that's the real business here. They're not actually invested in achieving singularity, as it's called, like an actual sentient.
Exactly.
That's not necessarily what they're in here for.
No.
They're in here to make a fortune, and they are.
Oh yeah.
Currently making a fortune.
Yeah, that is true. That's not tinfoil
I
hat at
saw
all.
somebody said, "Wait, humans don't have 20 fingers" by Timothy. It's gotten pretty good about finger and toe count at this point, although it still struggles to do actually feet it still is weird. It's
I've
like they're all
seen-
trained by Rob Liefeld or something.
Yeah, yeah.
There's maybe an obscure reference. But...
No, I know exactly what you're talking about. Hell yeah.
I was reading that article about the AI art that Watsy used, and they termed what do they call it? Vestigial limbs. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I like that. I'm adopting that term now.
Can Peter guest star again? Absolutely. Oh, 100%. Yeah.
I'd come back, sure.
Yeah. You're welcome anytime.
Yeah, this is a lot of fun.
All right.
Anything that gives me a platform to rant from, right? This is great.
Hey, there you go. All right, let's see if this has
We can finish it.
any more value.
Use to feed the AI beast, and then they can just create stuff forever. Like they don't need to hire anybody to create adventures anymore.
Well, technically, somebody else that they have access to the 50 years of data could also feed it to an AI machine and generate their own.
Yes, that, you know what I'm saying? And then you can't prove it, because even like, the reason you can't copyright the D20 system is you can't copyright game rules, game mechanics, but you can copyright like certain things. So with Dungeons and Dragons, they copyright the brand, they copyright certain worlds and monsters and stuff like that like displacers and beholders, things that are unique to D&D, and they're not in like Lord of the Rings or whatever. But yeah, you could basically just take the framework of the D&D system and use ChatGPT to generate stuff from now until the end of time. If that's all they're doing, why are you paying them?
It's not. So that's not what they're. That's not all they're doing. Come on.
Yeah, it is correct that you cannot copyright a tabletop game system, like to use a D20 or anything like that. You can only brand your world and the names of things.
Exactly.
And I actually dislike how much Hasbro has branded things in D&D. As far as monsters, it's like, oh man, they own like the Displacer Beast. Like now you have to come up with a different name for it. I get it though, as somebody who's going to put their own game out there. Like I get it.
It makes sense.
It's just a shame that they have like 3,000 monsters. I don't know how many of them are copyrighted.
Yeah,
but Peter, how do
true.
you feel about Games Workshop?
Like in general, or
yeah, well, like they as a company tried to copyright the word pauldron.
Okay. Well, all right. So I am a 40K fan.
Hell yeah. Okay.
I've
got a good start.
Okay, I have not played any of the tabletop role-playing games, nor the miniature game.
Fair.
But I've read many a book and played multiple video games.
Yes.
I'm finishing up the Red Tithe right now.
Sick. I had to stop reading 40K stuff because I swithed over to Westerns. For games.
Oh, yeah,
but anyway,
sure.
So Games Workshop is a funny company. Maybe I could just leave it at that. Like I love the worlds that they've created, but they're kind of funny, and you guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, for sure.
It's great, and I love it, but they're kind of funny.
Okay, all right, yeah, we're on the same page. Yeah,
you know.
For sure.
Oh, and I see Dander. Yeah, you can copyright some types of code, which is a little different.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Can't copyright the D20 system, but Nintendo proves you can patent game mechanics. Video game mechanics are pretty different than tabletop game mechanics, though. As far as I know, it's about securing the rights to specific processes that produce results from given inputs. Crazy Taxi is a famous game for this, with the arrow showing you where to go. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, they're both right. Draco and Dander, unpacking that. Yeah, that's correct. That's why you see a lot of there's a lot of Dark Souls knockoffs, and I don't believe that FromSoft has actually copyrighted anything there that they can, right? Like they still make a quality product, but and patent, not copyright.
True.
There's definitely a difference between copywriting and patenting and trademarking. Those are all different things.
Yeah, very true.
Like I own a copyright on a draft of my game.
Hell yeah.
Because you can just do that. Like you just send a manuscript in and you have a copyright. It doesn't do anything really, but it doesn't mean that my creatures are trademarked, right? That's different.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Peter, I was curious. What is your favorite faction in 40K?
Oh.
Okay.
Ooh.
I'm thinking really hard about this.
I love this. Yeah.
I actually like So I'm a big fan of your everyday soldier.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
the story. Okay, so I can tell you guys already are down with what I'm saying. I think the story of 40K and its extremely almost high fantasy sci-fi, the scale of it is staggering.
Yeah.
And my favorite stories zoom in
Yeah.
on what it's like for just like the one guy,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Or even just one Inquisitor, I think is still interesting. Like I really
Oh,
enjoyed
yeah.
the what's the big saga? I'm blanking on their name. The shoot, somebody in chat's gonna be mad at me for
Yeah.
forgetting.
I don't.
Eisenhorn
Yeah. There you
saga.
go. There you go. Okay. Yeah.
So
Oh,
I like
yes.
that. It's zoomed in. Like these are the just a couple individual people. So I like just you know, I like my human soldiers.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know they're so overmatched and I like it.
The Astra Militarum are the real
exactly.
heroes of the 40K universe, for sure. They
Yeah, I
have
think
to go
that's
out
so
there
good.
and fight absolute horrors of magnitudes they
Yeah.
cannot comprehend.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's great.
Narratively speaking, like which one I think is maybe coolest,
Sure.
I think might be Necron for me.
Yes!
Okay.
I'm a
in good company
Necron
here.
player.
So I just think the
I,
idea that any world could be colonized for thousands of years.
Yeah.
And oops, it was a tomb world.
Oops,
That's
tomb world.
really cool.
Yes.
That's neat. That's neat.
I'm more of a Tyranids enjoyer myself.
Absolutely fair.
Probably played Zerg in StarCraft.
I super enjoy the bio recycling aspect
Yes.
of Tyranids and how they eat planets.
Yeah, converting all the biomass into more for the swarm and all that.
Yes.
Yeah, they're super cool.
it's
I
super
love
fucking cool.
the issue that like the Tyranids struggle with like what Necrons
Yep.
and demons because they're like net loss of biomass.
Exactly. Yes.
That's so cool.
It
The
is very
details
cool.
of the 40K universe are so fun.
There's
it's
a
just
lot
all
of
dialed to 11 and it's so great.
There's a lot of good shit in there for sure. I wouldn't fault
Yeah.
anybody for any choice, really. Honestly.
Oddly, I find a lot of chaos to be not all that interesting from a
Okay.
narrative standpoint.
Yeah.
Not because the demons aren't cool, but
Right.
because it's I don't know.
It's what
they're
what
demon,
they
it's like
what they do with the humans in chaos. I usually go,
Yeah.
But with like the actual demon machinations that I can put as like in my brain of like, oh, this is what they want. It's better. Usually, it's more Zinch, right? Zinch is the one that I just go, yeah,
I can
okay,
see that.
right? Like he's the only one that really has changing goals because they're so mysterious. But then you've got. I mean, you don't see Slaanesh anymore because nobody wants to write anything but sex for Slaanesh, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
Hedonism is just not a lost art form, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
And you just always see Nurgle everywhere all the time now. So it's like
so popular. It's weird.
It's so boring now.
Well, I find the most interesting thing about the demons is the conflicts between the different demons.
Yes.
Actually, their different ideologies is more interesting because all of them are just going to dunk on the poor humans regardless.
Oh yeah,
I mean, like that's their thing.
So,
absolutely.
So there is this YouTube channel. I forget their name, unfortunately, but like I watch a ton of their stuff, and they just read excerpts from various books. And there's one of them of I believe it's 1,000 Suns. Is like in traveling in the warp as part of like 1,000 Suns and like World Eaters, like they teamed up to do some battle. And on the way to the battle, one of the 1,000 Suns dudes is dueling with a World Eater. And because they're in the warp, the nails in the World Eater's like head are like causing them a lot of agony, and demons of like torment are like flickering in and out of existence around the World Eaters.
Rad.
That's super cool.
And the 1,000 Suns just watches as like his duel gets interrupted by the World Eater like reaches his hand out and grabs a torment demon that flickered into existence right near him and he eats the demon.
Ooh.
And the
That's so
Thousand Sons
40K.
Yeah,
the
it
Thousand
is.
Sons dude has like a bit of a smirk on his face, and he's like, like eating the Neverborn doesn't give us any nutritional value. And the Thousand Sons dude, or sorry, the World Eater just goes, yes, but there is no greater humiliation that you can give to your opponent than shitting them out. And the Thousand Sons dude just laughs and he goes, "You are vile."
So 40K.
Yep, so 40K.
Oh.
I need to reinstall Darktide. This is making me.
But
yeah, fair.
Piggybacking off of your point, Peter, about the average everyday guy, I'm making my way through The Red Tithe right now, which is a book about the Carcharodons.
Oh, cool.
And a lot of the book centers around the viewpoints of there's this one dude who some Night Lords and the Carcharodons are like both hunting for. And there's also the peacekeepers, the Judge Dredd motherfuckers, that work on prison planets to keep law and order.
The Arbitos.
Yes, the Arbitos.
I think.
There is an arbitrator, Arbitos, whatever.
Yeah.
There is one of them, and it follows her and a prisoner for a lot of the book. And it describes the Space Marines as not people, but things.
Yeah, I love the average person's
in the
perspective of it. Yeah, it's so cool because when you have nothing but Space Marines in a scene, it makes them a little bit less special. But when you have some guardsmen and then they see one Space Marine, it's like, oh, it's so cool.
Yeah. There was
the
juxtaposition is great.
There's a scene where someone gets spared by a Night Lord. And allowed to survive. Everyone else in the chamber gets killed and horribly mutilated and tortured. But this one person survives and is fine. And they're like, oh my god, why the fuck was I allowed to live? And then they see a Carcharodon, like a few days later, who are loyalists. But to them, it's just another Night Lord. They're all like transhumanist fucking monsters to this one person, and it's really cool. I really enjoyed that touch.
Yeah.
Yep, dig it.
I just for another recommendation, I listened to the entirety of Down Amongst the Dead Men, which is a Kriegsman book, which I would highly recommend. It's just literally a Kriegsman who has been left behind but is alive, and what he does in the situation with a little bit of amnesia, which is interesting. I won't say much more. It's just a damn fine story, honestly. I like it a lot.
Nice.
See ya, Mudo. Yeah, it's almost midnight, but we still got a second video to go. It's exciting.
Yeah, one which I think will be more fruitful.
Yes, absolutely. Let's just finish this one out. Let's just see.
We'll finish this out.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you're supposed to be paying them because they're supposed to be better than AI. They're supposed to have the best of the best working for them, but they fired a whole bunch of them. This is why they fired a whole bunch of people, by the way, which we told you. That's why they fired a whole bunch of people last year, because this is always what they're going to do. And then they hired some new creative director that's basically a bot farmer. And that's what they're going to do, because to him, this is the greatest thing ever. We're just going to generate shit for free with no overhead. We don't have to deal with activist employees and shit. We just have to deal with this subreddit complaining about it. But we don't care. They don't buy our games anyway. And you know what? The general public, they're not going to know the difference. They're probably not. Like, if normies are going to buy or download the D&D app because he wants to turn D&D into an app like Monopoly, they're not going to know the difference. And they're just going to be like, oh.
Making a lot of assumptions, because a lot of the quote-unquote normies do notice these things. I mean, when you see random just vestigial limbs and weird fingers and all that kind of stuff, it does stand out. I mean, there's a reason why it rose up, and people said, hey, don't do that, though.
Yeah, and I'm always taken aback when somebody says most people or everyone or any of that, because spoiler alert, humanity is not a monolith. And the vocal minority in any community is not indicative of most people who buy the product. Most people who buy a D&D book will never read that article. They'll never be because there's a lot of them who aren't bothering. One of the guys I play D&D with basically doesn't play any video games. He doesn't go on YouTube. He
Sure.
doesn't do any of that.
Yeah.
He just plays physical games. And if I point out to him that something's AI generated, he'd hate it. But like, I'm always hesitant when anybody claims most people like this or
Yeah.
most people will notice that. It's like, who are you to say that?
Exactly. Wide sweeping generalizations are something that we try to avoid. And we usually give the consideration of some people probably do this, but some people, like most might not, or some might, or, it just depends on the situation. But there's no good way to generalize unless you have hard data, which is impossible for you to get in a way that actually is going to prove anything.
Yeah, and we don't have the financial numbers and sales numbers in detail that Hasbro will have.
Yeah.
Only what they would necessarily reveal in certain calls and such. So I mean, to be honest, whenever I see the title of the video is D&D is officially dead. I doubt it. That brand is going to be making money hand over fist, I'm sure. I mean, it won't make as much money probably as Magic the Gathering.
Right.
But I'm sure it's still going to be a profitable brand for the company. Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, this is cool. It's Dungeons & Dragons. I play it, and I got my whatever coins, and I pay monthly to play. And that's the truth, and that sucks. But again, if they can do it, so can you, and you don't have to pay for it, right? Mm-hmm. So we gotta wrap this up.
Yep.
Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. We'll talk later.
Bye.
Join the reef. Go to
Incredibly
clownfish-com. That's clownfish-com. You will get exclusive access to podcasts and videos and comic strips and more, as well as merch discounts. Check it out. If you were a member, you can get this t-shirt, this dismal t-shirt on our website. You get a 10% discount on that.
Okay, I like that shirt.
Thank you so much for the support.
But yeah, okay.
That's definitely a chip on their shoulder there about a variety of media. I can tell.
I mean,
what I do. If I don't like a show, I turn it off and I go do something else. I don't know.
So I can understand that, but there is something to be said about criticizing the media, even if you don't necessarily like it. Like, I'm a big proponent of making sure that the criticism is out there, because a lot of the Disney stuff, from a writing perspective, is not very good.
I agree. Although I will say, criticism over media draws more attention to the brand.
But in that way, it should be attention that they receive in the way of, like, we want this to be better. That's just kind of it's a double-edged sword, right? But I think at the end of the day, if more people are made aware of the problems, then hopefully we can get more voices of change.
One would hope.
Yeah. Anyway, that's a whole different thing.
Well, that was a video. That was one of the videos of the internet.
Absolutely a video I would never show to anybody ever.
And I imagine that there is obviously this is a very popular channel, and
sure,
obviously, and all that. It's just I'm just not his target audience. I think that's fine.
Yeah,
sorry,
internet's big.
Sorry, at first I thought you were talking about us, and I was like, oh,
no, we're not popular.
No, you guys
at all.
Are cool.
No.
But
you guys are cool. That's why we're not popular. Hey. No,
like I could see how Clownfish TV, like that kind of content that they just made, would get a lot of views, and how that's their deal. It's kind of it reminds me of late 90s, early 2000s radio. Like talk radio. It's kind of that same kind of vibe where it's a little bombastic, and
I think
why I didn't listen to those channels.
I think
one might say it appeals to normies.
I think that you definitely put it the best when you said it's sensationalist content, really.
Yeah.
And that'll get you noticed, I'd wager.
It'll get you noticed, but really when you have people notice you and your content and your analysis is pretty vapid, it's, is that notice great? I don't know. But
yeah, I mean, hey, if they're doing it for a living, I'm not here to dunk on them or anything.
Sure.
I'm just not gonna watch their stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. So
it took us about 2.5 hours to get through that video. No, I'm just
It
kidding.
happens.
No, I'm loving this.
A article that took 2 minutes to read took a 13-minute video made on it, and then took a 2.5 hour video made on that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which will bring us to the second video of the evening, which actually will have some better topics of discussion for sure. So this is Dungeon Craft. We've covered him a few times in the past. The Problem with Crunch, episode 320. This was about a year ago that this was posted. So we shall see what we've got here. And Peter, you have watched this already, so
I have. I've followed this guy's channel for some time, so I'm also kind of familiar with his opinions. I guess you could say.
That's fair.
Yeah, I have watched this. I feel like with this one we should let run for a minute or let him get into the points a bit, because well, he's actually talking about things we can dig into.
Yeah, for sure. So here we go.
Deathbringer here. Subscribe so you never miss an upload.
I frequently get asked on Dungeon Craft Facebook group about different alternate mechanics and hacks, like different ways of doing hit points or armor class or death saves. And I find myself answering the same way to all these questions so many times. I thought I'd just make a video where I address all of these concerns, put a pin in it, and I can direct all future traffic here. Hacking D&D is as old as D&D itself. Rules like critical hits on a natural 20, inspiration, advantage, disadvantage, milestone leveling, all of these ideas were once sacrilege. Now they're sacrosanct. The short answer of what I think of your rule is if your player enjoys it, then by all means use it. And if your group doesn't think a rule is fun, even if it's an official rule, ditch it. At the same time, there's a saying, don't remove a fence unless you know why it was put there. If you don't understand why the rules are the way they are, then you can go down blind alleys and waste time. The thing about Dungeons & Dragons, and just about every role-playing game, is whatever idea you can think of has probably been attempted in some other sort of form or in some other sort of game before, and we can learn from the experiences of those games to make better choices moving forward. Today I'm going to be talking about the...
Okay, so before we get too far, yes, right?
Yes, agreed.
Overall, it's very easy for somebody to take a rule and say, I don't like that rule, but not understand why that rule was put into place. And thus make it so that it's a lot more work for them to potentially either change it into a rule that they don't foresee how it affects other rules, or they just remove it entirely and maybe a domino effect kind of happens potentially. Like there is an art form to it in a way, to homebrew, but yeah, it's just one of those things where you just gotta be careful. That's all.
Yeah. What's fun at your table, everybody should just do what's fun at the table, right?
Exactly.
That's great. If you're having fun with your homebrew, it's great. I will say a lot of homebrew is a nightmare balance-wise.
Yes.
That's okay, though.
Yes.
Because you know what? It's not a competitive game. Just you do what's fun.
Exactly. You know, we've looked at homebrew ourselves many a time, and we give our opinions on it. But at the end of the day, if it works for your table, it works for your table. There's nothing that we can do about it, right? It's just we'll give our opinions on. I wouldn't really necessarily do this because that seems to outbalance something else, you know, potentially, or this or that or the other thing, right? It's just
I made horrible homebrew back when I was in high school. Oh my gosh, the balance of it was horrible. I'd just see like a movie or an anime I liked, and I'd try to homebrew it. It was terrible.
Yeah.
Just absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
But we all got to start there.
Oh yeah, of course. It's that thing of experience, right?
Yeah, we all put in our hours.
Fringe anime homebrew. It's part of the growing up. You know? It's part of the process.
It's a stage.
Yeah,
It's
well, you
what's
just
for
make better
breakfast.
cringe anime homebrew when you get older. That's the real trick.
Yes, that's true. Some could look at our whole first campaign that we had posted on the channel and just call it cringe anime homebrew. Really?
concept of granularity or crunch, which is to say the level of detail in your rules. If you don't know me, I'm Professor Dungeon Master. I wrote for Dungeon Magazine back in the 90s. I've written more recently for Goodman Games and Cobalt Press. I did Macbeth and Frankenstein for Quest Givers, and I'm the author of the rules-like games Eldritch Hack and Deathbringer, available at drive-thru now. I think Deathbringer's number 15 on the bestseller chart. I believe every game master is a game designer, right? You're designing your own game, even if it's just Dungeons & Dragons. It's your own version of Dungeons & Dragons. As Matt Colville says, it's a different game at every table. And every designer knows that with every decision you make, you gain something and you lose something. There's always a quid pro quo. When you choose granularity, a higher level of detail and resolution, you're going to get clearer rules, and you're also going to get more detailed options for character customization. On the other hand, you're inevitably going to get a slower game. This isn't my theory. This is an absolute law of game design that any game designer will tell you. The more granularity a game
not true,
has...
by the way. I'm just going to point out.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is something that I want to dig into.
Yeah, please.
He talks more about this later. Okay, he says... more granularity results in a slower game, and this is a fact.
Okay.
I actually am in alignment oftentimes with some of the things that he says on this channel, like when it comes to the design space of OSR, which is kind of where he operates. Right?
Gotcha.
Not as a universal rule, but okay. Have you ever played a game of Dungeons & Dragons or any role-playing game in which you describe something you want to do, and then the GM is like, I'm not sure it should happen that way. And then you're like, oh, but what if it did this? And then you go back and forth because the adjudication takes a lot of time because the rules left that ambiguous. Sometimes, right? That's a pretty common thing, right? Yeah. Can I do this? I'm not sure. Well, how about that? And you can actually... in some ways, the definitions in a game help everybody be on the same page and move forward rather than requiring significant adjudication.
Exactly, yes.
So it's a spectrum, and it has to be handled delicately, but it's actually not a law of design. I have heard that before as well. People think that crunch makes a game slow, but definition... It can add complexity, but it doesn't necessarily make your game slower. It means there's less adjudication, which can or cannot, like, affects speed, sure, but it's different.
Yeah, we encountered the word crunch is used as that it's one of those words that you say of like, ooh, this game is too crunchy, and it's always something that's like thrown in as a negative, right? Where we always view it as, no, the game has a lot of options, and it has this this rule set that you can fall back on to find certain rules if you're wondering about them, or to have inspiration from, or whatever. It's all there to be that toolbox, really. For you to run your game, right? And I 100% agree that, it adds that complexity, but it makes it so that you can't, or sorry, that you will have less likely cases of these arguments, but determining how something should play out if the rules are already in place.
Absolutely, and it's a theme with this video and him, because he's speaking from an OSR perspective, because I mean, he is the definition of an OSR style player, the old school Renaissance, because he wrote for TSR and all that. Like, he's been around, he's been playing since the game came out, and it's a different way of playing, and that some OSR people take as cardinal law, but I'll let him keep going now, we'll dig into it.
The slower the game becomes. I call it Hickman's Law of Playability, after Tracy Hickman, the author of Dragonlance, Ravenloft, and the new novel Dragons of Deceit, and XDM Extreme Dungeon Mastery 2nd Edition. In XDM, Hickman posits the more detailed the game system, the slower and less playable it becomes. Remember weapon speed factors from 1st edition, or to hit adjustments for different weapons against different types of armor? If you do, it's probably only a dim memory, because no one used these rules. They just bogged down the game. 3rd edition made huge improvements by eliminating THACO and creating a uniform game mechanic. Roll a d20, roll high for everything you attempt. And that tradition continued in 5th edition, which is the most popular version of the game. But there's a problem with 5th edition that many people have noticed. The game starts slowing down at 7th level, and by 10th level, it's become a slog to play. It's not the core mechanic, that's simple. It's the rules that get layered on top.
Oh, it's the hit points.
Wait, I was gonna say, what? No, it's literally just the fact that enemies become sponges for damage.
My opinions on this are pretty obvious. Right?
Yeah, we went into this quite lengthy detail in the beginning here, but of the stream, but like
So yeah, it is true that the game slows down as you get into, I'm using the tier terms, usually tier 3 and 4,
Right.
which is, 11 or 14 and such.
Yeah.
I'm forgetting the numbers offhand. But it's because of hit points specifically, as it is a primary scaling factor in your power. It's because, the enemies start having hundreds of hit points, and your damage output doesn't it doesn't scale that much in comparison, especially without power attack from 5th edition. And so, but obviously the new 5.5 monster manual has not been released, so we don't have a view into any changes in design. From what few creatures are in the player's handbook, it's not wildly different.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a nature of the way combat is designed in 5th edition and its reliance on hit points that makes it bogged down. It's not because there's a dearth of options necessarily that makes the game slow. It's not because of complexity that the game slows down. And D&D isn't particularly complex.
No, it is not.
Or 5th edition is not. It's really not.
Yeah. I will say I played with a group that the dungeon master was he ran AD&D and all of that. Like he was nice. There for Thaco. He knew Thaco off the top of his head and everything. These to hit everything. Like he said, I know these things, so you can just tell me what you want to do, roll for it, and I will tell you if it works or not, really. You don't have to worry about the tables and everything, which is why I immediately go, oh yeah, when he said no one used these rules, I'm like, well, no, that's probably not true. Come on. Like, people learned the rules. Like, I get that it's there for a generalization and all that stuff to make his point and everything, but it's a bad generalization, really.
Yeah. Well, and the old school way of playing D&D, some of the earliest ways that some people played was only the dungeon master rolled dice. That was a way that some people played. The DM rolled all the dice and told you the results for the things you described.
Gotcha.
Right? That's a very different... That's like peak OSR kind of ideology.
Interesting.
In that, the world is there generated by the dungeon master.
Okay.
And you are a player within that world in more of a shared imagination space rather than
the mechanical
like character building mechanical space. It's a different approach, and none is worse or better. I will say that.
Of course. Yeah. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say it's better or worse. I can see how it would make things a little faster potentially, because the GM is going to know the things or have everything on hand, and
they just say what goes.
Exactly. Like, you don't have to worry about it too much. So really, I mean, if that's also an example, it made it so that it's faster even though it was more complex, I don't know. It's just weird when he equates, people are complaining about how 5th edition feels slow to 5th edition is getting more complex potentially, but it's not.
I mean,
honestly,
there are more systems layered on top of 5th edition than there are in AD&D or in an OSR style game. That is true.
Oh, okay.
It's just not why the game is slower.
Yeah.
At higher levels.
Gotcha.
Anyway.
Yes, true.
Top of those rules, I call it the Cheesecake Factory effect. When you go to the Cheesecake Factory, they give you this menu. It's like a binder with hundreds of choices. My first choice always, by the way, is the fried macaroni and cheese balls, because they're fried macaroni and
so actually, a fun fact, because Cheesecake Factory was mentioned, Cheesecake Factory uses an algorithm to predict what like the most common entrees will be to order. And that, like, if you try to make the hundreds of options that they have on their menu, like, we received the order, okay, we will now begin making it. The wait times would be incredibly long. The reason why you get your food in like a half decent amount of time is because they have already done prep to
that's fascinating,
like with algorithms, and I believe AI, well, no, that they're probably moving into AI.
The most loose definition, I assume.
But they do that to basically predict, like, oh, like, cheese dishes will probably be really popular.
Right.
Soups. Stuff like that.
Interesting.
And it's really cool.
Yeah.
That's
I can
cool.
see how that's
and
helpful.
I do have I do have something in response to his analogy here. So I think that this criticism he's levying here is very valid against fourth edition, because that's what slowed down fourth edition. I played high level fourth edition. I played a ton of it. And when you're high level in 4e D&D, you have so many powers, every character.
Right.
Every character is like a high level wizard. Like that's how many choices on your turn you have.
Okay.
There are a lot, whether you're the fighter, the rogue, the wizard. Everybody, like, we would print out the cards and put them in like MTG sleeves just for organization.
Yeah, for sure.
Because you could color code them for like at will and daily.
Yeah.
And everybody had like 15 of these things.
That's crazy.
All the time, right?
Okay.
It's a lot. So that game did slow down because of the decision tree complexity as you went up in level. I mean, sure, because it actually had really smart choices about HP scaling in it. Like minions always die in one hit, no matter the level they are. Lots of little smart things like that. But yeah, that game took a long time to resolve, because your turn would come up and it'd be like, oh Lord, which one of my powers do I need to use? Do I need to bring out the daily power or not need that? It's just, there's so much that every character has to worry about. 5th edition, I will just, like I described it earlier, here's my barbarian's turn. Start of initiative, I rage.
Right.
I then I attack twice until everything is dead.
Right.
There are no other ability trees for me, or decision trees for me to interact with.
Yeah, there's very few, yeah.
Yeah, it's really not that much on average per character.
I get you.
In comparison, yeah.
Actually, bringing it back around a little bit, something that might, I don't know how much this might help with the stagnation that you get at higher tiers, but like, would it be better, do you think, if in later tiers of play that encounters were built more around, I guess, just having, instead of having big boss enemies, basically, that have like 200 to 500 hit points, the crazy amounts and such, we see a lot more groups that are more of that range of 2 to 3 hits from PCs, so that it becomes more of a tactics game, in the sense of they're utilizing the environment to dodge and weave and get cover and then get through to get to other characters and such, and you have environmental hazards and such, you have tactics from the actual enemies and all of that, like all of those kinds of things, instead of having them go against big boss monster who's there to really just soak up the damage until it dies, to really make it so that people would play those higher levels and feel like it's more of a or it's less of a slog.
Yeah, so what you're describing is what, in theory, any good dungeon master is going to do. Right? Where you want to you're fighting for something. There's an objective.
Yes.
There's different things you need to do. There's interesting terrain. We stack all that on there. That's great. You can do that at level 1, though.
Yes.
Right?
Oh, absolutely.
It's not, and what I mean is that, yeah, that helps make the fights more interesting, but that is doing so in spite of the system, rather than alongside the system.
Yeah, I get
because all of those things you describe can be applied to basically any tabletop game.
Yeah,
right?
You're right. You're absolutely right.
So, and when I we'll talk more about hit points and like injury systems, because he's going to talk about it in this video, of course.
Okay.
But yeah, like all that stuff you're talking about is the DM goodness, right?
Right.
You should be doing that in every game, regardless of the core mechanic.
Yeah, it's true.
Involved there. Yeah. So we'll keep going, and we'll loop back to that. We'll definitely loop back to that.
Okay.
Macaroni and cheese balls. But my daughter is a vegan, so she's got to look over the whole menu to find meatless options. And my wife is one of those people that are like, I'm not sure what I want to eat today. And God forbid, if you invite someone who's never come to the Cheesecake Factory, they open up the menu and they have to go through the whole thing. And they're like, oh my gosh, there's so many choices. I don't know what I want. Has anyone tried the bistro shrimp? Is it good? I'm thinking maybe bistro shrimp. And you say, yeah, it's good. But then they order a salad anyway. This is why 5e breaks down in 10 levels. There's so many options. It takes players several minutes to work their way through the menu, and some players are faster than others. You have characters with lots of spells and abilities, and players have to scour the character sheet or do mental Google searches to find out the optimal sequence of moves. Magic users don't just have to choose which spell to cast. They can summon creatures that can also cast spells. and characters have pets and sidekicks that can do things. Players love these rules, but game masters hate them because it's just another ball for the game master to juggle. I personally think D&D works best from 1st to 7th level, which is why I always recommend the D&D Essentials.
I will staunchly disagree on that.
Yeah.
I love when my players have a little ball of hit points that they have tied their emotions to,
Yeah.
and I get to endanger it.
Yeah, their companion
That's my
thing.
favorite thing to do as a
Yeah,
DM.
for sure.
Yeah. I think mechanically, I do. Yeah, totally agreed. That, like, narratively, I love it when there's some NPC that only has 12 hit points,
Yeah.
and they bring them along on their adventures. Oh no!
Yes.
When the little shadow drake that the rogue is attached to has 12 hit points, and it's a danger to. I also borrow from Pathfinder. In how I do weaknesses to elemental damage.
Yeah.
So for instance, the Shadow Drake had Fire 5, which means that anytime it takes fire damage, it takes the full amount of fire damage plus an additional 5 points of damage.
Yeah.
Oh, was that how 4th edition did it? I think 4th did something weird like that.
I think so. Yeah, because Pathfinder built itself a little bit the same like 4th.
Anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
Dude, I've never played 4th edition, but the more I learn about it, the more I'm like, wow, this sounds pretty kick-ass.
Oh yeah, exactly. 4th edition is cool. We've talked about it many a time. It's great.
We have, and every time I'm like, ooh.
This is why Boo wants to run it for us if we ever do D&D again. He just wants to do 4th edition for his Overworld stuff.
I highly recommend it. Yeah. It's a very interesting experiment.
Yeah.
On the subject of minions and summons and all that, what I do agree, mechanically speaking, is that they do create wildly branching decision trees for one player, and that means that one player ends up taking more time from the other players, while like a party's companion is a little different in my opinion.
Yeah.
And I am not a fan of player abilities that de-emphasize that player from a design standpoint and put them using a proxy instead. That's a personal preference on like design. So like a character that's job is purely to summon other things and then they do the fighting has moved the spotlight away from that character and to the proxies. And that's not a preferred way that I like to design abilities.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, not saying that's bad. I've played a necromancer in D&D.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I like summoning shit. It's fun.
Yeah. It is not my preferred flavor, I'll say.
I get you.
So I agree with him here in the video on that can be a little clunky and it can be a little distracting. Like, I'm fine with that statement, I suppose.
I guess it's one of those things where it's another generalization that we have sweeping statements of, hey, GMs hate this. And it's like, I'm over here like, dude, I just go with the flow with whatever the fuck, okay? I don't care, really. I just want to have some fun with my friends, you know?
5.5 has significantly simplified summons and conjuration in general.
Oh, cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Significantly. It's worth checking out if you ever get a PDF or something.
One of these days I will acquire a copy of it. Don't worry. By some means.
Your local game, flip through one at your local game store, guys. Go support your local game store.
True. Some of the coolest fights I ever had in D&D were those longer 4th fights, because often our DM would make situations where positioning was super important. Yeah, exactly. What's funny is I have gotten complaints by new players that 5th edition didn't give them enough options to do on their turn. Yeah.
Yep. Some classes are really simple.
It's true.
Don't get interesting decisions.
Yeah, which is why we usually see many people just making these different kind of decisions that aren't in in the rule books, because it's just like, well, I just want to do something different. I just want to be more than just the stat block, basically.
I want to pick up this bar stool and beat up the dragon with it.
Exactly.
Just let me do that. I know it's not a magic weapon, so I can't really hurt him, but please.
But I need to.
I need to hit him with a bar stool.
No, I get it. Exactly. Yeah. I suppose I'm always trying to get rid of my animal companions and familiars. That the loner flaw is good for that. Get rid of those and get the feet out of it. True. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
essentials set. And I think most people agree. Wizards of the Coast data shows most people don't play D&D campaigns after 7th level. And while some of that can be attributed to people moving away, it doesn't explain why people play a lot of D&D from 1st to 7th level, except it's just more fun and it's easier for the game master to run. Which brings us to Professor Dungeon Master's law of granularity. Anytime you break a mechanic down into a smaller mechanic, the game will slow down, or more crunch equals more time.
Kind of citing my earlier statement.
Yeah, I was gonna say
it's not that cut and dry. I don't like that he's saying it as a law, because I have had an otherwise simple action that didn't require many rules take like 5 to 10 minutes of real game time as the DM and the player like argued about how it should be interpreted and adjudicated by the DM.
Exactly. Like
because it wasn't covered by the rules.
There's so many
there was
cases.
one time. There was one time in a group Alejo and I were in with a couple friends where we spent about like a half an hour on one door. It was unlocked the whole time and resulted in us burning down the door rather than opening it.
It was
in a dungeon.
It was stuck. It was specifically stuck, the door. You guys just kept rolling so low to try to like do anything to it. It was great. And then you burnt down the door.
Do we even really want to try and trigger another trap? We face tanked the last 3.
Wonderful.
Then you burnt down the door and had to go and wait up in where the outside of the underground dungeon so that you didn't die of smoke inhalation. It was great. Yeah. It was really fun.
Yeah, I have no regrets, by the way.
No. We reference it all the time because it's the best option, really. Burn down the door.
Forget your keys? Have I got the tech for you?
I always have my characters in D&D have a crowbar.
Yeah, that's honestly fair.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful tool.
Basic D&D has side-based group initiative. 5e has individual initiative, so it takes longer. BX fighters do one thing. They fight. The description was 4 brief paragraphs.
If you wouldn't mind pausing.
Yeah.
Okay, so I could talk a lot about initiative structures.
Sure.
So side-based initiative is not faster than individual initiative. It is different. My game uses side-based initiative, actually.
Oh.
But so side-based initiative is more cooperative and tactical, but it doesn't necessarily save you time.
Yeah.
It is actually better for player engagement because the whole team works together at once.
Yeah.
Rather than one person, instead of you having to wait in a queue before you get to play the game. Everybody works together and then comes up with a plan and enacts that plan. That's the benefit of side-based initiative. It's not actually, in my experience, faster. It's different.
I was gonna say it sounds like it would be slower because everybody can plan. They can literally talk the entire time and figure out what they want to do.
It can have more of that strategization. So the way it plays out oftentimes is there's more deliberation and then the resolution is fairly fast in comparison. Right? So like you're strategizing more, but then you as a team act together, and one round, I guess you could say, in side-based initiative, in my experience, isn't significantly shorter or faster than traditional initiative. It's just, it feels different. It's a different experience.
And it might just be that that's what he is citing because it feels different, so thus it feels better, quote unquote, you know?
And there's a lot of actual, like, that's a meaty conversation in and of itself, is different types of initiative and what they do for player engagement and balance and strategy, but that's almost too much for the purpose of this video.
Right. I get you.
Yeah.
Graphs. 5e fighters take up 6 pages with class features, fighting styles, and archetypes. Black Hack and Shadow Dark followed the BX tradition with class descriptions on a single page. Consequently, character creation and combat takes less time. Look at the character sheet from my own Deathbringer and a 5e character sheet. A simpler sheet with fewer numbers to consult means a faster game, which is why after you play Deathbringer 5e combat,
God forbid, the most simple things could also still take longer just because of any reason, really, and the most complex things could take less time for any reason, really. It's not a good comparison. It just isn't.
Yeah, and his character sheet there, his level 1 rogue, he's written out thieves can't.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's like, oh, come on. Or forgery. Well,
right.
come on.
You don't necessarily need it's padding really at that point.
Yeah. And he has his flaws and his bonds and his which, there's no even space for that on Deathbringer, and that's fine because Deathbringer is much more OSR.
Right.
It's not meant to. Your character probably won't live that long.
It's not a good comparison at all. It really. So
because a level 1 rogue, they just stab something for sneak attack damage.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't even have cunning action yet. Actually,
no.
Level 1 rogue is actually feels really bad to play.
Yeah, that's why they changed it up with everything. So yeah.
I'm not sure if it's an intentional point of the level 1 rouge.
Oh, that's funny. That's got to be intentional. That's classic. That's great. That's funny.
That's pretty good.
He picked actually a moderately complex race as well. The Kenku, because of their mimicry stuff.
True.
This is something that this isn't to critique OSR as a total, but I'm always amused when OSR devs still do this the 6 ability scores from mainline D&D, because the 6 ability scores in D&D it's needlessly organized. Like, you don't have to do it that way,
right?
To be honest,
right?
Like some games do just 3.
That's true.
You get it's a spectrum. That's the thing. It is a spectrum. So he's kept strength, dex, con, int, wisdom, charisma, but he's removed complexity elsewhere.
Yeah.
Right. It's different. It's a spectrum.
Yeah.
Like watching paint dry. And some players may complain, well, that means we have fewer options. Not really. To continue my restaurant analogy, instead of a prefix menu, the chef is saying, go ahead, order anything you want, I'll make it for you. In Deathbringer, you can create an Errol Flynn type swashbuckler, but instead of breaking the game down into components, you just tell the game master, I swing from the chandelier and drop onto my opponent's face. And you have a pool of d6s called Deathbringer dice that you can add to your d20 roll, so your skills are fluid depending on the situation, and that greatly speeds up combat. One of the most innovative games I've seen in recent years is DM
pause here.
Yeah, wait, what?
So, okay, there's a big split in tabletop in general. Like, not that it's a rivalry.
Yeah.
So in the example he gave, if you want to be an Errol Flynn type character, which is not a modern reference, but I love it.
No, yeah, exactly.
So in that case, you are what the GM allows you to be.
Yeah.
And when I'm sitting there between sessions of playing any role-playing game, I can't open up the book and dream up my build of this character that I can create. I got to go call my DM and say, like, hey, can we fit this into the game? Like, will this be okay?
Yeah.
Something that I used to love doing, especially with 3rd edition, because there's a million splat books for it. I'd just be flipping through the book and see, like, oh, what a cool spell. Oh, what a cool ability.
Yes.
Maybe I could connect it to this other ability and do this and then that, and I can make all these interesting characters. You engage with the game between sessions.
Yeah. For sure.
Like, you can dream up your character. What will your character be able to do next? And that's different than the type of games that rely on adjudication to add your character's flavor, or not, flavor is maybe the wrong word, to add the meat to your character's abilities happen at the table only.
Yeah.
That's a different way of playing.
Yeah.
And he's speaking with the latter, right? He's speaking from the OSR perspective.
Yeah.
So, as a quick question, and and I will rewind just a little bit.
Yeah, go for it.
But he talks
roll,
about
so your skills are fluid depending on the situation.
Yeah, the skills being fluid.
That greatly...
if you want to swing from the chandelier.
Mm-hmm.
Is he, and especially with pools of D6 that you just rolled, is he arguing just for a very Vampire the Masquerade way of writing things?
No. He is talking about there is a pool that you have that you can then choose to take dice from. I don't believe it's not like a set number. This is your pool, take as many or as little as you want. That's what I get the impression of, which I then go, oh, that sounds like it's something that might cause you to pause and think about and deliberate over longer than I have a +3, so that you just go and roll and just add it up. You know, like it
Gotcha.
itself seems to be something that would take more time potentially, just as rolling out something else could take less or more time potentially, right?
Right.
Um,
It's a different ideology. So with
yes,
OSR type games, the expectation is that you describe what your person does in the world,
yeah,
then the GM tells you what to roll.
exactly.
Rather than 5th edition D&D's style, where I look at my character's abilities and I use one of those to impact the world, right? In one case, I own me, the player. I own what my character is and can do because it's here on my sheet,
Okay.
right? I can cast this spell, which does X, Y, and Z. I can
Yeah.
use this special sword maneuver. In the other case, I just describe within the fiction of the game what I'd like to attempt.
Yeah.
And then we resolve that with dice to determine its success or failure. That's very different, right?
I guess that is more like
Um,
the vampire stuff that we've been doing, because that is kind of just how it is. Of like,
yeah, and it's not like a value assessment of either
no,
style
no, no,
either, right?
no.
These are just different
Yeah.
ways of playing,
Yeah.
and they suit different types of games.
Yeah, I was gonna say because we D&D is a class-based system, right? It is very much set in those classes, and you get all the things that you want to do and everything. Whereas we've talked about Vampire's skill-based system, and it seems like his Deathbringer thing is more skill-based in a way as well.
Mhm.
Of just this is your skill, I'll tell you, you roll it out and you do the thing, and it's not necessarily based off of what you potentially will get from being a swashbuckler, you know.
Yeah, it's not something
Although,
that you own so much in that way,
yeah,
right?
although
You
vampire
you
is kind
you
of a weird hybrid, actually. Now I think about it, because if you're
Vampire's
vampires,
also it's got a lot. There's a lot
I
to
love
that.
vampires so much.
Yeah, yeah,
It's a great
yeah.
system.
Yeah, so like, his point here, like I said, he's speaking from a very
Yeah,
specific perspective, and the games he's designed and the game he's just about to cite, EZD6, are all of that type of methodology, and it's very popular,
yeah,
and it doesn't give all the different types. You can't have all the different types of gameplay experiences using those kinds of
yeah,
systems. As an example, if you want to play something tactical,
yeah.
like if you want to have fun with your friends of coming up with strategy and enacting that to take down an enemy, that OSR style is less effective at delivering that experience because of the amount of arbitration that it relies on for the GM.
True.
While the players can't combine their abilities to win like you would in a more traditional, like 4th edition is exactly that. You put your powers together to defeat the bad guy.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's very different. It suits different types of games.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a universal law.
No, yeah, that's the thing. It's we encounter it many a time where somebody says this is the way it has to be, and then we go, why? Because it doesn't, though.
Yeah, absolutely. And the design Discord I'm in has shown me so many different perspectives on tabletop design that I just like, they might as well be speaking Greek to me in
Yeah.
some of these, because it's so outside of my wheelhouse.
Right.
And it's impressive, and I don't get it,
Yeah.
but it doesn't mean they're doing it wrong.
Well,
Like there's a lot of people who make very anime inspired games,
Right.
or even inspired by like gacha style video games. And I was like,
Oh.
I got nothing to add to this conversation. More power to you. It's just not. I don't know. I
Yeah,
got nothing to add to it.
that's
But hey, that doesn't mean you're playing the game wrong.
exactly. It's the constant thing of a creative field where nothing is necessarily the wrong way. There's just bad execution of things,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And that's where we can focus on actually like pointing these kinds of things out. But mostly
Yeah.
it is a lot of just at least for D&D specifically, or TTRPGs specifically, excuse me, it's a lot of just personal preference a lot of the time, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Speeds up combat. One of the most innovative games I've seen in recent years is DM Scotty's EZD6 from Runehammer Games. Scotty wanted to create a game that had no math. He thought that adding ability scores and subtracting them was one of the things that slowed down the game. So in EZD6, you chuck a bunch of 6-sided dice and you only read the surface of the die. If you get a 5 or better, you succeed, and that makes combat a lot faster. And you don't roll damage. Each successful hit causes 1 strike of damage. Weaker foes like goblins only have 1 strike. Player characters can take 3 strikes and then they're out. But there's a trade-off. A chair leg and a two-handed sword does the same damage. And there's no leveling. Because you don't have individualized hit points or ability scores, characters can't have the incremental improvements you see in D&D and Pathfinder. But that's a trade-off the designer is willing to make. It's a game that's more immersive because you never need to ever stop to look up a rule. After character creation...
So immersion, wait, hold up, wait.
So he is absolutely right, though. Easy D6 or games based on it are very fast because they are very simple. And I absolutely agree that arithmetic can slow gameplay down depending on how good at math your players are.
I was going to say competency in it is definitely a factor.
Yeah. And like, I'm pretty good at math, but when I roll 8d6, it can take me a moment sometimes to add up my fireball damage, you know. So he's absolutely right about that. But immersion actually has less to do with your dice resolution system than it does with what surrounds that.
It's really
like
just
the
player
art
buy-in, right?
Yeah, well, and I actually find that detailed mechanics can help immersion.
True.
In used correctly. So if you were going to play, like I'm playing a game of Dark Sun, which is a post-apocalyptic Dungeons and Dragons fantasy setting that's been around forever. And one thing you have to do in the game is track your food and water.
Yeah.
Because you can only carry so much. So getting a wagon to carry that food and water is important. And so one of us, it's me, has been assigned to like track that because I like doing that kind of stuff. Yeah. And that increases the immersion. I'm worried about it. Like I track it. When we're planning to go out into the world, having that be mechanicized, the amount of provisions that we have, increases my immersion.
Yeah.
When if it was simply hand waved, it wouldn't actually make me feel like it mattered.
Yeah.
So used correctly, mechanical detail actually increases immersion.
Yeah, for sure.
Like I'm imagining wound tables where it's like, oh, you take a bad blow on the shoulder and you feel something crack. Please, for the rest of combat, take -2 on all of your attack rolls. That would, for me, paint a really vivid picture of what's happening in my mind and help with my immersion.
Yeah, rather than it just be a purely descriptive matter, right? Which a lot of games just do. Oh, I love wound and injury systems, unsurprisingly.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It's easy to throw out a line and then immediately forget about it. That doesn't improve immersion. What improves immersion is like, oh God, also like your character's arm is fucking killing them. You can't move it properly, but like you feel the adrenaline rising of you're in a near death scenario, and also like your sword arm isn't swinging.
Yeah. Well, like as an example in my game, you don't. If a haywire labor robot shoots you with its rail spike driving gun, you don't take 1d8 plus 4 points of damage. You take a serious impaling injury that sticks you to the wall behind you that starts gushing blood. Like you write something like that on your sheet. And that's what happened from the attack. And I can say from the playtests, that is very immersive at the moment.
Oh yeah,
the players are like, oh shit, up, like get it out, you know.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Get me off of this fucking wall.
Yeah, exactly. While the other ones are coming to start tearing them limb from limb. That's a very immersive experience.
Yeah, for sure.
And there's mechanical detail that creates that rather than it just being purely arbitrary.
Yeah, the mechanics are the enhancement for sure.
The gruesome details.
Yes. It just allows you to, instead of only needing to come up with it yourself, if it's baked in, you just have that free tool, which is great.
You can always layer good DM skills on top of that.
Exactly.
But it's giving you something baseline.
Yeah. And it's nice. Honestly, the more that I hear about, and I've looked into your system, I'm so excited. like legitimately,
it's really fun. I like it. Obviously, I'm a fan of it.
I mean, I would hope so.
It always cracks me up when people first play it. I'll run a demo or something of it, and they just get all tore up, and they have a lot of fun with it, and it's intense.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So, I was already interested in Tales from Elsewhere. Also, complete side note, I really like the art you have of the human hand reaching out towards the tentacles.
Oh yeah, that does look good.
Very Adam and God, and I just wanted to say
that is exactly the evocation.
That makes sense. There you go.
Cool. Yeah. Yep. But what was I gonna say? Oh yes. So given the example that you just cited of taking a major piercing injury, I take it pile bunkers feature in your setting?
Pile bunkers? Wait, this name is not ringing a bell for some reason.
Oh, they are also sometimes called stake drivers. It's like the big weapon strapped onto the arm of an armored core.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at this, there is an enemy that has something like this, but it's more like a harpoon because it's attached to a rope.
Okay.
Yeah. So the first book, I do plan on having multiple campaign settings. Basically, I'm going to release them. First one's Weird West. I have plans for others. So in the first one, there is another cybernetic zombie-like enemy that is basically the early stages of that blood oiler. And so it's smaller, its behavior is more erratic, it's not quite as deadly, and its job is basically just to pin people down for the bigger ones to come and mutilate. And so it has a harpoon arm that it'll shoot somebody, so it shoots you through the leg, right? And the harpoon goes through and it's stuck in you, and you can't walk any further away from the creature. And it's like gnarly stuff like that.
Fuck yeah.
Dude,
it's good. Yeah.
Your setting sounds a lot like another favorite one of my settings. Have you heard of the Forever Winter?
I have. They just released a game, right?
Yes, they did.
I don't know this.
I haven't played it, but that kind of Deadlands is also a big inspiration.
Deadlands.
Books like The Dark Tower. I mean, I've read a bunch of Cormac McCarthy. His books are obviously an inspiration. I haven't actually played the Forever Winter game that just came out. Is it?
I have played a few hours. I can tell you the visual design of the game is stellar because it's got all of that like Zlatislav Beksinski influence that's like fucking everywhere, and it's gorgeous.
Oh, this is
the one that the images of it. It looks rad.
Yes, the movement of the game does not feel good in its current state. I would wait a few months.
Sure. I don't have a lot of time to play video games right now. Sadly, I gotta make one. Not a video game, but
right. Yeah. I get you.
But yeah, that looks right up my alley.
I remember you sending me that, and I looked at it and I was like, "Ooh!" But then I forgot about it. So
I've been following it pretty keenly.
Well, let me know when I should get it because it looks sick.
You don't even really need to consult the book, but you do lose customization. But even if you don't play ZG6, you can still take inspiration from it. You can hand wave damage for weaker monsters like goblins. Like if you hit, you kill them. Or I've done this with my teenage players. I have them roll damage with fate dice. They have 2 plus sides, 2 blank sides, and 2 minus sides. A blank means the goblin is dead. Plus means you do extra damage or get to make a second attack. And a minus means it's just a flesh wound. Some groups would hate that, but my group loves it, so it's what we do. Now let's take a look at the most common mechanics I'm asked about.
Sounds like my injury system he's talking. It sounds like more of a wound system rather than a hit point system.
Yeah.
Which he's kind of arguing against here, but it's kind of weird.
But it's fine. I mean,
it's just interesting that he suggested a homebrew he uses that is one step away from being a wound system rather than hit points. It's interesting.
True.
First, replacing hit points with wound categories. This is the idea. Instead of hit points, you maybe have a lightly wounded character, medium wounded, and at heavy wounds, you're bleeding out and you get a -2 to hit. Here's the problem with these systems. It's a lot of bookkeeping, and it also leads into this death spiral where the characters are getting worse and worse, and it's just not fun. Hit points
it's just not fun, huh? Oh.
Well, he's right that death spirals can be challenging to design well so that they are fun.
I guess so,
but a death spiral is not inherent to wound systems per se.
Yeah.
It's just how a lot of people tackle wound systems is by putting flat penalties on accumulation of wounds.
Exactly.
It's like we were talking about earlier about how you could just do like every 25% of your max HP in a D&D game, you take a cumulative -1 penalty. Right. That makes you worse at defending yourself, which makes it more likely you get wounded, which makes you worse at defending yourself.
True.
That's not fun if that's how you built your wound system.
Right.
But that's not necessarily integral to how a wound system works.
Yeah, exactly. That is just one way to do it.
Yeah, it's one way. But his dice that he was describing just moments ago were basically like a wound system.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
a very easy. Like it doesn't put any negatives to anything. It's just you kill it, you do more damage or not, I guess.
Yeah.
Or do another attack, which in the do more damage category, I'm like, oh, okay. So is that like 2 wounds then potentially, or what does that mean? You know?
Yeah. Well, and I know this is actually a constructive criticism, feedback point I saw a lot on my videos with people saying like, isn't this a lot of writing? And to be honest, no. Like, if you've ever run a D&D game, how many hit point like tick marks are you making on your scratch pad? Right? How much arithmetic up and down are you doing as a character? Like, I played a druid up to I think level 14 in 5th edition.
Yeah.
I wore a hole through the character sheet where hit points was written.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because wild shaping and then healing and then coming out. Like, there's actually quite a bit of constant bookkeeping that hit points often result in.
Very
and
true.
it's arithmetic bookkeeping.
Yeah.
Writing down I got shot in the gut isn't that much bookkeeping, to be honest.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, honestly.
Yeah, and wound-based games often do not have as many direct exchanges between the parties than you do in a hit point system because they're not in an attrition situation where they're trading.
Right.
You know, it's more like you shot the goblin with your bow and it dies.
Yeah.
Right. So you don't tick down having to apply 1d8 plus 4 damage 4 times to the enemy.
Right.
You just shoot him and he dies.
Exactly.
So yeah, it's a different type of writing, but I don't know that it's actually less.
Yeah, I
overall.
guess it really just, I mean, it depends on how fast you write down words as opposed to adding up math, right?
Yeah, like, you know, it's your bookkeeping in either way. It's a different one. You're writing down something evocative, and the other one you're incrementing a number.
Yeah.
So they're different.
It's something that you look at and you can remind yourself, like, it's not just, oh, I lost 10 hit points. It is, oh god, I have a harpoon in my leg. Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. Because just like in any video game usually too, the last hit point's the only one that matters.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
All the other damage is meaningless.
Yeah.
You know, I took 10 damage.
Depending,
If I still have 50 hit points, that damage doesn't matter. It matters for the long term, like, of my resources.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really matter in the moment.
Right.
Yeah, like especially you mentioned Peter, the druid. I believe it was a druid you played where you scratched out the health. I have done a similar thing with a character that was a tank before, and that sort of motivated my my straying away from character sheets and into just keeping notes in a notebook. And having a notebook version of my character sheet. Specifically because having your HP section and then having to have a current HP section that is like more labial and like you are constantly changing it based on how the fight goes. I am not a fan of hit point bookkeeping, especially.
I use a tablet now just because it's more convenient. It's not a form fillable character sheet. It's an image of a character sheet that I just write on.
Exactly.
Because again, like, I don't want to waste I kept having to print paper, and ink is so expensive. And I play a lot of games, and so I can have them all in one little thing that's easy to carry to the game store or a convention.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I like the vampire one where you just go, oh, I took superficial. Oh, I took aggravated. I just put a little slash or anything. Like, it's nice.
Yeah, less bookkeeping. And also with injury systems, wound systems and such, you tend to not erase them as frequently. They stay on you longer.
Yes.
So you're not going up and down.
Exactly.
Erasing, re-adding. With hit points, you tend to yo-yo a bit.
It is true.
Are popular because they work. They're simple to keep track of, and it's one of the reasons that concept was adapted for video games. Body part locations are the same thing. You might think it's more interesting to score a hit against the left arm, but the shield is on that arm. But again, it leads to a much slower game, and I don't see much of a payoff. You could use hit location dice, which can spice.
I just keep thinking about how your I was gonna say I just keep thinking about your system, and I'm just like, no, that doesn't. No, I mean, if you do it in a certain way, it should be fine.
Yeah, but this goes back to something we were talking about a little earlier about decision trees.
Yeah.
So in the kind of game that he's imagining in this video, the players are describing all sorts of interesting actions that they're going to take place, like an
Yes.
Errol Flynn swashbuckler.
Exactly.
And so their decision tree, in quotes, is only limited by their imagination.
Mhm.
That's a very different way to play, though, right? That is a game of pure arbitration, which isn't wrong.
Mhm.
But when you give players concrete decision trees, it's very engaging, I think.
Mhm.
When the player, the player's a gunslinger and they know they can shoot the gun out of the guy's hand or shoot him in the leg or try to shoot him in the head, and there's pros and cons to that. That's cool.
Yeah.
Like, that's neat. And it's not just what the GM thinks makes sense in that moment. You know what you can do because it's built into the core rules.
Yeah. Exactly.
Because in D&D, technically, and I swing sword at body. Like, I hit the thing and I
Yeah.
deal damage to its hit point total.
Yeah,
And there isn't a decision tree there.
they took away called shots back from probably I mean I know third had it.
Yeah, there was like an optional rule you could use.
Yeah.
It was just like a minus penalty, stacking penalty to accuracy or something like that. It's been a while.
Which it didn't necessarily I think it didn't necessarily have anything that it said it did. It was just that you could do it, and so it was really up to the dungeon master what happened, I think.
Yeah, it's been a while. I don't actually remember. But you have to. Yeah. I'm of the opinion that if you're going to build called shots, you're going to do wounds, the whole game needs to be built around that assumption. You don't just tack it on. Because then he's right. If you try to tack it on to Dungeons and Dragons, it's not going to feel great. You have to.
It's weird.
It's going to take some work.
Yeah, it's really weird if I were to called shot at the head and roll like high damage. It's like, well, it still has the hit points, so how do you square away, like, is that going to be enough damage to the head specifically that will kill, or is it going to do a major blow of some sort, or what happens to it,
Yeah, and the immersion can be increased. I think I ran about this in one of my videos. So the 5th edition, a Dungeons and Dragons zombie, such an immersion fail.
This was part of it. I remember this,
right? Everybody knows you shoot the zombies in the head.
Yes.
It's what you do, because most of us were raised on like Romero style zombies.
Yeah.
It's just, but it's also, I mean, to be honest, that's also how you kill a person. But,
yeah.
Whoa. I shot him in the head and he died. He must have been a zombie.
Oh my God.
But in Dungeons and Dragons, you can't do that. Not rules as written.
True.
Right? That's not how, mechanically speaking, the zombie only dies if it fails its Constitution saving throw after being reduced to 0 hit points, or you deal a critical hit, or you inflict radiant damage to it. That's not as immersive as needing to go for the head with your attacks.
Right.
I think that's way cooler when you can do that.
Yeah, it's definitely something that does add that layer for sure, because it's like, oh yeah, this is how it works. If I shoot you in the head, you will probably die.
Yeah. It's related to the initiative that I was mentioning earlier about team versus, or side-based versus individual initiative.
Sure.
It doesn't necessarily make the game faster or slower. Same thing with wound systems. It makes it different.
Yes.
And I've found that in a single sitting, I can often get through more with my game than in a Dungeons and Dragons game, simply because things die faster.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. It doesn't take as many rounds to complete a scene, because, to be honest, after like 3 or 4 rounds, everybody's on a loop now. Everybody's done their thing.
Yep. True.
And the monster is gonna just start again with whatever pattern it's gonna do. Like, we should be done by now.
Yeah. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, and wound systems help with that because you don't have to build up attrition on them.
Yeah, that's something that I have tried to emulate somewhat in having like dynamic combat environments that like change, or like there is some gimmick to the fight. I'm getting pretty wound system pilled.
I love it. Well, because like I said, you can take a wound system and do all that fun stuff and add it on top, right? You can make an interesting set piece with interesting objectives, like so the demo packet, which I'm really working hard on. I probably should be writing that instead of here on this podcast, but this is way too much fun. It'll be ready very soon, everybody. It has a demo adventure. It's a one-shot, takes about 4 hours, and it opens on a train. And nothing more fun than a dynamic fight on a train.
Yeah, that's sick.
Right? With a wound system where, you know, I don't know, maybe there's like bandits jump on the train, right? And now you're in shootouts on a moving train and there's civilians and, you know, you can do all that and also have the wound system there. So you don't have to hit the bandit 10 times to make it go down. You shoot him once in the gut and he's going to be like, oh God, please stop shooting me.
Yeah, it makes it a hell of a lot more cinematic for sure.
Yeah. Or in like something as simple as, this happened in my D&D game yesterday. I was playing D&D 5.5, and we're level 5. The ranger in the party got thrown off a cliff and fell 80 feet. But he took, that's 8d6 damage.
Yes.
That's a fireball.
Yeah.
He was fine.
Okay.
He just, right, you know, because hit points.
Yeah, exactly. And roll low and everything, and you're fine.
Right. Yeah, I mean, just an average damage for a fireball is about, like, what, 32?
Yeah, something like that.
He had 45 hit points.
Yeah.
He was fine. Okay. Right. He just got up and dusted himself off and, like, drank a healing. Or we took a short rest. He was fine.
Yeah, it's definitely a problem for sure.
It removes, it hurts some of the tension that terrain can create because as you get up in higher levels, you have to, like, start like just falling down is trivial. Like it almost doesn't matter. I really dislike that.
It's why
the scaling is so weird.
It's why I usually say, oh yeah, if you fall down a fucking like 100-foot cliff, you're probably gonna die. Like it's
One
just
would assume
it's
right?
just you're probably gonna die. So it doesn't matter if you have 320 hit points. I don't care. Like you fell down a goddamn cliff that was so high that you died. Okay.
Yeah.
My campaigns will be structured in a way that cliffs exist at level 1, but come level 10, you're always at Mount Doom.
It's always lava.
Everywhere.
Lava is all over the place, but you can survive for like half a second in lava sometimes. That's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, you just just be fire resistant and you're fine.
Fire resistant as well as it does. I think it's like 20 d6s or something, and it's like, I
15th level fighter will walk through that for a couple turns.
Yup.
Right? Just drink a potion of fire resist.
It's fine.
So in my game, when you fall, it inflicts a random injury to a random part of your body because you don't really get to control it if you're shoved off something. So, you know, what happens is a player gets shoved off from 20 feet in the air. That's not a small way to fall if you were thrown from it, right?
It hurts.
And they land on their leg and it breaks. And now they can't run from the zombies. You know, that's way more immersive right there because there's details added, right? Is it just rolling a handful of d6s faster? Yeah. It's not more immersive though.
Right, exactly.
It's always great when that happens in a demo or something where somebody breaks a leg and they're like, "Oh no."
Yeah, that's
classic horror movie stuff.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Up your descriptions, but I've never seen a really good one. It's always like left foot and right foot is an equal chance of getting injured than a right arm or left arm. Your arms and your torso in a fight would have more of a chance of getting injured. Spell points instead of spell slots.
Really quick on that. He's talking about how a common wound system is actually just a random table when you inflict a hit. Roll on a table to determine the location and severity as the core wound resolution, which is not the best implementation of wound resolution.
Right.
That's just a random effect table you can slap in any game. That's not, I would say, an evocative targeting or wound system.
Right.
Your arms and your torso in a fight would have more of a chance of getting injured. Spell points instead of spell slots. I find it's just another thing to keep track of. I like rolling to cast, and on a natural 1, something terrible happens. It's a concept used in Shadow Dark, 5 Torches Deep, Deathbringer. I just think it's a lot more dynamic and fun. And armor
Sure.
Really quick. I mean, again, he's listing OSR games
specifically
because that's his taste,
That's
which is
thing.
nothing wrong with that. I actually agree. I don't like Vancian spellcasting as it's called in general. I don't think it's all that evocative, like a mechanic to use magic. I like when magic is special or dangerous and interesting. I mean, I just agree with him here. His examples, though, are all just pure, like, GM adjudication of magic half the time.
Right.
So I don't know if that's a whole lot better to me.
I was gonna say, I played we didn't get to the magic system in it, but Dungeon Crawl Classics
Oh, cool.
I played a little bit of that. Had my 15 characters basically, and we had it was fantastic. By the way, it was so much fun. As characters died, more characters were basically like fleshed out, and because I had less to work with and all that, and it became a whole story with like this one little guy who was just like really trying to help everybody, and he was very he was very accident prone in a way of like, or not accident prone, but he was trying to do things in like the most irrational way sometimes to just help people. Like there was a thing that was a statue was like pointing out and shooting like fire if you stepped in a certain way in this place, and
Classic.
he was like, okay, I'm gonna climb up and I'm gonna like put myself over the finger and just be there so that you can just go past. He didn't get up there.
Forget me.
He didn't get up there, so he didn't get to do that. But later on, he actually, for like the big final boss thing, he actually went over and tried to just take the arm off of the it was like a terracotta general that was like telling the terracotta soldiers to get up out of the thing, and so he just tried to like swing himself off the arm of it so that it would break, so they couldn't give orders anymore and everything, and he got thrown and completely died. It was great.
That's wonderful.
But like I also looked into the magic rules for that, and they're really weird because I like it because it's like magic doesn't work exactly how you think it will, right? You go through the tables potentially, and it's like, oh yeah, you try to cast I don't know them specifically, but like say you were trying to cast Fireball, well it might do Fireball, but something else might happen, or all that kind of stuff. I do like the unintended consequences of messing with a force that you cannot entirely control. It's very interesting.
And those systems take longer to resolve than traditional Vancian, which just give you a prescribed path.
Exactly.
But I do think they're cool. I haven't played it before, but I've heard Ars Magica has one of the best magic systems in any tabletop game. I've never read it. I keep being told that it's incredibly intricate. It's about like the game is all about Ars Magica, I believe is the name of it.
Okay.
If I'm remembering correctly. Anyway, that I haven't read that one. There's too many games out there to read. I don't have the time.
Yeah, I mean, fair.
Spelling on that?
ARS.
ARS.
Ars
Magica, I think is the title I'm thinking of here.
Extensively detailed RPG world full of history and sorcery. Okay. I'll look at this for later. Anyway.
Yeah, I've heard it's super detailed and very interesting.
Okay, cool.
Absorption system. So in D&D, armor makes you more difficult to hit. Real plate mail armor consists of 3 layers. You've got a gambeson, which is a padded coat, and then you have a chainmail shirt over that, and then they put the plates over that. Yeah. And with a helmet on, you'd be practically blind. You'd also be pretty much impregnable to any blows. An armored knight on a battlefield was like a walking tank. So games like Warhammer, RuneQuest, and Nurk-Bori have armor absorption systems. When you score a hit, you subtract the armor points from the damage dealt.
I remember when I was looking at that video before of removing attack rolls and hit points from D&D specifically, the person for that one was also talking about, instead of doing armor class, doing armor absorption, which I'm also a fan of, but it really works better for low hit point games, honestly. Something that it isn't necessarily D&D. Because I was talking about it with how Delta Green does it. You get a Kevlar vest, you get like a 2 damage reduction to attacks and stuff, and it's like, yeah, great, because you have like at max like 18 to, or probably not 18, but like somewhere to like 15 to like 5 hit points. You know, every kind of like damage bit matters, and so having anything that mitigates it at all is something major.
Absolutely. Well, and his mention there about medieval armor, I am super into history and the history of weaponry and armor. I mean, what he's describing isn't actually accurate. They were not walking tanks. In the English longbow of the era could hurt them.
I don't think I'm picking up anything. Hang on. Sorry.
Oh, did I was I
Oh,
not
there we
unmuted
go.
on my mic?
Sometimes I don't know why. Sometimes Discord just doesn't say things, at least, or at
Oh,
least
I may have also let go of the push to talk.
Oh no, I think
I-
no, you were lighting up. So
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
I
my
heard
end.
you the whole
It's
time.
my end. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Anyway,
Yeah, so armor is a multi-angle defense system. It involves
Yes.
deflection and absorption. So a
Yes.
suit of plate armor has, like you said, there's layers underneath it because the hope with the angles of your breastplate and the helmet and the neck guard that it will deflect things like arrows off to the side, but there's padding so that if it doesn't, that it also mitigates the injury coming in.
Yeah.
Right? It's more complicated than that. While a Kevlar vest, as you're saying, is specifically supposed to be mitigation. It's there to absorb the
Yes.
impact of a bullet. You're not deflecting a bullet.
No.
Right? It doesn't get deflected. It gets absorbed.
Yes.
So every game has some sort of conceit they make about armor, right?
Yeah.
It's too complex in real life how you'd actually go through with that. So you're
Yeah.
going to have to hand wave some of it.
Absolutely.
I think so. He's right that when you bake it all into an armor class, all that stuff, including your ability to dodge, right? As like in D&D, it's your dex bonus. It
Yeah.
includes dodging and armor and mitigation. It's all there in one. Yeah, that's faster. Not necessarily more interesting though.
Yeah, potentially.
Right? I mean,
yeah.
It
It is definitely it's just the way that it again, like you said, you just have to concede some of these things because it's just like
yeah.
I can't be sitting here calculating the trajectory of this blow off of the armor that you
Yeah,
have here
exactly,
and everything.
exactly.
Like that's just it's
Yeah.
too much.
Like my game is a mitigation. Armor is mitigation in my game. It
That makes
reduces the
sense.
severity of incoming injuries.
Yeah.
And different armor covers different parts of the body and protects you against different things, right? I mean,
Yeah.
if you're wearing a leather chest piece, like a leather tunic, it might help with cuts and stabs or something, maybe, but like a bullet goes through it.
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't really help you much there.
There's
and it doesn't
realism
cover your
there,
head.
for sure. Yeah. I get that.
Yeah.
For sure.
I like that kind of thing because then you get fun enemy design where different parts of their body could be mitigated against different things.
Yes.
And that might be a little video gamey, I suppose, but I think it's cool, right? It lets you have, again, decision trees and so forth.
Exactly. And I mean, that's the thing. Nothing wrong with, getting a little bit of that video gamey element to it. I mean,
exactly.
it's there. They're popular for a reason. And
Yeah,
like,
I've played a lot of Red Dead Redemption, okay?
ooh, yeah, there you go.
I might be the only person who's going to watch this video or listen to it that has played Red Dead Revolver, the very first game they made.
Ooh, I know Red Dead Revolver. I haven't played it myself, but yeah, I know
Not
it.
canonically related.
No, not at all. But yeah,
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I will be back shortly. Please continue on in my absence.
Alrighty.
Sure.
Seems simple and logical, but this is a case of don't tear down the fence unless you know why it was built. D&D was built for large groups. If you look at the cover of the Lost City or any old school module, you'll see it's designed for 6 to 10 players of character levels, whatever. And as a kid, I was always thinking, who has even 6 people who want to play this game? I don't even think I had 6 friends. And even during the summer, it was
you did, but that, let's come on.
The actual experience was players controlled more than one player.
Ah,
Or
that makes
more than
sense.
one character.
Yeah.
You'd bring several characters down into the dungeon and you'd be controlling them. You'd have 3 guys controlling 6 characters, for example.
Yeah,
That's the idea that you were living that character is not necessarily how everybody played it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think it's another thing like how Dungeon Crawl Classics does it. Like they took that what it used to be a lot of the time and they went, okay, you have 16 fucking guys. If somebody lives, hey, there's your character.
Yeah. Oh, and yeah, right, Hunter, exactly. You'd have hirelings you'd be bringing down, right?
Yes.
You'd get a bucket of people and throw them at the dungeon to try to get to the bottom,
Yeah, true.
Yeah, so him saying that it's necessarily large groups of players, not quite right, but he's right that there were a large number of characters needing to be resolved simultaneously, which necessitates a simpler system for expediency's sake.
Exactly.
like who's at summer camp, who's got a little league game. I never could get those players together. I didn't know that D&D was designed for convention play, where it was common to get 8, 10, or 15 people at your gaming table.
Is that true that it was designed?
I mean, this is
for
before
that?
my time, so because I came in at third, and by the time
Sure.
it was third, it was not designed for that.
Yeah, that's true.
But it was born. D&D was born out of wargaming.
Yeah.
And so those were the kind of things you'd go to a convention, you'd go to
Okay,
a store and
true.
play in big groups. So, I mean, I can't really comment as to the factual
Yeah.
nature of that. But again,
It's
he's talking
possible.
about the OSR universe here, right?
True,
That's
true.
simply not been the case for 24 years now.
Yeah,
for
yeah.
D&D at least.
That's true.
Hence
That's
the
true.
popularity of OSR and why it's taken off. People do like that kind of gameplay.
It is cool and it has its place for sure, but it's
Exactly.
definitely not the overwhelming popular thing anymore.
Yeah, and it is not. Its designs are not law.
No, yeah, that's the whole thing. It's like, yeah, they're good designs for a certain type of game, right?
Yeah.
But, yeah.
If you're running a combat with 8 people at a con, what you do is take 8 20-sided dice and chuck them all at once, and anything under a 15 is going to be a miss, and anything 15 and over, you would double check the armor class, and it would be like miss, 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 hit, 7 points of damage, you take 9 points of damage. See how fast that is? But if you have an armor absorption system, generally characters are easier to hit, and it'd be like, oh, you get hit for 4, you get hit for 6, you're miss, you take 7, you take 9. And inevitably, one of those players asks, do you mean I take 9? And you're like, no, you have to subtract your armor.
Well, as if this couldn't happen with the other way, but sure, we can just go with your narrative if you really want it to.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, you're hitting less frequently, but he's also talking about how everybody rolls the dice and he's not checking what people add to it.
Yeah.
He's just arbitrarily saying if the dice is at a certain number,
Exactly.
it's a success or not. So, I mean, again, yeah, he's
in
this situation you're describing that is faster.
Right, exactly. The situation that you've created for yourself for the purpose of your narrative.
Yeah.
Absolutely, that's how that works. Good job.
Yeah, but to be honest, I mean, yeah, if you were going to design a game with 6 to 10 players as the average, rather than say 3 to 5,
Yeah.
like I think a lot of people play, yeah, you're going to want the fastest resolution system you can.
Exactly.
I wouldn't use a mitigation based system in that type of game,
Mhm.
nor would I probably use a wound system. I would do like, I don't even know if I'd use hit points. It'd be something super simple.
Yeah, it would have to be,
Simply
right?
because, like, gosh, if I'm having 10 players, the most I've ever run for was 7, and that is a headache.
I have run something for, I forget exactly now, and I've talked about it before, but I was at the local library, and there was a group of kids, and they didn't have their dungeon master that day, and so one of the librarians was like, "Hey, could you run for them?" And I went, "Oh, yeah, I guess so." And then we took an hour to create characters for everybody, and then I ran
That's so
them
fun.
through just a single like ogre because it had so many hit points and there were like 12 of them, and I went,
Yeah, that's what you
okay.
gotta do. Yeah, see, that's where like some quick and simple hit point based combat is the only thing that's gonna work with
Yeah.
12 players.
Exactly. It was
Yeah.
too much, but yeah, I can't imagine.
Yeah, I mean, what he's doing, he's begging the question.
Yeah.
Basically, right? Is
Yeah.
what he's doing here with this. Yeah.
Exactly.
And that's 4 points, so it would really be 5 points of damage. And then it slows the game down when the players cause damage because the game master has this other number to think about, and they have to do this subtraction, not just from the hit points, but from the armor as well. It's way too time consuming when you've got very large groups. How much crunch you enjoy is up to you. If you think 5e or whatever game you're playing runs just fine, don't change it. But if
True.
you want to hack it, feel free. Just keep in mind, more crunch equals a longer game. At least
No.
that's what I think. What do you think? Please share in the comments below. Also below, you can check out my games Deathbringer and the Eldritch Hack at Drive-Thru, my modules on Quest Givers. You can join Patreon to support my work and get extra content. I have an entire masterclass series of videos on game design where I talk more about this kind of stuff. Thanks for watching. I'll see you soon. May all your rolls be 20s.
Deathbringer
What if
again.
20 is a bad roll
Speaking
for
of
me, though?
crunch, what is an
No.
English teacher's favorite cereal?
But yeah,
Synonym
see, like I said, he's
toast
designing
crunch.
in a very particular
If you don't
space,
get
and
it,
he's
reroll
right for
your
that
intelligence
space.
check
He's
and watch
his design
what
principles
Dungeon
are very applicable to OSR gameplay.
Yeah.
And but they're not necessarily applicable elsewhere.
Yeah.
But I do think he is right. If you're going to hack D&D, be very cautious about adding those kind of complexities to it, because to be honest, there are better games to have more complex rules with. Like,
yeah. Absolutely.
like Pathfinder. Go with Pathfinder if you want a more complex and deep D&D. Or
Yeah, for
Pathfinder
sure.
2e,
For sure. I'm 100% about that. Yeah.
There was somebody who made a joke once that I read that said, like, people will spend hundreds of hours trying to make a add-on to D&D rather than just picking up a different game.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, so and that's the thing, right? Like I get that you own D&D and you can, customize it to whatever setting or whatever like way that you want it to play. But there are definitely systems out there that are specialized for those kinds of things for sure. So like it's just a question of how is it just a is it a question of you not wanting to learn a new system potentially, or is it just that you think that this will like that D&D itself will be that catch-all? Because it can be, right? It's simple enough, at least for 5e, what it was, and I assume 5.5 from what I'm being told. Is also so.
Yeah, Right Hunter is talking about how, shilling for my own playstyle, but play-by-post structures often works better for larger groups since often play around splitting and paralyzed scenes. Yeah, Right Hunter is part of a group, or one of a group of play-by-post designers that I'm always really impressed with because it's a very different design space than I'm used to. Yeah, their games have huge groups sometimes, all forming massive narratives together because you can in that space. Oh, hey, welcome back. And so, what you design, what you consider there is very different because you can also integrate digital tools because the assumption is you're got to be connected to the internet to do play by post.
Yeah.
And so it's not as much of a problem to maybe have complex resolution systems or characters that scale very high because there might be a character sheet app that connects to your play by post game, right? And it handles a lot of that.
Right.
So
Exactly.
it's all about the right realm. I know in my channel, I'm talking about how boring hit points are, but really I'm talking about for the type of game I want to make.
Yes.
Right? That space is not well served by hit points. And I think a lot of people and some designers go in assuming hit points is the only option you can go with, and it's really not.
Right.
There's a lot of cool stuff.
Yeah, it's just it really just depends on how you want your game to feel. Because hit points give you a certain feel, wounds give you a certain feel, like and there are several different types of wound systems. So like there's already a lot of divergence there depending on the type of feel that you want, and then it's just like there's so much to it that I can see already that's like
absolutely. And what crazy. You mechanicize in a game is what the emphasis of that game becomes.
True. Yeah.
And so by placing mechanical emphasis on wound systems or injury systems and such, the game becomes about that, which is intentional in my case.
Yeah.
Right. I'm not hand waving that part with just hit points or some sort of degree of success or anything like that, or even like Blades in the Dark's harm system, which is a stroke of genius. It's very different from mine.
Yeah, I do like Blades in the Dark's harm system.
Yeah, Blades in the Dark is awesome.
For sure.
But it's not about the injuries in Blades in the Dark.
No.
That's why harm is just one of many consequences that can come up from any failed check, right?
Yeah.
The mechanical complexity draws attention to my wound system. And the video we watched, he's right that these things do add up though, right? If you have a complicated injury system and layer on top of that a complicated dice resolution system and layer on top of that complicated ability system and layer on top of that, right? If you keep going, that's going to take a long time to resolve.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's about picking where you want your mechanical complexity to be because a person can only hold so much in their mind at a given moment.
Yeah, exactly. And then it's like, how much note taking do you want there to be and all of that? Like there's because as you said, your brain is only so large in conscious like recall, right? So
because like my game is almost rules light at times. There's not a lot of math to it. It's not a rules light game,
right?
But outside of the injury resolution and targeting on the body, the rest of the systems around that are purposefully very simple to adjudicate, like simple to resolve.
Right.
Because where I want people to pay attention to is the wound systems and such.
Yeah.
Right. It draws their attention there.
Yeah.
And what I've found that has been very interesting to watch is somebody who's run a lot of games in general. All right. So when you're playing D&D and you're fighting a creature, you're not thinking about that creature's physiology so much.
No, yeah.
You're running your abilities against that creature, right? And if it's a dragon, it's going to breathe fire and fly or whatever.
Right, yeah.
when I've run my game, the physiology of the enemy, the players pay attention to very closely because they can interact with that physiology.
Yes.
We looked at that blood oiler image. So I describe this, gruesome thing. I show them the picture and I say, that saw blade revs up and they start coming at you. The players start thinking, okay, which of those 3 nasty limbs should we take out first?
Right, exactly.
Like, what's more dangerous? And they honestly pay attention to the creatures more. And think about them, and that's been cool.
Yeah, I can
their physiology matters.
Yeah.
That's something that I really enjoy, because I am a huge advocate of, like, there is a dragon with a kick-ass tail attack, until you cut off the tail.
Yeah.
Like I take
may
some
have
of that
played a lot of
Monster
Monster Hunter.
inspiration.
Yeah, Monster Hunter.
Monster
Yeah, there you
Hunter.
go. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, which weapon do you guys? What's your favorite weapon?
Oh, Insect Glaive.
Yeah, he's
okay, you're one of those.
Yes, he is. Yes, he absolutely is.
I am.
It depends for me. Sometimes it's longsword, sometimes it's hammer.
Good hammer, the true weapon.
Yes,
The best
hammer is
weapon.
great.
I'm a simple man. I just want to bonk that thing in the face.
Yes,
I love it. It's so satisfying.
There are days where I want to cut the tail off, though. It's stuff like
I
that.
used the switch axe when I wanted to cut something.
Switch axe is
kind of
fun.
neat.
Switch axe is
but
fun.
hammer, man, just
Hammer is
so
fun.
satisfying.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Have you guys heard about the greatsword changes in Wilds?
I haven't looked into Wilds.
No, I
at
haven't
all.
looked into it. I can't get sucked back into a Monster Hunter game right now.
Oh, we are
I gotta
going
be
to.
strong.
We are going to for sure, though.
Is it having a PC release? I don't have a PlayStation.
I think it is.
That's good at least.
I mean, I thought I saw there was a PC release. I hope so.
They usually do these days. But, I mean, Monster Hunter was a big inspiration, to be honest. Like, I love that kind of thing in games where you can. I mean, I came up with my injury system before I played a Monster Hunter game, but that kind of experience is so satisfying. And how I imagine a group of characters would fight a monster is they'd see its spiky tail and be like, all right, cut that off then so it can't impale us with it or something, right?
Yeah, for sure.
It is on Steam, so.
Hey, okay, cool.
No.
Yeah, no, we've all been. I haven't looked into it at all because I just want to be surprised. I really hope that it's good.
Okay. I will not share the changes that I know.
Thank you. But yeah, it's good stuff. This was another thing that I completely forgot until now. I wanted to compliment your dice system that I saw that is using basically all of the die depending on the severity of the weapon it might be, and then having each of them hit on it was 1 through 3, I think it was, right?
Wait, I have a graphic for this I could send. We could put it up.
Oh, exciting. Okay.
Where is it?
Yes.
I have a lot of stuff. Hold, please.
Yes, of course. I'll just. So what I very much enjoy it, and the way that you put it, it made so much sense to me that every single die has a 1 through 3, and so if you're utilizing something that is harder to actually hit with or do damage with, I guess, like a fist, it's like a D20, but something that's easier would be like a D6, and it's that incremental kind of thing that is super interesting to me, and I think is a great addition.
Yeah, thank you. So I sent, I think I shared like a PDF or an image or something in your chat. So if you want to, you can zoom in on the injury roll part if people want to see what we're talking about here.
All right, here
this might be a little bit of an outdated quick reference image, but it's.
Oh, I like the all-in system.
Well, thank you. Pathfinder or some games use a similar system where you can spend more action points to gain advantages.
Yeah.
Right. But my game, I didn't want quite as nuanced an action resolution as that. Right. You just have 2 actions. Okay, an injury roll, like it says there. No matter the dice you roll, a 1 is always a critical injury, a 2 or 3 is serious. Anything above that is strain, like a flesh wound or a bruise. The nice thing about that is no matter, like I said, no matter the die size, you're always looking for the same number. So this is called a dice pool, is how you would, that's, it's a dice pool resolution.
Right.
So the size of the die, like I said, is determined by the weapon. So as a weapon is deadlier, the die becomes more precise. It becomes smaller.
Yeah.
And the number you roll, the amount of dice is determined by how good you are at using that weapon. So somebody who is a layman, right, never fired a revolver before, picks it up and shoots it, they roll 1d8, looking for a 1, 2, or 3. But a master marksman would roll 4 of them, which has a very high statistical chance of getting a 1 or a 2 or 3 on those dice. So those numbers go up. So you don't do more damage by getting better. You increase the chances of inflicting a more deadly injury.
Gotcha.
Yeah. It's playing with probability. I like it.
I have all these matrices about the probabilities of this, and it's all very well researched.
Hell yeah.
Because like I said, the D20 is how you punch somebody. That's not particularly deadly, and you can feel it when you pick up the big cumbersome D20. You're like, oh, I'm not going to really hurt anybody with this.
Yeah, for sure.
And then, that severity, we talked about targeting. If you go for the ace on the body, so there's the bulk, the brim, and the ace on any target, on anything. There'd be the center mass, there'd be the limbs and appendages, and then there'd be a vulnerable part like the head. Yeah. If you go for the head, whatever result you get on that dice is upgraded 1 step. Yes. So if I got a 3 on the dice, that would be a serious injury, but I shot him in the head, so it's a critical injury.
Yeah. Exactly.
So that's what being vulnerable is. And something being resistant just walks it down the other direction.
Yeah,
goes down a severity level.
Super. It's just very easy to understand, honestly, which I'm very happy about, and it makes total sense to me.
It's plays really well, and it's fairly simple, and when you write on your sheet that you have been shot, it's something that reinforces that in the fiction, that you had to write that down and that you're bleeding out. And all that stuff. And then on that little injury tracker, you can see there's little check boxes next to the injuries on the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So each injury you have to treat individually, and treating it doesn't remove it from the sheet. You just ignore any complications. So if you have a bleeding shot to the belly and you treat that injury, you're no longer bleeding, but you don't erase it from your sheet.
Gotcha.
Because these boxes start filling up.
Yeah.
And if you can't fill in an injury, you put it in the next one down.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can't fill it in anywhere, you're dead.
You die.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it allows you to weaken something, which is a form of attrition, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're unlucky, you're always still making progress toward hurting the thing.
That is nice that you aren't just wasting your turn, basically.
Yeah, I mean, you can still miss a shot, of course, but the math in the game is such that players who plan, work together, and so forth have a very high chance of succeeding.
Yeah.
The players basically control whether or not they're going to hit in this game. Like, they have a lot of control on that.
Okay.
And that's intentional because the game is so deadly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They need to work together. They need to do this to protect one another, so that they don't start getting torn to pieces by horrible monsters.
Yeah. Which is great.
To the point that the Dungeon Craft video was talking about, the injuries themselves, having more injuries doesn't give you any stacking minus penalties to your rolls.
Right.
So yeah, they can be temporary impediments, like, oh, I've been shot, now I'm in terrible pain, and I low roll all my dice. But if you treat it, you're back to operating at full strength. Roughly.
Yeah.
Which means you can still defend yourself against things, and you don't really enter as much of a death spiral. The vulnerability, though, is that if you do get injured, you have fewer boxes to fill it in for, and that gets dicey very quickly.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's cool.
Yes, it is. I think so.
I'm just toying around with the idea of, if there were an enemy that were like so deadly that you had to like fight it like in stages, like across multiple days, where like
that'd be cool.
the point of this expedition is that we are going to injure this creature. We don't even need to kill it. We just need to damage it and get the fuck out, minimizing losses as we go.
Very Monster Hunter, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do those kinds of things.
Yeah, now that I think about it, it is very Monster Hunter. But like,
Yeah. Well, the evocation I'm going for is the movie Aliens,
Yeah.
not Alien.
Yeah.
So in Aliens, the players can fight back,
Yeah.
right? The characters have a chance, but they very much can be overwhelmed and killed.
Yeah.
While in Alien, the whole goal is just try to make it to another, like just survive the next 30 minutes,
Yes,
right?
exactly.
You are powerless to kill this thing effectively. So I wasn't going for that.
Yeah,
so the players are deadly themselves, but so are their foes.
Yeah.
And yeah, the fights get bloody real quick.
I was gonna
awesome.
say, I just from this, I can see like your system is very similar to like Delta Green, like in the best way.
Yeah.
And when you mentioned fighting back against whatever, like especially I see that. Which is good. I happen to love Delta Green.
I was gonna say it's
quality
also one of
product right
my
there.
favorite games. So
Yeah.
you're gonna get a sale from me, sir.
Yeah, I'm glad. Well, and the other thing that I really should start using when I run D&D too is a lot of the creatures, a lot of these threats use telegraphing because
Oh,
what's
fuck yeah.
what's scary about an enemy isn't how much damage it dealt to you, right? That's actually less exciting.
Yeah.
But that image I shared earlier of the blood oiler. So that thing does, that enemy doesn't want to kill you.
Yeah.
It wants to maim you and then drag you off screen.
Hell
basically,
yeah.
to turn you into another blood oiler back in its lair. That's what those things do. They want to abduct people.
Yeah.
So one thing they do is they have a grabby hand. They'll grab a character and they'll immediately begin suffocating. They basically pick you up by your neck. That's bad. And right, already, because suffocating starts to strain you and then you can pass out.
Yeah.
And then I just describe, it picks you up, it moved up to you, picked you up, and then it starts revving its saw blade arm. Players, your turn now, right?
Yeah, yeah,
They're
yeah.
like, oh God, get him out. And they say, okay, I want to try to break free. And then I'll say, okay, you need to and I'll tell them that it's actually very hard to escape that grip on your own. So they're like, okay, what everybody learns quickly is like, okay, shoot the arm.
Shoot the arm,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly, which is cool. Like in one of the play tests, a player had lost a limb. He got picked up by a blood oiler, was going to probably get sawn in half or something. And so somebody throws holy water at the blood oiler's arm, which melts, the undead flesh because it's an undead creature, right? And it injured the arm and injure an arm and it dropped him. Because I didn't even have to inflict an injury for them to get it immediately. And that's way more evocative than, all right, the dragon hits you for 28 points of damage. It's like, no, this thing is literally going to saw you apart and then paralyze you and drag you away.
Yeah.
So like telegraphing is fun in that way, right? You give them a turn.
It's very like hack and slash of like cut off the problem limb.
Yeah. The labor bots too, which are just simple haywire robots with very strong limbs, right? They're robots, and what I usually describe is one of their things, they can grab one of your limbs, and then I just describe, and you can see its pistons and hydraulics start twisting. All right, players, your turn. And if they don't break out, it'll yank it out of its socket.
Yeah,
or something,
exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
That tension is really present when you have an injury system, a wound system, because you're not going to think, I'll take 10 points of damage, it'll be fine. Oh, it's going to critical hit me, whatever.
Right.
It's like, no, I will lose the use of this limb.
Yeah,
if
exactly.
We don't do something about it.
Especially with that mechanical thing, for sure.
Yeah, so it gives it more immersion, I think. And yeah, it's more mechanical detail, but there's something really substantive about that when the player, everything's above board. There's no GM adjudication here, right? Like there's no arbitrary, like this is how this system works.
Yeah, for sure. All right, I gotta give me just a second. I will step away for a moment, and I'll be
we've been going
back.
for a while.
So, hold
on. So one thing I've been asking about, or wondering about rather, you've mentioned sort of some of your various inspirations in making this game. What was sort of the inspiration that like kicked it off of like, oh, I should make a game. I want it to be like this.
Okay.
What was it that got that ball rolling?
It was Cyberpunk 2020, the tabletop role-playing game, which is terrible. Okay. this is the earlier version of Cyberpunk. This is not the
Okay.
one like that the anime is based on. It's not the one they made recently. It was made in early 2000s or late 90s. I thought this
Mhm.
system is really cool. I like that it does hit point it does targeting. You can get wounds. Like there's cool cover rules, and so that's actually what made me start thinking about it. But that was many years ago, and then I just didn't do anything with it for a long time. And then I came
Yeah.
back to the idea later in life, and then actually thought, you know what, I'm gonna actually make something of my own. But there wasn't really a system apart from that directly inspired me. Like I liked the versatility of GURPS, so I wanted some of that because GURPS has targeting on the body as well. You
Mhm.
know, there's a lot of things like that.
Yeah, I've been sort of kicking around an idea based off of Darkest Dungeon.
Mm.
Um and I've been considering of what it would be like to each of the players are essentially like guilds that have been contracted to
Oh.
deal with a problem. And after each mission you get like a certain you get basically access to a certain amount of new adventurers that you
Yeah.
can train up, give gear at your like discretion.
Yeah, and they're
Um
expendable in that way because the
yeah,
player themselves is that guild. That's cool.
yes. And I just really I'm a big fan of meat grinder dungeons. Of like,
Yeah.
who cares if a character dies?
Mm.
Um, you can fuck around with fun party combos. Maybe like two wizards, a fighter, and a rogue versus like all wizards or what have you.
Yeah.
And that's something that I've been wanting to combine with Eldritch Horror, and I'm definitely not thinking of adding an injury system now.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Um,
and like mine isn't even the only answer to injuries too, right? There's a
yeah.
lot of ways to
Oh,
take
yeah.
it, but I really like injury systems if you want your game to be about people getting hurt and making that interesting,
Yeah, true.
right? Both for the player, and I'm a big fan of symmetrical systems. So, as an example, Blades in the Dark, the harm
Mm,
system, you don't harm other characters, right? The players receive harm, but that's
yes.
not how, right? That's not symmetrical. It's an
No.
asymmetrical system. Works better for that game. But I
Yeah.
like it when the players and the enemies are all operating on the same physics engine, I guess you could say.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
my personal preference.
I get that.
Yeah, Darkest Dungeon is crying out to be adapted into what might maybe be on the rules light side of a game because you don't want it to be too crunchy to make a new character because you're going to go through them a lot.
Yeah,
True.
yeah,
True.
But
exactly.
I mean, that sounds rad.
Mm.
I
You'd also have
had
to have a bunch of, emotional trauma systems, right? Because
Yes.
mhm.
Stupid
I'm getting so
breaks.
stressed.
Yeah.
I had a character once. It was in the same campaign that I played a paladin in 5e, but that character's whole gimmick was they were a warlock, and their soul had been contracted out by the devil that owned their soul to other patrons. So each day
Oh.
at dawn, I would roll a d6, and that would determine who my patron was for that day, which would wildly affect my spell list.
Mm.
And I can tell you, despite the fact that it was a really interesting character concept, don't fucking play it. Good God. I had hamstrung myself. The only offensive power I had was Eldritch Blast and a Wand of Fireball I bought.
That's so
Um,
funny.
like it was so bad. There were some days I was a hyper offensive god, but like most days I was kind of boned. Um,
Yeah, that's great.
but that experience that I'd had with the warlock helped me to like know like, oh hey, I should probably make the Darkest Dungeon adaptation very rules light, because
Yeah.
good God,
Mm.
having to make 6 character sheets
Yeah.
Yep.
fucking blows.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and you'd want to have part of character creation, I would imagine, be somewhat random. Like there are random elements, like in Darkest Dungeon, like what
Yeah.
your options are for your recruits this run
Yeah.
is,
Yeah,
partially randomized,
yeah.
and all that
What
stuff could
what
be super cool.
what new emergency tax will I impose on all guilds operating within the city?
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Oh, really?
Yeah, what wound systems also open up is your monster design can get a little bit more creative because you don't have to just think, okay, this one does this much damage. You can put interesting riders on the wound, right? And really bake it in.
Yeah.
Zombie in my game has I forgot what I called it. I think I called it a festering bite.
Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah.
And so you can do cool stuff with that. So, one of the things in D&D, it's like, oh, you can't be healed until this injury is removed or something like
Right.
that. That's less exciting. The festering bite is a bleeding injury, so you start, passing out from it. And it makes the injury extremely hard to treat. And so it's you're trying to stop the bleeding, but it's this evil, this unholy wound. And so the character will be bleeding quickly and it'll be harder for you to treat it. And if they die, they come back as a zombie.
Hell yeah.
So it makes a zombie just suddenly way more dicey to interact with. You should worry about being bitten by a zombie, right?
Yeah, exactly.
5th edition, the zombie does a slam attack. It drives me nuts.
Yeah.
As I know, it's not a Romero zombie. It's more like a undead construct, basically.
Yeah,
that just punches
it's
stuff.
really yeah, exactly. It's not like a zombie like we traditionally know.
Yeah, zombies should be scary.
Yeah. Well, I mean it's been I've been having a great time.
Yeah, this is super fun.
I'm glad that you came on and everything. I think
it's probably getting late for you guys.
for it's 1:30 at the moment for me. It's all good.
I'm on the West Coast, so it's no problem for me.
Yeah, I mean, I actually go to bed pretty early. I'm an old man. I go to bed and I read and, that kind of thing. So I'm usually in a book already.
Well, hey, there you go. Well, I will say before anything, episode 200 is coming soon, and for that we're gonna be doing a 24-hour fucking show. Which is going to be
Lord have mercy.
Yeah, so you're welcome to just come by and drop in if you want to during that. It's a few weeks out, obviously, at this point. But if you want to at just any time, you just say, "Hey,
sure,
what's up?" And I'll be like, "Yeah, hey, come there."
Yeah, if I'm available, I'll certainly come by and hang out. This was a blast.
Yeah. But and also everybody out there, I'm not going to read comments tonight because I'm actually kind of exhausted this time around. So I'm just making more work for myself in the future for when I do read comments again. So hopefully I'll get them all up next time around. But before I let you go, would you like to talk more? Just tell the people, where to go, how to find you, and just general stuff.
So, you can go to Tales from Elsewhere Games. That's what it is here on YouTube. I can see there is a link on this video.
There is.
That's where I post pretty much everything. I post things on YouTube here. I do have a Discord of my own. That I do have a link from my YouTube page to go there. It's just hanging out and talking about the game. It's not a big Discord. I will be providing a free demo packet, hopefully before the end of the month. That's going to have quick start rules for how to play this game. It's going to have 6 pre-gen characters and a 4-hour demo adventure that will include high-res VTT maps that you can use if you want to play it online.
Okay.
And it'll be free. It'll always be free. And that'll be released pretty soon.
Hell yeah. I'm super
excited. I'll announce it on YouTube probably.
Wow. Well, I'll definitely be looking out for it for sure.
Yeah. I would love your group's feedback.
Oh, we'll definitely play test it a little bit. Yeah, for sure.
Heck yeah. I recommend ordering, if you play in person, ordering model trains and all sorts of other fun stuff for Westerns.
Well, yeah, we are definitely we're all in different parts of the country here, so we usually do over tabletop sim. So we'll use some of those maps.
Yeah. I made maps using Incarnate maps. They're pretty nice.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Incarnate. Yeah, I've used Incarnate before actually.
That's what I think.
It's a great tool.
Yeah, I think that's what Boo used for his maps that we used for Devils and Dice actually. So yeah,
really nice. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. But yeah. If you guys play it, that'd be great because I'd love to know if how was it to actually be run by people who haven't been hearing me rant about it for years and years and years.
Fair enough.
Cool.
Yeah, no, it was a pleasure to have you on. You're welcome anytime, as said.
Yes, please come on again.
Yeah, for sure.
I will. I can't make this kind of time commitment frequently.
No,
Yeah,
that's
guy.
absolutely fair.
That is fair.
But yeah, we'll keep talking. Yeah, I'm in your Discord.
Hell yeah.
I saw somebody join mine just now as well.
Hell
we'll
yeah.
talk.
Very good, very good.
Awesome. Yeah, we'll talk more later. Yeah, for sure, guys.
For sure. All right. Well
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, very much so. Then I will, of course, let you go if you wish to leave, and I'll do the ending spiel for the show.
Yeah, I'm sleepy, so I'm gonna head out. Yeah, good talking to you guys. We'll catch you later. Catch you later, everybody watching too. Have a good one.
All right. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I am also a bit EP, so I shall also peace.
For sure. Good stuff.
Oh. All right. Have a good week, sir.
Yeah, you too. Okay. All right. Oh, it did the thing again where I don't light up. That's weird. If I do this, it doesn't do the thing. All right. Well, I'm gonna go through the spiel real quick, everybody. So, hoping for Peter's feedback though. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, it's just again, the time commitment is not a thing that everybody can do. You know, it's a lot of time to be on the show. So I don't fault anybody for not sticking around for the full thing anyway. But yeah, it's a lot sometimes. Anyway. Thank you all for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Of course, as always, we love to see a bunch of new faces, new talk, and all of that. It's been a great stream. So, thank you very much. I'm gonna go through the whole spiel real quick here for those of you who are new. Hey, wow. Consider subscribing if you haven't already. If you have, I've seen a few subscriptions actually, so thank you. Hopefully you continue to enjoy our silly little show here where we get angry about things occasionally and also give criticism and some constructive feedback potentially on things. We do have, if you wish to support us further from a free subscription, it's up to you, of course. Do not feel obligated to, but it will help if you do. For as little as $1 a month, you can go over to our Patreon, which I have changed the name of from TableTalk D&D to just patreon.com/TableTalkCrew. So it's easier to find. You can go and find us over there and get access to the editing streams and all the stuff for early access, as well as going over to Ko-fi if you want to do the exact same thing. It does the exact same thing. Why does that say 2? That's not what? That's not right. Why does that? Okay, that's weird. Anyway, that's the wrong thumbnail for that. Anyway, a big thank you goes out to our current patrons, that being Draco Kraken, Rick, aka Unit Rico, and Steely at tier 4. We appreciate all the years that you've been supporting us financially, and we hope you continue to enjoy, of course. Thank you to Crimson Rose in tier 2, and a thank you goes out to our tier 1 contributors. All of the information for each tier you can find on the Patreon. But like I said, as little as $1 a month if you wish to. But again, it is just another avenue, not an obligation. Just as going over to TeePublic, as it says that I've updated the store. Good job, me. And you can get logos and things over on the store here if you wish. The old logo, the current logo, and our heads in profile if you wish to. Up to you, of course. We're in Spooky Month, so I should probably activate the Spooky Month one. I'm gonna do that right now. Hey ho, how do I make it active? I don't know. Let's do that right now, everybody. Yay! How do you, if I go like this? Okay. Okay. It doesn't want me to. Okay. Yep. You get to do it. Watch it in real time. Hell yeah. I don't know. Oh, that's not necessarily the. Let's go deep royal. All right. Cool. The horror table talk logo is out there too if you wish to get it. But yeah. So that's another way. And of course, I don't have the site up. Why did I close the site? Whoops. You can go over to our website, go over to the support us page, and look at all the stuff that I have talked about and will talk about in the future, as well as our custom dice that are over there that you can buy and I can send your way. I have all of them in the boxes. They're all in the boxes back there. So if you wish to, go and get them. And, of course, red hot editing action. That's right. We are partnered with Humble Bundle. So anything that you get through a link in our description will support us, as well as Tabletop Alliance, that you can find out about their tabletop usages for charity work using the link in the description. So go and find out about them. Right now, I would highly suggest the World of Darkness bundle. That is the physical items of Rivals with 2 expansions as well, which I might actually just buy this and get those 2 expansions, as well as Vampire, Hunter, and Werewolf PDFs, as well as some additional PDFs for each of those settings in the World of Darkness. A bunch of good stuff, and I think this is what, $40? Yeah, $40 for a lot of this is fantastic. I have the physical book for Vampire and Werewolf. I don't have the one for Hunter yet. And I have a few of these physical books as well. I'm having a great time with Vampires, so maybe you will too. I don't know. And aside from that, you've got your Pathfinder Bundle of the Dead, and I guess there's a Warhammer one, but I think those are games, video games. So, but even so, whatever you want through this, the store, the regular bundles, the choices, all of them, if you use the link in our description, will help support us and Tabletop Alliance. But yeah, that's all that stuff. So thank you once again for coming by. Hopefully, it's legitimately it was great to have Peter on. We really like when we can have people on. It has been quite a while, and again, that is kind of more my fault than anything else. I'm going to reach out to some of our previous guests and see if they want to come on at some point and talk again. It's it'd be nice. But anyway, that's all for this time around. Thank you for hanging out, and we'll see you next week for more things, and I'll see some of you tomorrow for an editing stream. So, yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm tired. Thank you. Goodbye. Go on. Get out of here. Goodbye.